Chapter 286. Yan Di knit his brows slightly, feeling the changes in the clear Qi Grand formation. He could feel that the control of the formation was shockingly currently shifting towards Xan Dongping. Looking at Yan Di, Xan Dongping had a rather playful expression on his face. This old man has always been waiting for Yuan Zhengfeng to enter secluded cultivation to attempt his breakthrough into the martial saint realm. Now it has finally come. Yan Di, do you know? It's not just Yuan Zhengfeng. I've also noticed your extraordinariness since you first joined the sect. These past few years have also proven my and Yuan Zhengfeng's foresight. However, at this very moment, this old man has discovered that I have still underestimated you in the past. Xan Dongping said, "It is precisely because of your existence that Yuan Zhengfeng dared to attempt a breakthrough into the martial saint realm without worry. He knew that even if he perished, Broad Creed Mountain would still have a successor. But it is also because of this that the opportunity this old man has been waiting for has finally arrived." He extended his hands, a profound and complicated rune appearing on each of his palms. As radiance flickered, the power of the clear Qi Grand formation was drawn over, endlessly bolstering his body. Xan Dongping's aura also rose increasingly. "You came too late." Yuan Tian shook the whip in his hand, transforming into a massive heaven-flipping dragon as it traversed the foreign dimension, attacking towards Yan Di. Xan Dongping said, "Don't be impatient, demon saint. Walking steadily is more important than walking quickly. The things and matters promised to you will not be lacking. You can be at ease." After brandishing his saber and hacking Yuan Tian's whip away, Yan Di gazed at Xan Dongping. "Senior apprentice Uncle Xan, the traitor of our clan, was you? The legendary master of the abyss, is also you?" In each of his left and right eyes, an ancient and profound mark lit up, shining brightly in his pupils. The clear Qi Grand formation twisted intensely, being pulled at by the two wills, as if it could be ripped apart at any moment. Yan Di and Xan Dongping began an intense struggle for control over the clear Qi Grand formation. As for the devil Saint Yuan Tian, contrary to his previous dispirited stance, he charged towards Yan Di in a domineering manner. Against Yan Di's immeasurable heavenly saber, it was not wise for Yuan Tian to clash head-on. At this moment, however, the change in the hands of the clear Qi Grand formation would very likely decide the outcome of the battle. Even if Yuan Tian had to suffer some losses right now, he had to help Xan Dongping seize control of the array first. While he was bolstered by the clear Qi robe, Yan Di still had to contend with Xan Dongping for the grand formation while clashing with Yuan Tian. His earlier advantage was instantly lost as the situation descended into a stalemate. Xan Dongping was not in a rush as he calmed his heart and communicated with the formation, saying neither hurriedly nor slowly, "If this old man says that I am not the lord of the decimating abyss, would you believe me? Fang Zhuan, do you think he's this old man's accomplice?" To Yan Di, having lost the support of the grand formation as time dragged on, the situation might gradually become disadvantageous to him. However, Yan Di was currently calm as his expression did not change. "Seeing you, I knew that there was nothing wrong with second apprentice brother. Did you pick up the things second senior brother left behind and finally walk on the path you are now?" Xan Dongping clicked his tongue in praise. "I have to admit that you, Shirtai, Fang Zhuan, the three of you are indeed worthy of the name of Broad Creed Mountain's three heroes. In this life, this old man only admires Yuan Zhengfeng for one thing, and that is his ability to accept disciples. Shirtai is the foundation. You and Fang Zhuan are the pillars. You are also very likely the roof that determines the final height of the building. While Fang Zhuan is inferior to you in terms of martial talent and strength, he is also an unparalleled genius, bold and careful at heart, daring to think and daring to act. Everyone flinches at the sight of the 9 underworlds and hell, limping forward unsteadily. Yet, he dares to venture deeper, touching upon and exploring what others view as taboo territory." Xan Dongping sighed. More importantly, his explorations have tangible results. Many of this old man's discoveries today were all established on the foundation of his earlier research. Yan Di chopped out with his saber, cleaving the heavens and splitting the earth, extinguishing the dark clouds formed of Yuan Zhengfeng's true essence. He said mildly, "What is more admirable about second apprentice brother is his firm will, daring to deny himself, being able to rein in at the brink of death and hold his bottom line, knowing what he can do boldly and what he cannot do no matter what." Xan Dongping said leisurely, "However, this does not change one fact. From a certain perspective, he is actually the true founder of the decimating abyss. Why is it that the 9 underworlds and the decimating abyss have corroded our clan the most severely? because the source of the decimating abyss is here. Xan Dongping lowered his head and looked below, his gaze seemingly piercing through space as he looked at Broad Creed Mountain beneath his feet, sighing emotionally. Once, my greatest ambition was to become the owner of this place. Thinking about it now, it no longer matters. With the descent of the 9 underworlds, this old man can obtain even more. What harm is there in destroying this place? Raising his head to look at Yan Di once more, he suddenly laughed. If this old man does not succeed today, the news that the Lord of the Decimating Abyss is of Broad Creed Mountain and that the Decimating Abyss originates from Broad Creed Mountain will spread throughout the world. After the Sacred Sun clan's Huang Guanglia emerges from seclusion, he should be very happy to hear of this news. This should be the best reason for him to make a move against Broad Creed Mountain. Having schemed for so many years, Xan Dongping's understanding of the Clear Qi Grand Formation was even deeper than Yan Di's. Now that he had made his move, the majority of the Clear Qi Grand Formation's control was instantly grasped by him. Seeing that the situation of the Array Formation was already under his control, Xan Dongping brazenly attacked. A sword light that seemed ethereal yet heavy hacked towards Yan Di, the sword light half clear and half turbid as it seemed to be one with the heavens and the earth. A cold light flickered within Yan Di's eyes. He abruptly spread open his arms, temporarily removing the Clear Qi robe from his body. As the Clear Qi robe shook, it suddenly transformed into an all-encompassing screen of light, imprisoning the Devil Saint Yuan Tian within it. This could only be maintained for a very short period of time, but to Yan Di it was already enough. Countless spirit talismans danced around him, collectively forming a heavenly altar that was vast and majestic, as though it resided above the 9 heavens. Yan Di's voice resounded from the heavenly altar. If Huang Guanglia wants to disregard everything, he also does not need an excuse. Our clan being too weak to block him is the only reason. To those of this world outside of the Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall, slaying you and the Devil Saint here will be sufficient to account for ourselves. Infinite light flickered as a massive figure gradually stood up on Yan Di's heavenly altar. The pupils of Xan Dongping and Yuan Tian, who had previously still felt that Yan Di's words were too big, abruptly dilated, merging essence into avatar. You are stepping into the transcending mortality realm at this moment? Yan Di did not answer, only the giant atop the heavenly altar extended his palm, the heavenly dragon saber expanding madly in size as well, transforming into a true heaven-splitting saber as it landed within his palm. The giant brandished his saber, clashing intensely with Xan Dongping's limitless heavenly sword. Yuan Tian was temporarily trapped by the Clear Qi robe, unable to extricate himself as he saw Yan Di stride out, arriving before Xan Dongping. When I was in the late Essence Talisman stage, there were 2 people beneath the Martial Saint realm whom I did not have complete confidence in defeating. One of them was you, Xan Dongping. Yan Di's body combined with his limitless heavenly avatar, instantly arriving before Xan Dongping's limitless heavenly avatar. But now, having stepped into the transcending mortality realm, his control over the Clear Qi Grand Formation had also increased as Xan Dongping instantly felt his steps in seizing the Grand Formation being restrained. The old man's face was sunken as water, a sword appearing in the hands of the limitless heavenly avatar formed of his martial true intent, a sword light that resembled a heavenly pillar striking towards Yan Di. His control over the Clear Qi Grand Formation more or less still belonged to him now. However, the result of their clash was that he and the limitless heavenly avatar were shockingly forced into retreat. The massive right arm of the sword-wielding giant directly broke apart. Master has yet to emerge from seclusion as a martial saint. This is a little disrespectful. Yan Di's voice resounded within the air. Having entered transcending mortality, I am invincible amongst martial grandmasters. Chapter 287. Yan Di's saber swept through the air, making it hard for Xan Dongping to advance any further. On the other side, the Devil Saint Yuan Tian howled, wanting to break through the Clear Qi robe's blockade. However, Yan Di was even faster than him. After his immeasurable heavenly avatar had suppressed Xan Dongping's limitless heavenly avatar, he struck out with a palm towards Xan Dongping himself. Xan Dongping's brows were tightly furrowed, but he could only helplessly raise his hand to counterattack. The 2 peak experts of Broad Creed Mountain clashed in midair with identical Tushita palms, boundless purplish-red flames manifesting as they filled the foreign dimension. Xan Dongping staggered backwards, the profound rune on his palm instantly dimming. Yan Di let out a long howl, the runes within his pupils growing even more dazzling. The control over Broad Creed Mountain's guardian Grand Formation, the clear qi grand formation, was instantly mostly wrested back by Yan Di. Having beaten Xen Dongping of Broad Creed Mountain's twin walls of this generation into continuous retreat, Yan Di had not lost his cool, not advancing recklessly. As the clear qi robe had temporarily left his body, it was only able to trap Yuan Tian for a time. It looked like Yuan Tian was about to break free and counter the clear qi robe. After restraining Xan Dongping from seizing the clear qi grand formation, Yan Di immediately retreated, forcing Yuan Tian into retreat with another saber. He spread his arms wide once more, the screen of light formed of the clear qi robe once again taking the form of a robe, enveloping his body. At this moment, bolstered by the clear qi robe, Yan Di's saber intent grew increasingly majestic and tyrannical as he rampaged through everything in his path. The power of the clear qi grand formation was also endlessly bolstering his body. For a moment, Xan Dongping and Yuan Tian only felt that the opponent in front of them was practically a genuine martial saint, wielding a holy artifact. Yuan Tian's pupils dilated slightly. Seeing the clash between Yan Di and Xan Dongping, he vaguely felt that even without the clear qi robe and the clear qi grand formation, after Yan Di had stepped into the transcending mortality stage, he, a martial saint, would still find it hard to deal with him. At the very least he wasn't confident that he could kill him. And now, bolstered by the clear qi robe, Yan Di had also regained control over a large part of the grand formation. His aura surged to the heavens, fighting 1 against 2, he still held the upper hand, beating Yuan Tian and Xan Dongping to the point where they could not even raise their heads. Xan Dongping, who had yet to enter the Saint realm, was even more perilous. When Yuan Tian saw this, he couldn't help but think of retreating. There were some things that he wanted, but no matter how important they were, he had to be alive to enjoy them. While he was unwilling to admit it, Yuan Tian discovered that if the current situation continued to develop, there was actually really the possibility of him perishing in this Broad Creed Mountain. He had fallen under the blade of a great grandmaster. However, now that he wanted to retreat, Yan Di was determined to keep him in Broad Creed Mountain forever. Within the foreign dimension created by the clear qi grand formation, dazzling spirit patterns lit up between the heavens and the earth, resembling a cage as it locked down this dimension tightly, not allowing Yuan Tian and Xan Dongping to escape. Yuan Tian wanted to break the formation, but Yan Di's tyrannical saber intent that cleaved the heavens and split the earth surged over madly, forcing him to first focus on what was before him. Xan Dongping's expression was grim like water. His situation was even more dangerous compared to Yuan Tian. As he dealt with Yan Di's attacks miserably, Xan Dongping attempted to communicate with the clear qi grand formation once more, wresting control over it. However, Yan Di currently held the upper hand, his attacks surging like the tide as Xan Dongping found it hard to continue. In the foreign dimension, the sky and earth changed color from the battle. On the great earth, within Broad Creed Mountain, signs of surging winds and surging clouds appeared for a time. Accompanied by Xan Dongping stepping into the foreign dimension and wresting control over the formation, the hidden undercurrents in Broad Creed Mountain's surroundings simultaneously surged and erupted. Some Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners discovered to their shock that their companions beside them had suddenly turned into murderous killers, dealing a fatal blow to their vitals. After Broad Creed Mountain's many internal investigations and purges, most of the decimating abyss martial practitioners in hiding had already been eliminated. However, there were still some who had slipped through the net, brazenly making their move at this moment. Amidst the internal chaos, external enemies also silently arrived. Under the guidance of Xan Dongping and the others, a considerable number of decimating abyss martial practitioners stealthily arrived in the vicinity of Broad Creed Mountain, launching their attacks at this moment. At their head were mostly remnants of Black Nightmare Mountain. Even some of the Black Nightmare Mountain martial practitioners who had not joined the decimating abyss also joined in this time. They had already waited for this day for who knew how many years. While Broad Creed Mountain was currently lacking in manpower, despite the interference of traders, under the leadership of Fu Enshu and the other peak experts, they still faced the invading enemies in an orderly fashion. Behind the mountain below Water Ridge Peak, outside the heaven-sealing gorge, Elder Zhang's face was livid as he looked at the majestic sword intent before him. This sword intent was usually concealed, actually merging as one with the clear qi grand formation. In reality, it had sealed the heaven-sealing gorge here, severing its connection with the outside world. Elder Zhang could tell that this had been done by Xan Dongping, who had been of the same clan as him for many years. Executing the immeasurable heavenly palm to the maximum, Elder Zhang forcibly broke through the space before him that had been sealed by the sword intent. At the same time as the sword intent seal was broken, Elder Jiang could feel that there were currently people clashing within. Feeling his arrival, one of the clashing parties retreated far away in another direction. Elder Jiang was also extremely familiar with its aura and fist intent, his face involuntarily turning even uglier. Senior Apprentice Brother Wang. The leading late essence talisman martial grandmaster was clearly Elder Wang, who had been imprisoned within the heaven-sealing gorge due to his identity having been exposed due to the devilish intent in his heart. Other than that, there were also many other serious criminals imprisoned within the heaven-sealing gorge who had also escaped. Elder Zhang's face was ugly as he wanted to give chase, but very quickly discovered that a terrifying aura of the 9 underworlds had actually appeared here in the heaven-sealing gorge. A great amount of devilish chi dispersed, causing the originally already sinister and terrifying heaven-sealing gorge to seem even more like a ghost domain. A devilish domain grand formation had already taken form. Within the grand formation, there were still 2 people present, the other party who had been clashing earlier. Looking over, Elder Zhang saw that it was precisely Fang Zhuan and the heaven-sealing gorge's first seat Elder Gong. Elder Gong's appearance was dispirited as he was injured. Fang Zhuan's expression was calm as he focused on suppressing the devilish domain grand formation, preventing the descent of the 9 underworlds. Xan Dongping is a traitor. Elder Gong hissed. He suddenly attacked the heaven-sealing gorge, intending to lure me into joining the 9 underworlds and the decimating abyss. Fortunately, Fang Zhuan arrived in time, otherwise I would already have fallen to his hands. Fang Zhuan looked at Elder Zhang. Senior Apprentice Uncle Zhang, Senior Apprentice Uncle Xn did not stay behind to deal with us, instead handing it over to Senior Apprentice Uncle Wang and the others. He only used his sword intent to seal the mountain as a cover, hurriedly leaving. You should have a greater plan. From his sword intent merging with our clan's clear chi grand formation, Senior Apprentice Uncle Xian's familiarity with the clear chi grand formation far surpasses our knowledge. He very likely attempted to wrest control over the grand formation, only then being able to stand against Junior Apprentice Brother Yen and the clear chi robe. Elder Zhang nodded, that's right. His palm descended, assisting Fang Zhuan and Elder Gong. Fang Zhuan said, I'll suppress the devilish domain grand formation. Senior Apprentice Uncle Zhang, go look for Senior Apprentice Uncle Xian. The clear chi robe and the clear chi grand formation are the foundation. Elder Gong said hatefully, this old man will pursue Senior Apprentice Brother Wang and the others, preventing them from causing trouble on the mountain. Time was of the essence. Glancing at Fang Zhuan, Elder Zhang made a prompt decision. I'll leave it to you. Saying thus, he and Elder Gong rushed out of the back mountain together. At this moment, the decimating abyss martial practitioners were already attacking up the mountain, with late essence talisman martial grandmasters even making a move, their destructive power shocking. Elder Zhang roared furiously, manifesting his martial avatar. The massive broad-creed heavenly avatar intimidated the surrounding area, instantly suppressing the towering aura of the decimating abyss martial practitioners. Within the foreign dimension, Yen Di displayed his godly might. On Broad Creed Mountain, the Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners also switched from defense to offense. At the back mountain, Fang Zhuan suppressed the devilish domain grand formation. For a time, Broad Creed Mountain seemed to have turned from danger to safety. But it was also at this time that undercurrents elsewhere began surging. In the fire domain, in the lands governed by the Sacred Sun clan, many experts were currently congregated. Chapter 288. A great battle had erupted at Broad Creed Mountain's headquarters, even devilish chi surging into the heavens. The chaotic situation very quickly drew the attention of all sides. The experts of Broad Creed Mountain outside of the Central Heaven region wanted to return to reinforce their clan, but the situation in the outside world had also become tense at this moment. The immense pressure prevented them from leaving their current location and returning to reinforce Broad Creed Mountain. This was especially true for the South Heaven continent, which faced the Fire Domain. At the border between the Fire Domain and the Heaven Domain, a great number of the Sacred Sun clan's peak experts had appeared. While they had not entered the Heaven Domain, a tense atmosphere could erupt at any moment. With the Grand Elder of the Sacred Sun clan Pan Buotai, and the head of the 7 reigning suns, the World Illuminating Lord at their head, the group of experts of the Sacred Sun clan had all arrived, eyeing the Heaven Domain covetously. Pan Buotai asked coldly, when is Senior Brother Huang coming out of seclusion? The World Illuminating Lord said, just recently within these 1 or 2 days. Pan Buotai nodded, gazing in the direction of Broad Creed Mountain. Actually, we can already make our move now. The world illuminating lord's expression was calm. Do not be hasty, senior apprentice Uncle Pan. If we make a move now, we do not have sufficient confidence in sweeping through both Broad Creed Mountain and the decimating abyss cleanly. If the 9 underworlds descend, it would similarly be difficult for my Sacred Sun clan to handle it. Turbid Wave Pavilion would also have objections, and even the Painting Saint Old Man Mo might be alerted. Also, if we directly make a move, we will be obstructed by Jade Sea City and Infinite Boundless Mountain. Wait a bit, the East Sea is already no longer peaceful. When Jade Sea City and Turbid Wave Pavilion's attention has been drawn away by the Flame Devils, we will then be able to kill them in a single blow. At that time, between Broad Creed Mountain and the decimating abyss, both sides should have suffered heavy losses. The world illuminating lord said, Yuan Zhengfeng has entered secluded cultivation. This will not be easy for Broad Creed Mountain. While Pan Butai's expression was cold, his gaze containing fury and hatred, he still did not lose his composure in his words. The decimating abyss has made a major move, with even the devil Saint Yuan Tian getting involved. However, Broad Creed Mountain's many years of foundation cannot be messed up just like that. If Yuan Tian wants to accomplish anything, he must first get past the clear chi robe. If we do not make a move, unless the decimating abyss has a way to deal with Broad Creed Mountain's clear chi grand formation, Broad Creed Mountain will most likely be able to tide through this tribulation. Hearing Pan Butai's words, the world illuminating lord suddenly laughed. Regarding Broad Creed Mountain's clear chi grand formation, our Sacred Sun clan has also prepared some things. Although we are waiting here to prepare for war and wait for an opportunity to strike, we have to fight for the opportunity ourselves. We don't necessarily have to wait for it to appear. His gaze was calm as he turned around. There was a formation quietly operating there. Pan Butai's gaze similarly fell on that formation. Not directly attacking, just relying on this formation, it will not be able to shake Broad Creed Mountain's clear chi grand formation. The world illuminating lord walked towards the formation and stepped inside. Naturally, it's not just that. He flipped his palm, and with a flash of light, a longbow made of pure gold with flowing flames on it appeared in his hand. It was precisely the Sacred Sun clan's famed high-grade spirit artifact, the sun-shooting bow. The world illuminating lord pulled the bowstring, and then took out another item. It wasn't an arrow but something similar to a bullet, giving off an extremely strange feeling. Under the illumination of the sun-shooting bow, it seemed very small, like a sunspot. However, upon closer inspection, it felt extremely heavy, as though it contained a greater power than the sun-shooting bow. Seeing this, Pan Butai raised his white eyebrows. Antayangzi? Isn't this thing extinct? The last time it appeared was 600 years ago. The world illuminating lord laughed. Why else would I say that opportunities have to be fought for by oneself? As he said this, he placed that small black bullet on the bowstring of the sun-shooting bow before pulling it back. It wasn't aimed at the heaven domain, but at the formation beneath his feet. Sunlight shone on the world illuminating lord's body, 8 great golden suns rising, flickering with light as they emitted infinite heat. Numerous spirit talismans appeared around his body, transforming into numerous spirit arrays. Next, they superimposed on each other to form an existence that resembled a tall tower whilst also an altar, enveloping him within. The world illuminating lord's martial true intent merged with the high-grade spirit artifact, the sun-shooting bow, before both bolstering that black bullet. The black bullet known as the Antayangzi didn't emit light, its luster growing dimmer and dimmer, its power also growing heavier. The world illuminating lord abruptly released the arrow, the Antayangzi transforming into a streak of dark light, piercing through the ground beneath his feet, shooting into the formation before disappearing. For just that one moment, the formation beneath the world illuminating lord circulated mightily, unprecedentedly ferocious, giving off a berserk feeling. The next moment, the formation regained its former calm and tranquil state, as though everything that had happened earlier had been an illusion. However, satisfied smiles appeared on the faces of the world illuminating lord and Pan Butai as they looked towards Broad Creed Mountain and the heaven domain, smiling coldly as they did not speak. At the same time, on the world illuminating peak where the Sacred Sun clan was located, the current chief of the Sacred Sun clan, Huang Su, sat in the meditative position at the top of the mountain, a long golden ruler placed horizontally across his knees. The long ruler had the pattern of 9 suns on it, seeming to be blazing. Behind Huang Su stood a person, the Twilight Lord of the 7 reigning suns. It was just that the current Twilight Lord's expression was dim and dispirited. Speaking of this, framing Jade Sea City's old man Chen was not a bad result. However, while you could hide it from outsiders, you could not hide it from the Sacred Sun clan. Huang Su said mildly, because Breaking Dawn fell to the dark side, he did not leave behind a corpse. Therefore, when you said that you killed Breaking Dawn, others would believe it. A pity that your luck was bad. Others saw that it was Jade Sea City's old man Chen who killed Breaking Dawn. However, the final result was that old man Chen disappeared, bearing the suspicion of being a spy of the Decimating Abyss, while you reported that it was you who killed Breaking Dawn. Huang Su did not turn his head, only saying mildly, "What do you think I would think after hearing this news?" While Huang Su did not move at all, the long golden ruler on his knees displayed a majestic power, suppressing the Twilight Lord to the point that he dared not act rashly. The Twilight Lord was silent for a moment before saying, "I just happened to be a step too late, not being able to stop Old Man Chen from killing Breaking Dawn in time. However, there shouldn't have been anyone else in the surroundings at the time. Otherwise, I would not have been unable to discover it unless it was an expert of the same level as me or even higher." Huang Su said mildly, "Sometimes, one does not necessarily need to be in the vicinity to be able to see the situation at the time." The Twilight Lord was indifferent. "Then I have nothing more to say." Huang Su said, "Honestly speaking, you have always been my trusted aide. I originally trusted you very much. As for the Decimating Abyss's target of corrosion, I had always suspected that it was the world-illuminating peak." The Twilight Lord smiled bitterly, saying, "All this now is useless." "That's also true." A hint of a smile suddenly appeared on Huang Su's face. "Just now, you said that while you do not know who the Decimating Abyss Lord is, you can confirm that he is of Broad Creed Mountain." The Twilight Lord laughed loudly. "That's right, it is precisely so. There is no need for me to lie to you. The great battle of Broad Creed Mountain should already have reached its climax. The Abyss Lord will definitely have to personally take action. His identity is already impossible to keep, and there is also no need to do so. This is extremely good news for you, isn't it?" Within a stone chamber on the world-illuminating peak, the world-illuminating young master Huang Jie held an orb in his hands. The orb displayed the scene of Huang Su and the Twilight Lord conversing at the top of the mountain. Huang Jie nodded calmly. "It's indeed very good news." Chapter 289. Asking for monthly votes, asking for genuine subscriptions. Thank you everyone. Huang Jie put away the pearl and walked out of the stone room. He looked into the distance, in the direction of the heaven domain. A moment later, a figure pushed open the door and came to Huang Jie. It was Tang Yonghao. "Junior apprentice brother Huang, is the Sacred Sun clan going to attack Broad Creed Mountain at this time?" Tang Yonghao's expression was grave as he looked earnestly at Huang Jie. Huang Jie did not seem surprised by Tang Yonghao's arrival as he said calmly, "The Sacred Sun clan does not want to attack Broad Creed Mountain, instead wanting to exterminate the threat to the Eight Extremities world." Tang Yonghao frowned at Huang Jie. Huang Jie's expression was mild. "Broad Creed Mountain has colluded with the Decimating Abyss. There are indications that that place is in fact the birthplace of the Decimating Abyss, being the guide of the 9 underworlds. The 9 underworld evil devils are like the flame devils of the Flame Devil world, enemies of the Eight Extremities world. As the current number 1 sacred ground of the Eight Extremities world, our Sacred Sun clan is duty-bound to prevent the descent of the 9 underworlds, isn't that so?" Tang Yonghao said solemnly, "I know that Broad Creed Mountain and my Sacred Sun clan are not on good terms. The conflict between the two sides did not accumulate in just a day or two. If it really is a battle between our 2 sacred grounds, an internal conflict between the human martial practitioners of the Eight Extremities world, as a descendant of the Sacred Sun clan, I, Tang Yonghao, will definitely fight it out with the descendants of Broad Creed Mountain on the front lines, not hesitating in the slightest. However, you also said that the 9 underworlds are the common enemy of the Eight Extremities world. Even if there is any conflict between my Sacred Sun clan and Broad Creed Mountain, it should also first be settled with the 9 underworlds and the Decimating Abyss before deciding on who is superior. The Decimating Abyss has spies in the various clans and sacred grounds. With a great battle having erupted in Broad Creed Mountain now, it is clearly a life and death struggle between the Decimating Abyss and Broad Creed Mountain." Tang Yonghao stared deeply at Huang Jie. "It's one thing for us to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, but don't tell me that we have to help Decimating Abyss." Huang Jie's gaze was like water. "Senior brother Tang, I've said it before. My sage sect's goal is to eliminate the person who can lead the 9 underworlds to descend. Broad Creed Mountain is precisely the birthplace of the decimating abyss. Huang Jie said calmly, who knows if the war now is just a way to deceive people. Tang Yonghao's pupils constricted when he heard that. Huang Jie continued, of the peak experts of Broad Creed Mountain, if one were to really talk about it, who is the one who is most likely to fall into the 9 underworlds? It's actually their sect leader, the one with the highest status, Yuan Zhengfeng. This senior Grand Elder experienced the flourishing times of Zhan Dong's era, and also experienced the dormant times of Zhan Shilou's era. From the perspective of a descendant of Broad Creed Mountain, he shouldered the heavy burden of the clan's re-emergence, yet also bore the terrifying pressure of my Sacred Sun clan and my grandfather. Zhan Shilou has already passed away and he himself has old injuries. He has no hope of becoming a martial saint, and his lifespan is decreasing. Now he is walking step by step towards old age. The road ahead is dim and the pressure is increasing. Huang Jie said calmly, even if he doesn't fear death, the pressure of supporting the sect will always be on his shoulders. Tang Yonghao suddenly interrupted Huang Jie, Junior brother Huang, do you think I'm a fool? This kind of impolite behavior almost never happened to Tang Yonghao among fellow disciples. However, his gaze as he looked at Huang Jie now was rather stern. Everyone is well aware of what exactly is going on. Why must you use these words to fool me? Huang Jie kept his mouth shut, looking quietly at Tang Yonghao. Tang Yonghao gazed at Huang Jie. Junior brother Huang, I have always admired your heaven-defying talent. Outsiders do not know your abilities, but I more or less know some of them. Not only do you have the right to know the decisions of the higher echelons of the Sacred Sun clan, you also have the right to offer advice and suggestions. This time's matter also involved you. Now that Broad Creed Mountain is resisting the decimating abyss, you are instead preparing to stab them in the back. Perhaps you think that this is the most beneficial decision for our Sacred Sun clan, being able to capture Broad Creed Mountain and the decimating abyss in one fell swoop, while my thinking is inflexible and foolish. Alright, let's not talk about morality and whatnot first. I have no intention of forcing others to think the same as me. I only ask you one question. You are confident that you can control the entire situation, but what if the 9 underworlds descend? Tang Yonghao said solemnly, perhaps the place where the 9 underworlds descend is the heaven domain, but that is also the 8 extremities world, just like how the passageway to the Flame Devil world is in the East Sea, but all of us have to face the threat of the Flame Devils. Looking at Tang Yonghao, Huang Jie suddenly laughed. Senior brother Tang, to be honest, sometimes I feel that you are rather foolish. Looking at Huang Jie, Tang Yonghao was not angered. Huang Jie continued, however this time, it has nothing to do with whether you are foolish or not. It is that there are some things that you do not know. Tang Yonghao said coldly, I would like to hear the details. The current era, the current situation, is different from that of Broad Creed Mountain's Zhan Dong and Zhan Shilou that year. Huang Jie raised his head to look at the sky, saying leisurely, the tribulation before us now is a test. Tang Yonghao was taken aback. What did you say? Huang Jie smiled, no longer speaking as he said, Broad Creed Mountain and the decimating abyss are in cahoots, drawing the descent of the 9 underworlds. We now work hard to eradicate them, saving the 8 extremities world. It is just that simple. Saying thus, he turned and returned to his stone room. Looking at his back, Tang Yonghao's gaze was incomparably complex. Returning to his stone room, Huang Jie saw a middle-aged man already seated within. He went up and greeted him nonchalantly. When did Senior Apprentice Uncle arrive? The middle-aged man was the Sunset Lord of the 7 Reigning Suns as he nodded towards Huang Jie, around the same time as Yonghao. The Sunset Lord gazed outside. Yonghao's personality is too straightforward. If he does not change, he can only be a sword, not a person who wields a sword. Due to the current situation and environment, Huang Jie said calmly, Senior Brother Tang has his value in existence. If our Sacred Sun clan wants to advance triumphantly, that Senior Brother Tang will appear untimely, pedantic and foolish. If we suffer a massive setback and fall to rock bottom, someone like him will instead be able to display his usefulness, preserving the final bit of vitality for our Sacred Sun clan. The Sunset Lord said, You are right. However, that is something that is impossible to happen. Yonghao is destined to be a pearl covered in dust. Huang Jie's expression was mild, that is only natural. The Sunset Lord stood up, I will also be heading over to where Senior Apprentice Uncle Pan and the others are. Everything will be settled once the old chief emerges from seclusion. Are you not preparing to go along and personally see all this happen? Going there personally is to prevent any accidents, adjusting the plan at any time. Huang Jie shook his head. I have already done what I should have done. I have no interest in seeing my plans come to fruition. To me, that sort of satisfaction does not hold much meaning. It is fine as long as the final result does not deviate from expectations. The Sunset Lord did not insist. I, however, will be going to see it for myself. Huang Jie smiled. Take care, senior apprentice uncle. Being able to slay Broad Creed Mountain, who led the 9 underworlds to descend into the 8 extremities world, is indeed a joyous occasion. The Sunset Lord laughed loudly as he left. That's right, it is precisely so. Broad Creed Mountain only has themselves to blame. Our Sacred Sun clan can precisely eliminate evil for the 8 extremities world. Chapter 290. Requesting monthly votes, requesting genuine subscriptions. Thank you everyone. At this moment, in the Eastern Tang Kingdom of the East Heaven region where such a huge disturbance had once occurred, in the Earth domain close to it, undercurrents were also surging. Lin Tianfeng stood within the air, a crowd of Heavenly Thunder Hall experts behind him. His son, the thunder-rumbling young master Lin Zhou, stood right beside him. Looking in the direction of Broad Creed Mountain, Lin Tianfeng said playfully, Great chaos has erupted in the central region of our clan. This will not be easy for Broad Creed Mountain to pass. Looking at the Earth domain beneath his feet, Lin Zhou's expression was slightly complicated as many scenes flashed through his mind. Previously, the Earth domain, the decimating abyss and the 9 underworlds had all left him with extremely unpleasant memories. In his memories, the changes in his life had originated from the disaster of the decimating abyss. His father, in the struggle for the position of the next Hall Lord, had been constantly defeated, finally being eliminated, perishing in a battle with the 9 underworld's evil devils. Lin Zhou himself had also been heavily injured in that battle, injuring his vitality to the core, virtually cutting off his path of advancement. After that, his position in the clan had also plummeted, vanishing into the crowd as he was completely left behind by Yan Shan and the others. At that time, his lover who had gone through thick and thin with him, Li Jingwan, had also perished at the hands of a fallen practitioner, becoming his greatest regret. Now, everything is different. Lin Zhou closed his eyes, although some changes left him depressed to the extreme. Lin Zhou reopened his eyes, gazing towards Broad Creed Mountain like his father Lin Tianfeng. Father, the people of the Sacred Sun clan won't be unable to hold back, right? Blindly attacking and helping the decimating abyss destroy Broad Creed Mountain, the descent of the 9 underworlds afterwards won't be of any benefit to anyone. Lin Tianfeng said, they won't. Even if someone's mind isn't clear, there will still be someone calm enough to stop him. Lin Zhou nodded, not speaking. Lin Tianfeng flipped his hand, a longbow that flickered with purple light appearing within. However, even if Yuan Jingfeng enters seclusion, just the devil Saint Yuan Tian alone won't be able to do anything to Broad Creed Mountain. Broad Creed Mountain isn't that weak. Letting them smoothly take care of the decimating abyss won't do. Both sides suffering heavy losses, with one side winning a Pyrrhic victory, that's the conclusion we would be happy to see. A black pellet also appeared in Lin Tianfeng's palm. He strapped it to the bowstring and then pulled the bow. The longbow, which was flashing with purple light, suddenly let out a thunderous sound. It was so sharp that it seemed as if it could pierce through the sky. It was precisely the high-grade spirit artifact possessed by the Heavenly Thunder Hall, the Heaven Shocker Bow. It had always been acclaimed alongside the Sacred Sun Clan's Sun-Shooting Bow, being the most famous treasured bow of the current 8 extremities world. Looking at the black pellet in Lin Tianfeng's palm, Lin Zhou thought, anti-sun. This thing, the Sacred Sun Clan should have a total of 3 of them. Having given one to our clan, they will most likely have used up one this time as well. Then there's still one left. Lin Tianfeng drew his bow, but he didn't shoot at the ground below. Instead, he aimed straight at the sky above his head. Above the people of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, numerous spirit patterns extended across the horizon, very quickly forming a massive formation that flickered with the roiling light of thunder. Around Lin Tianfeng's body, numerous spirit talismans danced and spiraled, transforming into talisman arrays. Then they formed a talisman array heavenly altar, and lightning snakes danced wildly in the sky. He released the bowstring and Wu Guang shot straight up into the sky, disappearing into the formation. The formation rumbled and then quickly calmed down. Lin Tianfeng nodded satisfactorily, anti-sun, its reputation is well deserved. Our target this time is primarily the clear chi robe. As long as we can obtain this sacred artifact, this trip would not have been in vain. Lin Tianfeng said, with the flame devils of the East Sea making a move once more, Turbid Wave Pavilion and Jade Sea City will not be able to attend to them. The Hall Lord should mainly guard against Infinite Boundless Mountain. However, if the Sacred Sun Clan's Huangguanglia successfully improves after emerging from seclusion, Infinite Boundless Mountain and the greatly weakened Broad Creed Mountain joining hands would not be easy to resist. At that time, it would be our Heavenly Thunder Hall's chance. If the Sacred Sun Clan wants to exterminate Broad Creed Mountain, just let them be. What's most important for our clan is to increase our strength. Lin Tianfeng kept Heaven Shocker, saying, otherwise with the Sacred Sun Clan's explosive rise in strength this time, it would be very hard to say how our clan will interact with them in the future. Whether to be an ally or a subordinate at the end of the day, it still depends on the strength of the two sides. Lin Zhou's gaze was calm, yet seemed to contain blazing flames as he gazed in the direction of Broad Creed Mountain. That's right, at the end of the day, it all depends on strength. At this moment, on Broad Creed Mountain, Elder Jiang stood alone, his immeasurable heavenly palm descending, as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth caving in. He mightily smashed the head of a Black Nightmare Mountain Martial Grandmaster in front of him into smithereens. The heavenly altar collapsed, the talisman formation shattered, the spirit talismans all reduced to nothingness. A late essence talisman Martial Grandmaster expert of the 9th level of the Martial Grandmaster realm, his soul severed from Broad Creed Mountain just like that. In the entire Black Nightmare Mountain, there were currently only 2 late essence talisman Martial Grandmasters left, both elders of Black Nightmare Mountain that year. However, at this moment, one of them had already perished beneath Elder Zhang's palm. Seeing that Broad Creed Mountain had begun to switch from defense to offense, having gained the upper hand, the other did not dare to clash head-on with the transcending mortality Martial Grandmaster Elder Zhang in the end, hurriedly fleeing. Elder Zhang snorted coldly, saying to Fu Enshu and the others, do not pursue a cornered enemy. Guard the clan, preventing the Sacred Sun Clan and others from launching a sneak attack. This old man will go to Yendi's place, first taking care of Yuan Tian and Xan Dongping before anything else. You all stay here. If something unexpected happens, retreat to the rear mountains converting Lake Peak, joining up with junior apprentice Sister He. Everything can wait until this old man and Yendi have settled things there. Fu Enshu and the others naturally knew that after taking care of Yuan Tian and Xan Dongping, the Grand Formation and the Clear Chi Robe exerting their power, instantly sweeping away all the small fry. This was the crux of the entire situation. Under Yendi's guidance, Elder Zhang also entered the foreign dimension. There, Yendi already held the absolute upper hand. If not for him wanting to completely leave Yuan Tian and Xan Dongping behind, he would already have obtained victory at this moment. After arriving, Elder Zhang directly struck out with a palm towards Xan Dongping. Meanwhile, Yendi began concentrating his strength, fiercely attacking the Devil Saint Yuan Tian. The battle was even more one-sided. Yuan Tian's expression was grave while Xan Dongping muttered to himself, should be here by now? Just at this moment, the Clear Chi Grand Formation abruptly shook. Accompanied by the world-illuminating Lord and Lin Tianfeng drawing their bows, 2 anti-suns shot out, merging into the respective formations of the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall. 2 majestic forces were emitted from outside the heaven domain, shooting towards it. Seemingly formless and intangible, they shook the surrounding space. Like 2 formless massive heaven-piercing arrows, their target was Broad Creed Mountain. Coming into contact with the area enveloped by the Clear Chi Grand Formation, these 2 formless forces instantly clashed intensely with the Grand Formation. The massive formation that had originally been concealed within space instantly lit up with a glorious luster, causing intense fluctuations. Under the effect of that strange, tyrannical anti-suns, Broad Creed Mountain's guardian Grand Formation, the Clear Chi Grand Formation, began to shake intensely like the surface of a lake with rippling waves. At this moment, even the surrounding space seemed to vaguely distort. Within the foreign dimension, a cold light abruptly surged within Yendi's eyes, the runes within his pupils shattering mightily, transforming into flowing light. Within the entire space, a great number of runes surged, chaotic beyond compare. Chapter 291. The Clear Chi Grand Formation that enveloped the entire Broad Creed Mountain was suddenly activated now, an intense change occurring. As the formation shook, the surrounding heavens and earth of Broad Creed Mountain seemed like a roiling canvas, distorting unceasingly. The balance of the nearby spiritual qi instantly became chaotic and shattered, a large amount of spiritual qi forming vortexes that could be seen clearly by the naked eye filling the air above Broad Creed Mountain. In the sky above Broad Creed Mountain, thousands of massive vortexes spun at different speeds, creating a strange feeling of chaos that would cause one to feel dizzy just looking at it. The phrase, "the heavens spinning, the earth spinning," had completely become a real scene at this moment. On the mountain, Elder Gong, Fu Enshu and the other bigwigs of Broad Creed Mountain had originally already begun purging the invading enemies. A great number of invading Broad Creed Mountain's enemies had been killed, some even beginning to think of retreating, beginning to flee. But just at this time, a change suddenly occurred in the heavens and earth. The circulation of the clear Qi Grand Formation became chaotic beyond compare. The enemies began to counterattack amidst the chaos, including peak experts like Elder Wang who had originally belonged to Broad Creed Mountain. Elder Zhang had entered the foreign dimension to help Yan Di, and the enemies counterattacked. The situation on the mountain instantly became chaotic once more. Behind Broad Creed Mountain, converting Lake Peak, outside the secluded cultivation grounds of the old chief Yuan Zhengfeng, a white-haired old woman looked at the chaotic vortex of spiritual qi in the sky with a grave expression on her face. Facing the chaotic vortex of spiritual qi, she roared loudly, extending her palms. The massive Broad Creed heavenly avatar appeared, doing the same as a pair of massive heaven-obscuring hands extended, enveloping converting Lake Peak. Meanwhile, on the other side of Water Ridge Peak, Fang Zhuan had originally been suppressing the devilish domain Grand Formation, preventing the descent of the 9 underworlds. In terms of understanding of the 9 underworlds and devilish qi, he stably ranked in the top 3 of Broad Creed Mountain. But now, the spiritual qi flow of the entire clan suddenly became chaotic, causing even Fang Zhuan to be caught unprepared. That abnormally terrifying aura of the 9 underworlds that bewildered hearts instantly surged madly. Numerous streams of black devilish qi shot into the skies, not only enveloping the heaven-sealing gorge, but also enveloping the entire Water Ridge Peak, even continuing to spread towards other areas of Broad Creed Mountain. The dense demon qi gradually became viscous, spreading in all directions like mud, drowning the land around the Water Ridge Peak and forming a terrifying demon domain. In the sky above the Water Ridge Peak, the devil qi turned into a black fog that covered the whole sky, and blood-colored lightning kept striking down from the black fog. Inside the formation, black runes wrapped around the golden pagoda like chains. A solemn look also appeared on Fang Zhuan's clear face as he sucked in a deep breath, resolutely crossing his palms. Guided by Fang Zhuan, the numerous black spirit patterns that had originally gathered towards the tall golden tower all wrapped around his body, avoiding the tall golden tower. Fang Zhuan sat in the meditative position at the top of the golden tower, preventing the red door of light from appearing and projecting the path to the 9 underworlds onto the ground. The black spirit patterns grew tighter and tighter, becoming denser and denser as numerous bolts of red lightning appeared on them, shuttling about unceasingly as they bombarded Fang Zhuan's body. Fang Zhuan's expression did not change as spirit talismans flew about his entire body, forming a talisman formation and forming a heavenly altar which towered above the tall golden tower, resisting the attacks and corrosion of the devilish domain Grand Formation. The majestic limitless sky sword intent transformed into a dazzling sword light that soared into the sky, like a lighthouse that would never be extinguished in the endless night. Suppressed by him, the devilish domain Grand Formation finally ceased expanding. However, Fang Zhuan's expression did not relax as he raised his head and gazed into the distance. While his vision was obstructed by the dense black fog, Fang Zhuan could more or less guess the situation in the outside world. The sudden change in the clear Qi Grand Formation might be senior apprentice Uncle Xian's scheme. This way his chances will be greater. Fang Zhuan's expression was heavy. While he could hold on here, suppressing the devilish domain Grand Formation, the crux of victory was still the clear Qi Grand Formation and Yan Di at the end of the day. If they were unable to withstand Yuan Tian and Xian Dongping there, the entire Broad Creed Mountain would meet with a calamity. Xian Dongping, who grasped the clear Qi Grand Formation, joining hands with the martial Saint Yuan Tian, would form an unstoppable momentum that would be hard to withstand. As Fang Zhuan had predicted, in the current foreign dimension, the situation which had originally been completely one-sided suddenly changed greatly. The clear Qi Grand Formation shook intensely as Yan Di felt his connection with the Grand Formation instantly being largely severed. Within the air, spirit patterns collapsed mightily one after another, the scattered spirit patterns rapidly reassembling, yet already having a completely different appearance. Meanwhile, Xen Dongping abruptly let out a long howl, profound spirit patterns appearing on his palms once more. What caused the hearts of Yan Di and Elder Zhang to sink was that within Xen Dongping's pupils, spirit patterns similar to those of Yan Di's actually began to surface. Xen Dongping's eyes opened, divine light overflowing as streams of light appeared within the foreign dimension, bolstering his body. The control over the clear Qi Grand Formation changed hands once more. Amidst his long howl, Xen Dongping's limitless heavenly avatar instantly expanded madly, the power it displayed not inferior to that of the devil Saint Yuan Tian in the slightest. Xen and Yuan Tian moved together, forcibly clashing head-on against Yan Di bolstered by the clear Qi robe. Amidst the heavens and earth of the foreign dimension, a jet-black fissure instantly appeared. That was a fissure in space. Xen Dongping was not like Yan Di, concerned about restricting the aftershocks of the battle within the foreign dimension. Under the violent clashes of power, the foreign dimension was about to be ripped apart. Now that he had become the main controller of the clear Qi Grand Formation, he began to destroy this foreign dimension. The pressure on Yan Di increased greatly as he could only barely maintain it. Having stepped into the transcending mortality realm, with the clear Qi robe on him, even if he had to fight 1 against 2, Yan Di would still dare to fight. However, wanting to continue trapping Yuan Tian and Xen Dongping within the foreign dimension was even more difficult than before. If the two of them broke free, casually making a move, the others of Broad Creed Mountain would suffer a calamity. The situation of the battle within the foreign dimension was completely reversed at this moment. Xen Dongping brandished his sword, the brilliant sword light resembling a heavenly river surging in reverse as it forcibly broke through Elder Zhang's Broad Creed heavenly avatar. Elder Zhang let out a muffled groan as one of the arms of the Broad Creed heavenly avatar instantly shattered, the half of its chest connected to the shoulder also breaking apart. Xen Dongping struck out with his sword once more, the sword light splitting into specks of starlight which enveloped Elder Zhang, actually transforming into a miniature heaven and earth. Within this miniature heaven and earth, ethereal and heavy sword intent assaulted from all directions. Elder Zhang clenched his teeth, resisting bitterly, trapped within, unable to extricate himself. Xen Dongping brandished his sword once more, attacking Yan Di alongside Yuan Tian. In the contest of the Grand Formation, while Yan Di had fallen to a disadvantage, he still worked hard to communicate with the clear Qi Grand Formation, wrestling with Xen Dongping. He was dressed in the clear Qi robe, streams of clear Qi flowing out, obscuring the heavens and covering the earth as it maintained the foreign dimension from dispersing. The heavenly blade dragon centipede was like a purple light dragon, shuttling back and forth in the void, meeting Yuan Tian and Xen Dongping head-on. Yan Di wielded his saber in his right hand, the index and middle fingers of his left hand forming a sword as he tapped out with his sword, seeming to seal and seal at the same time. It was extremely simple yet vigorous and grand, encompassing all phenomena. It was one of the 8 extreme supreme arts, the Great Heaven-Earth Sword. With one sword he was able to defend and attack at the same time. Yan Di used the immeasurable heavenly saber in his right hand for attack, the Great Heaven-Earth Sword in his left hand for defense, meeting Yuan Tian and Xen Dongping head-on, not retreating even half a step. Xen Dongping was neither flustered nor flustered as he said mildly, "Yan Di, this old man thought that my eyesight was good enough. I didn't think that I would still have misjudged you. I already tried my best to overestimate you, but in the end I still underestimated you. However, having lost the support of the clear Qi Grand Formation, even if you have stepped into the transcending mortality realm, there will still be a limit to how much you can wield the clear Qi robe, with a huge consumption. As time passes you will only grow weaker and weaker." He hacked out with his sword, clashing with Yan Di's immeasurable heavenly saber. The foreign dimension instantly shook again, as if it would collapse at any moment. Chapter 292. Requesting monthly votes. Requesting subscriptions. Because Yan Di had lost control of the clear Qi Grand Formation, the foreign dimension created by the formation instantly became unstable. Up in the sky, cracks would occasionally split open in space, violent power pouring out from within, as though the heavens were bleeding. This violent power might originate from Yan Di, Xen Dongping or Yuan Tian. Regardless of who it originated from, descending from the heavens, it was like a natural disaster posing a massive threat to Broad Creed Mountain down below. A large portion of the clear Qi Grand Formation's control was currently in Xen Dongping's hands, its power unceasingly drawn over by him to deal with Yan Di. At this moment, Broad Creed Mountain had already lost the protection of its guardian grand formation that had always protected it. The terrifying power emanating from the sky landed amongst Broad Creed Mountain's numerous mountains, instantly causing destruction. Wherever it landed, there was a tragic scene of the earth quaking and mountains shaking. The mountains of the past had suffered a baptism of blood and fire today. The 8 peaks of Broad Creed Mountain had all been tormented. While there was no longer the protection of the Grand Formation, countless Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners had resided and cultivated within the mountains of Broad Creed Mountain. The majestic, vast true intent of the martial Tao, accumulated over time, also unceasingly condensed into mountain peaks. The mountains that looked ordinary were actually as tough as Vajra, not like when they had just been created, where experts of the martial Tao could easily flatten them. The current 8 peaks of Broad Creed Mountain were something that even peak martial grandmaster experts would find hard to damage. However, a terrifying sword light descended from the sky at this moment, directly cutting the top of one of the 8 peaks, fire-leaving peak, in half. The mountain peak that had originally been smooth as a mirror became sharp and jagged once more. The terrifying impermanent devilish chi that resembled roiling gray fog leaked out from the cracks in the sky, drifting all over Broad Creed Mountain. Whether it was Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners or decimating abyss martial practitioners, all who came into contact with this impermanent devilish chi felt their minds go blank, feeling suffocated. Martial practitioners with lower cultivation bases, enveloped by that blurry gray fog, instantly died, losing their lives. Even the devilish domain grand formation that Fang Zhuan was working hard to suppress was affected by this power, its originally already weak balance becoming increasingly unstable, the difficulty of suppressing it becoming even greater. After the cracks in the sky appeared, a terrifying destructive power leaked out, before they instantly healed once more. But soon a new crack would appear. What was even more worrying was that the cracks were appearing more and more frequently, and the intervals between them were getting shorter and shorter. Many a time, several terrifying cracks would appear simultaneously, bringing disaster to Broad Creed Mountain. Elder He, who was guarding Yuan Zhengfeng's closed-door cultivation grounds on Converting Lake Peak, had a gloomy expression when he saw this. The old lady's hunched figure now straightened, the disproportionately huge Broad Creed heavenly avatar standing amidst the numerous peaks of the Broad Creed mountain range. Then it raised both its palms upwards. The majestic, vigorous heavenly Broad Creed palm possessed the power to overturn the heavens. Now that it was raised upwards, it resembled a pillar that supported the heavens. Under Elder He's efforts from the outside, the foreign dimension in the sky seemed to have stabilized a little, and it was no longer breaking down as frequently. However, the space around Elder He became more and more distorted, exerting pressure on her, causing her to bend more and more. At this moment, in the distance, a streak of light sped over towards Broad Creed Mountain. They were precisely Yan Zhaoge, Shi Tai and the others who had speedily returned to reinforce Lianhu County's devilish domain grand formation after having taken care of it. Led by Shi Tai, Yan Zhaoge and the others streaked across the horizon, hurrying towards Broad Creed Mountain. As he neared, he just happened to witness the scene of the clear chi grand formation suddenly erupting with an unknown change. It was as if it had been struck by 2 giant, formless arrows, enduring an immense impact. Looking from afar, the clear chi grand formation seemed as wrinkled and distorted as a painting. Yan Zhaoge knit his brows, carefully feeling the changes in the grand formation as his expression involuntarily changed slightly. The grand formation has changed, becoming chaotic beyond compare. Still, there are traces of it amidst the chaos. Someone has done something to it. Su Fei's expression was solemn. Senior apprentice Uncle Yen will inherit the grand formation from Grandmaster's hands. There is no need to make any special changes, just having to unleash the power of the formation normally. For this to happen, someone must be planning to seize the formation. Yan Zhaoge rubbed his temples. Xen Dongping. Apart from him, there's no one else. What's worse is that I'm afraid he's succeeded. Everyone's heart sank. The mountain guarding grand array falling into Xan Dongping's control, what it signified was something that everyone was very clear on. Xan Dongping was originally someone who stood at the peak of the martial grandmaster realm, only a step away from the martial saint realm. In the entire 8 extremities world of the current martial grandmasters, there was only Yuan Zhengfeng who dared to say that he would definitely be able to defeat Xian Dongping. If Father was transcending mortality, he would also definitely be able to defeat that old ghost. Yan Zhaoge let out a long breath. However, with the clear chi grand formation falling into Xian Dongping's hands, his strength would be equivalent to that of a martial saint. Adding in the devil Saint Yuan Tian, even if Father can withstand it, Broad Creed Mountain would also be destroyed. Shirtai's expression was solemn, his gaze not even shifting as he gazed in the direction of Broad Creed Mountain. Ahu bared his teeth. Young master, that fluctuation just now, what exactly was it? Yen Zhaoge said, an attack from the outside world shook our clan's grand formation from two different directions, giving Xen Dongping a chance. Heaven falling formation breaking thunder, anti-sun, earth returning talisman, 9 palaces reversing artifact. It's probably one or a few of these things. Yen Zhaoge swiveled his head to glance at the southern fire domain. I remember now, I heard that the Sacred Sun clan once had a few anti-suns, but that was already a matter of 600 years ago. From the looks of it they found a few more. Yen Zhaoge smiled coldly as he looked towards the eastern earth domain. Activating the anti-sun requires a high-grade spirit artifact bow at the very least. With 2 anti-suns simultaneously shooting over from 2 different directions, other than the Sacred Sun clan, the Heavenly Thunder Hall has also joined in today's matter. Shirtai's expression was firm as iron. Pass today's tribulation first and settle the scores one by one in the future. Feeling the changes in the spiritual chi of the formation, Yen Zhaoge suddenly said, Eldest apprentice uncle, please stop for a moment. As Shirtai looked at him, Yen Zhaoge nodded solemnly, I might have a way, but first let me carefully analyze the specific changes in the clear chi grand formation. All right. Shirtai chose to believe in Yen Zhaoge, who had always had outstanding attainments in the Tao of formations. While his heart was burning with anxiety, he also halted. As soon as he landed, Yen Zhaoge knelt down on one knee, pressing his palm onto the ground. With Yen Zhaoge's palm as the center, numerous fine spirit patterns shockingly surfaced on the ground, resonating with the clear chi grand formation that enveloped the surrounding area within the sky. Yen Zhaoge unceasingly calculated, Shirtai and the others standing guard by his side. Now people suddenly approached from the distance. They were 2 girls, Feng Yunxing and Sikong Qing. Seeing Yen Zhaoge and Shirtai, they both heaved a sigh of relief. Eldest apprentice uncle, master sent us out to welcome you. Quickly return to reinforce the clan. The situation there is very dangerous. Shirtai asked, what are the specifics? Feng Yunxing speedily answered, the martial repository's first seat Elder Xan is a traitor, and the clear chi grand formation very likely falling into his hands. Currently he is joining hands with the devil Saint Yuan Tian within the grand formation, battling senior apprentice Uncle Yen and Elder Zhang. Elder Zhang is heavily injured. The Heaven Sealing Gorge has a devilish domain grand formation guiding the descent of the 9 underworlds. Senior apprentice Uncle Feng is currently suppressing it, while Elder he is guarding Grand Master in secluded cultivation. Master and the Heaven Sealing Gorge's first seat Elder Gong are leading fellow disciples to clash with the decimating abyss martial practitioners. The other side has quite a few experts. Hearing her words, everyone's expressions turned grave. Chapter 293. Thank you everyone. Yen Zhaoge's expression was solemn as he looked in the direction of Broad Creed Mountain. There, the black devilish chi surged to the heavens, the formerly elegant green mountain resembling a ghost domain at this moment. The 9 underworlds descending within, Xen Dongping seizing the guardian grand formation and attacking Father together with the devil Saint Yuan Tian, and the Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall watching from the side. Yen Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath. This tribulation is really difficult. Ahu looked rather worriedly at Yen Zhaoge. Young master, the family head? Yen Zhaoge did not speak, focusing in the direction of Broad Creed Mountain. Above the mountain peak, the space was distorting unceasingly, as though it might break apart at any moment, infinite destructive power about to pour out from within, descending towards Broad Creed Mountain directly below. As spiritual light flickered, from the back mountains converting Lake Peak, 2 massive palms extended, as though propping up the heavens as they supported that distorted space, stabilizing it as much as possible so that it would not affect Broad Creed Mountain. That should be Elder He, guarding over Grand Master, also unable to sit still, having been forced to make a move. Yen Zhaoge looked towards the other side of the back mountain, in the direction of Water Ridge Peak, where devilish chi surged to the heavens, virtually already completely enveloping Water Ridge Peak. However, within the domain of black devilish chi, a bright sword light shot into the heavens, stabilizing the devilish domain, not expanding any further. From the looks of it, it is second apprentice uncle, forcibly suppressing the devilish domain grand formation. Because he was uncertain of who the traitor was, after analyzing the method to suppress the devilish domain grand formation, Yan Zhaoge had not provided it to the clan. The Decimating Abyss's research and improvements towards the Devilish Domain Grand Formation were also improving unceasingly. From being unable to leave Hell at the start, only able to experiment within, at the time of Clear Concealed Lake, relying on the water veins originating from Hell, they were able to set up a formation. And starting from the Sand Region City in places far from Hell, they could also set up a Devilish Domain Grand Formation, able to guide Devilish Chi, changing the location where the Great Nine Underworlds door descended. Through analyzing the other party's Devilish Domain Grand Formation, Yan Zhaoge's proficiency in breaking formations rose unceasingly. Meanwhile, on the Decimating Abyss's side, or perhaps it should be said that it was precisely the Lord of the Decimating Abyss, Xian Dongping, through analyzing Yan Zhaoge's formation-breaking technique, had also improved his proficiency in setting up formations. Through the Devilish Domain Grand Formation, Yan Zhaoge and this bigwig had already clashed for quite a few rounds through space. Previously, in the situation where he had been unable to ascertain who the traitor was, Yan Zhaoge had only provided his father Yan Di with the newest method to suppress and break the Devilish Domain Grand Formation. However, Yan Di was currently engaged in a great battle with a powerful foe within a foreign dimension. He was naturally unable to send a clone to inform Fang Zhuan. Fang Zhuan was currently completely relying on his cultivation base to suppress the Devilish Domain Grand Formation. Fortunately, his cultivation base was much higher than Yan Zhaoge's, and his understanding of the Nine Underworlds' Devilish Chi also far surpassed that of others. It was just that in order to protect the first seed of the Heaven-Sealing Gorge Elder Gong, and seal the Heaven-Sealing Gorge, he had been trapped by Xian Dongping, causing Fang Zhuan to expend a great deal of energy. Right now he could only barely suppress the Devilish Domain Grand Array. Still, it had at least prevented the Nine Underworlds from directly descending upon Broad Creed Mountain. Right now, the most dangerous and crucial situation is still on my father's side. Yan Zhaoge knelt on one knee, pressing his palm on the ground, unceasingly feeling the changes in Broad Creed Mountain's Guardian Grand Formation. While father is accompanied by the Clear Chi Robe, the opponents he faces, the Devil Saint Yuan Tian and Xian Dongping, who has obtained control over a large portion of the Grand Formation, are equivalent to two martial saint experts. It's also thanks to Dad that he was able to hold off the two of them by himself. Otherwise, any one of them would have been able to wipe us out. The crux of the matter was that Yan Di's side had already completely gone all out, experts of the martial saint realm battling to the death as the heavens and the earth overturned. It was already very difficult for others to interfere in such a battle. Even transcending mortality martial grandmasters were somewhat insufficient. This included Fang Zhuan. Even if Broad Creed Mountain achieved complete victory in the other battlefields, with Fang Zhuan, Shirtai and the others all having their hands free, if they did not wrest back control of the Guardian Grand Formation, it would be very hard for them to help Yan Di. Yan Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath, and as soon as father is unable to hold on, all other victories would be meaningless as the overall situation would immediately collapse. We don't have much time left. He turned to look at Shirtai. It's not that there isn't a way, but it's difficult. Because of external enemies, a change has occurred in the Guardian Grand Formation, thus allowing Xian Dongping to succeed. Now we need to set things right. I have a way, but we need to split our forces into three, carrying it out in three different places around Broad Creed Mountain. Yan Zhaoge said, those who carry it out must either have a sufficiently high cultivation base or be proficient in the variations of formations. I am willing to take one route, and eldest apprentice uncle can take the other. However, I don't know if there are enough people in the clan to take the third route. Elder He is protecting the clan as well as Grand Master. How severe are Elder Zhang's injuries? Shirtai looked at Feng Yunxing and Xikong Qing. Junior apprentice brother Fang is suppressing the Devilish Domain Grand Formation, preventing the descent of the Nine Underworlds, and is unable to come. If Elder Zhang's injuries are too severe, look for junior apprentice sister Fu. Yan Zhaoge now said to the two girls, I'll have to trouble the two of you. I have some new methods here to break the Devilish Formation and prevent the descent of the Nine Underworlds. I need one of you to charge into the Devilish Domain Grand Formation and inform second apprentice uncle, while the other will go look for Elder Zhang and senior apprentice Aunt Fu, informing them of the method to correct the Guardian Grand Formation. Feng Yunxing and Xikong Qing exchanged glances, the two saying simultaneously, I will go to the Devilish Domain Grand Formation to look for senior apprentice Uncle Feng. Charging into the Devilish Domain Grand Formation was clearly more dangerous. Yan Zhaoge pondered for a moment. Now is not the time for pleasantries. Junior apprentice sister Feng, go look for Senior Apprentice Uncle Fong. Ride Pan Pan over. If you meet any enemies along the way, hide if you can. Junior Apprentice Sister Sikong, go look for Elder Zhang and Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu. Feng Yunxing nodded. On the other side, Sikong Qing's gaze was resolute, her expression also not changing as she nodded obediently. Yan Zhaoge immediately told Feng Yunxing the method to suppress the devilish domain grand formation. Feng Yunxing didn't waste time on words. While there were still some areas where she didn't understand the workings of formations, she directly memorized it. Yan Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath. Be careful. You guys be careful too. Feng Yunxing nodded. Now every second counted. After confirming that she had memorized it, she leapt onto Pan Pan's body. Pan Pan also didn't dare to be lazy now as he spread his claws and shot off. Yan Zhaoge then said to Shirtai and the others, the technique to correct the Guardian Grand Formation is not to be executed on Broad Creed Mountain itself. Otherwise, it would be destroyed by Xian Dongping at the first moment. Therefore, with the heaven, earth and man as the foundation, it will be executed simultaneously in 3 places outside of Broad Creed Mountain. The specific locations will be determined by my calculations. After telling Shirtai and Sikong Qing the 3 locations, he looked at Su Fei. This technique requires the cooperation of 2 people, one as the leader, the other as support. Therefore, Senior Apprentice Brother Su, you will go with Eldest Apprentice Uncle, acting as his support. After Junior Apprentice Sister Sikong has found Elder Zhang or Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu, do the same. If Elder Zhang and Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu are both able to free themselves, then find another person to assist. With Eldest Apprentice Uncle, Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu and Elder Zhang executing the technique, it will be easier to succeed this way. Su Fei and Sikong Qing nodded together. Yan Zhaoge swiveled his head and said to Ahu, Ahu, you assist me. Ahu nodded solemnly. Shirtai looked at Yan Zhaoge. While you are proficient in the variations of formations in the chaotic battle currently, there is actually no lack of Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters and even Essence Talisman Martial Grandmasters. If the 2 of you were to encounter them, it would be dangerous. Chapter 294. I'll do my best to help everyone. Please give me your monthly votes and subscriptions. Thank you. Yan Zhaoge smiled emotionally. The entire Broad Creed Mountain is currently facing a great tribulation. Everyone's lives are like dead eggs, being in extreme danger. It is not just me. Don't worry, Eldest Martial Uncle. I will also be careful and try to avoid contact with the enemy. I will hide if I can. After all, the most important thing now is to regain control of the mountain guarding formation. In terms of danger, Junior Sister Feng and Junior Sister Sikong are the same. You and Senior Brother Su are also facing danger. And in the entire Broad Creed Mountain, the person currently under the greatest pressure is my father. After all, Yan Di was restraining Yuan Tian and Xian Dongping with his own power, also obstructing them, preventing them from harming the others of Broad Creed Mountain. Looking in the direction of Broad Creed Mountain, Yan Zhaoge was very calm. The current him had long since become one with Broad Creed Mountain, enjoying the glory of the clan, enjoying the convenience of the clan's resources as well as the protection of the clan, shielding him from wind and rain. So when he needed to stand up and bear the hopes of the sect, he would naturally stand up. If there was no danger, he would charge forward. If there was danger, he would charge forward even more. He would never back down. Eldest Martial Uncle, Senior Martial Brother Su, Junior Martial Sister Sikong, all of you take care as well. After taking his leave of Shirtai, Su Fei and Sikong Qing, Yan Zhaoge immediately brought Ahu along, hurrying towards one of the 3 locations that he had determined. Time waits for no man. As Yan Zhaoge sped along, he proceeded carefully, avoiding others as much as possible. Currently, crooks and dragons were mixed together in the vicinity of Broad Creed Mountain, and under certain circumstances, it was hard to differentiate between friend and foe. In order to save as much time as possible, Yan Zhaoge was currently hurrying on with his journey. Heading south from Broad Creed Mountain, the outline of a city appeared on the plains. While they were already rather far away from Broad Creed Mountain, that terrifying aura of the 9 underworlds that shook one's soul could still be felt. Staying away from the demonic domain's great array did not have much effect on cultivators who had tempered themselves for a long time and had relatively firm wills. But to ordinary people, it still had the effect of confusing them. At this moment, the atmosphere in the city was restless and uneasy, and everyone was in a state of panic. While the people were frightened, they were also hostile to each other. The tense situation could break out at any moment and panic could break out at any time. Yan Zhaoge speedily entered the city, the ordinary citizens completely unable to detect his presence. Within the city there were Broad Creed mountain martial practitioners maintaining order, doing their best to calm the populace down. This place was one of the most important transportation hubs in the vicinity of Broad Creed Mountain, with many different kinds of resources being distributed here. The person currently in charge of this place was around 40 years of age, also a martial grandmaster of Broad Creed Mountain, named Hong Wen. While he was almost twice as old as Yan Zhaoge in terms of seniority, the two were actually of the same generation. Senior apprentice brother Hong, please help clear out a piece of empty land in the west of the city, not letting ordinary citizens approach. Yan Zhaoge did not bother with pleasantries as he immediately said upon seeing him, I have an urgent need for it. Hong Wen didn't waste any time and immediately nodded. Leave it to me. While he was a mid-spirit vessel martial grandmaster, having entered the clan much earlier and being much older, Yan Zhaoge's position and authority in Broad Creed Mountain was extremely special, his authority equivalent to that of a first-seat elder. Therefore, while he did not quite understand what was going on, he still swiftly ordered people to help Yan Zhaoge clear the area. Hong Wen was also a capable and experienced person. While the masses had already been panicking in the first place, being relocated further exacerbating the atmosphere of panic and anxiety, Hong Wen still led his men to smoothly complete the mission that Yan Zhaoge had assigned to him. The two intersecting streets of the west of the city, one horizontal and one vertical, as well as the people in the nearby buildings, were all cleared out in the shortest possible time. Yan Zhaoge arrived at the intersection of the two streets, standing in the middle of the road. With a flip of his palm, jade light flickered. His sword was like the wind, the jade-green sword light dancing continuously in the air, leaving behind a mark in the air that did not dissipate for a long time. Very quickly, a massive pattern appeared before Yan Zhaoge. Sword in his right hand, Yan Zhaoge extended his left hand, spreading his fingers as he pressed downwards from the air. The massive rune that flickered with jade light landed on the ground. Swiveling his head to look at the surrounding buildings of the city, Yan Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath, raising the jade dragon sword with his right hand, pointing it towards the sky. Meanwhile, another spirit artifact appeared in his empty left hand, the flying thunder saber. After stepping into the martial grandmaster realm, Yan Zhaoge was already no longer limited to just a single low-grade spirit artifact. Two spirit artifacts, one pointing to the heavens, one pointing to the earth. Yan Zhaoge let out a light roar, streams of aura chi emanating from the acupoints of his entire body. The winds and clouds surged, with Yan Zhaoge at their center, gradually forming a massive hurricane. This hurricane of aura chi did not expand, always having Yan Zhaoge at its center, also using that massive jade talisman on the ground as its foundation. Gradually, the tornado also turned into a dark green color. Within the city, the restless and uneasy emotions of the numerous commoners seemed to have turned tangible, condensing together at this moment, converging towards the jade-green hurricane, being swept within. Afterwards, the jade light of the massive spirit talisman beneath Yan Zhaoge's feet gradually faded, turning pure white. As the spirit patterns twisted, their structure gradually became more and more complex, gradually expanding into a small, intricate, yet profound formation. At the core of the numerous spirit patterns converged, an ancient character appeared. Human. The meaning of this ancient character was human. Yan Zhaoge wanted to use a unique technique to wrest back control of Broad Creed Mountain's Guardian Grand Formation from Xan Dongping's hands. It needed to be set up in a specific location, according to the positions of heaven, earth and human. The place that Yan Zhaoge was currently occupying was precisely the human position. Shi Tai and Su Fei meanwhile headed for the heaven position. He had Xikong Qing look for Fu Enshu and Elder Zhang, but for some reason no one had come to the human position. Yan Zhaoge could only hope that they would be able to rush over to the earth position. This technique was not something that Yan Zhaoge could succeed on his own, it required all three of them to work together. As for whether or not he could completely succeed reversing the situation, Yan Zhaoge also did not have complete confidence. The only thing he could do was to do what he had the ability to do to the best of his abilities. Ahu! Yan Zhaoge called out. Having already received instructions earlier, Ahu now went forward, crouching on the ground, pressing both hands on the spirit formation on the ground. The radiance on the human character grew brighter and brighter. But just at this time, a commotion suddenly resounded from the distance. Swiveling their heads to look, Yan Zhaoge and Ahu saw a group of people currently rapidly approaching. The one at their head was a late spirit vessel martial grandmaster. Yan Zhaoge recognized him as well. Similarly of Broad Creed Mountain he was called Zhu Qian. It was just that the current Zhu Qian and the group of people behind him had clearly already fallen to the dark side. They rampaged their way, slaughtering all who stood in their way, their target being Hong Wen and the other Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners. What's going on? Yan Zhaoge knit his brows. Hu thought for a moment before answering. He seems to have been on bad terms with Hong Wen in the past, having a personal grudge. From the looks of it, his mental state is leaning towards being lawless and out of control, coming to find trouble for revenge. Before he had finished speaking, Zhu Qian saw Yan Zhaoge, instantly ignoring Hong Wen, the blood-red light within his eyes surging madly. Zhu Qian howled in rage, "People of Yuan Jingfeng's lineage, to think that you would also have such a day." Chapter 295. Seeing Zhu Qian's look of enmity, his eyes exceptionally red, Yan Zhaoge couldn't help but feel a little baffled. Zhu Qian ignored even Hong Wen as he rushed towards Yan Zhaoge. Hong Wen, however, couldn't ignore him as he hurriedly drew his saber and blocked him. Executing the 8 scenery spirit saber of Broad Creed Mountain's direct lineage, his Orochi rampaging with infinite variations, ingenious and agile, already having a deep understanding of it. Zhu Qian's eyes shone with a blood-red light as he said coldly, "You're courting death." He also chopped out with a saber, but it was of a different style, tough beyond compare, domineering as it was another saber art of the 8 extreme arts, chaotic elements uniting saber. As their saber chis clashed, Hong Wen's saber chi instantly broke apart unceasingly. The chaotic elements uniting saber was originally the fiercest martial art of the entire 8 extreme arts, and Zhu Qian's cultivation base was also higher than Hong Wen's. As his saber expanded, saber lights swept through the entire sky, resembling piercing strong gales that seemed able to cleave apart mountain peaks. Hong Wen was well aware of the difference in their cultivation bases. Also extremely rich in battle experience, he didn't clash head-on with Zhu Qian, just moving about unceasingly. While he didn't know whether Yan Zhaoge and Hu could defeat Zhu Qian, the two were currently clearly focused on setting up the formation, not having the time to care about anything else. Hong Wen only hoped to delay Zhu Qian's footsteps now, such that he was unable to approach the two. However, after falling to the dark side, Zhu Qian's strength had improved a step further as his chaotic elements uniting saber unceasingly chopped down towards Hong Wen. He and Hong Wen originally already had enmity between them. Now he was even more merciless, his killing intent overflowing as he wanted to slay Hong Wen on the spot. Within the formation, most of Yan Zhaoge's energy was used on stimulating the human character, but some of it was also split off, falling on the battle between Zhu Qian and Hong Wen. Hu asked from the side, "Young master, what did this madman say just now?" Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. "I have some impression. He can be considered Xian Dongping's direct disciple." Hu grinned. Being able to cultivate the 8 extreme supreme arts and become a great grandmaster, the sect didn't mistreat him, right? Seeing Hong Wen in danger, Yan Zhaoge raised his voice slightly saying, "The clan indeed did not mistreat him, but this person is narrow-minded. When a fellow disciple offended him, he intentionally played dirty during a tempering session, nearly causing that fellow disciple to be heavily injured. First Martial Uncle is the first seat of the disciplinary hall, and he interfered in this matter. The evidence is conclusive, and he revoked his chance to be promoted to a core disciple." Yan Zhaoge said mildly. Afterwards he continued to do similar things, committing crimes one after another until he completely lost the chance to have the black border on his blue robe. Hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, Zhu Qian, who was currently clashing with Hong Wen, was instantly greatly enraged, hacking Hong Wen into retreat with a saber before pointing his saber towards Yan Zhaoge. "A bunch of nonsense. You almost killed that brat surnamed Yi in the Sealing Dragon Abyss. Why didn't you receive any punishment? Why were you repeatedly rewarded afterwards? Isn't it precisely because you are Yendi's son? Shi Tai and your father are both disciples of Yuan Jingfeng." Yan Zhaoge rolled his eyes. "I have the blood soul recollection ceremony to prove that I am definitely innocent, while you have conclusive evidence to prove that you definitely broke the clan's rules. If the two of us were treated the same, wouldn't that be treating the clan's rules as child's play?" Zhu Qian's eyes were bloodshot as he spat. "Pooh, it must be Shi Tai who shielded you, helping you to give false testimony." Yan Zhaoge smiled, shaking his head. "What you think is your own business. Sadly, it is not the truth that you say." The saber light in Zhu Qian's hands lit up as he suddenly chopped fiercely towards Yan Zhaoge. "Talkative brat, I'll first slaughter you before we talk." Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change as the jade-green hurricane around him rotated, instantly deflecting Zhu Qian's chaotic elements uniting saber. Currently, as the hurricane rotated, those below the Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster realm would be hard-pressed to break through it. While Zhu Qian also possessed a low-grade spirit artifact, also being at the third level of the Martial Grandmaster realm, the late spirit vessel stage, he was still unable to break through the obstruction of the hurricane, injuring Yan Zhaoge. Within his yellowed eyes, a blood-red light surged madly as his entire person appeared even more frenzied. The power of the spirit artifact saber within his hands increased a step further, saber light flickering as he wanted to forcibly break through the jade-green hurricane. Yan Zhaoge watched this scene calmly. "Killing me, you don't seem to be able to do it." The calmer Yan Zhaoge's expression was, the more Zhu Qian felt his heart burn. However, seeing that he was truly powerless to break through the obstruction of the jade-green hurricane, while Zhu Qian's heart was filled with killing intent, his mind instead calmed somewhat. He said coldly, "If you hide in this turtle shell, I'll kill everyone else first." Zhu Qian swiveled his head, roaring fiercely, "Kill everyone in the city, not leaving a single one alive." The others who had come along with him and were currently clashing with the martial practitioners of the plaza were being held up by Hong Wen and the others. Zhu Qian prepared to withdraw and take action himself. However, now he suddenly discovered that he had actually also been sucked in by that jade-green hurricane, unable to extricate himself. Looking at him, Yan Zhaoge suddenly laughed. "That's why I say that many times, it's not as you think that things will really be as you think they are." As the jade-green hurricane expanded, it had already completely trapped Zhu Qian, only able to advance, unable to retreat. Zhu Qian's ferocity was also stimulated as he howled madly, continuing to charge towards Yan Zhaoge. However, that jade-green hurricane resembled shackles, also tightening more and more as it obstructed Zhu Qian's movements. Zhu Qian was enraged yet could do nothing about it. Until he suddenly discovered that the jade-green hurricane before him was gradually turning golden. Meanwhile, the runes beneath Yan Zhaoge's feet also turned from pure white to gold. Zhu Qian suddenly felt his body loosen, the hurricane imprisoning him suddenly relaxing as it expanded outwards. While it still obstructed his path of retreat, it no longer obstructed his charge towards Yan Zhaoge. He roared like a tiger, the chaotic elements uniting saber that had accumulated an innumerable amount of despondency, chopping viciously towards Yan Zhaoge. This saber caused Zhu Qian to suddenly feel as if he had been enlightened. Having been stifled for so long, now that he could finally relax, he had never felt so carefree before. Zhu Qian could be sure that this saber had surpassed his previous limits, being the strongest saber he had ever unleashed in his entire life. While he had long since heard of Yan Zhaoge's shocking strength, Zhu Qian did not believe that, at his unprecedented peak, a late spirit vessel expert, he would still be defeated by an early spirit vessel expert. However, just at this time, a jade light flashed before his eyes. Yan Zhaoge held the jade dragon sword in his right hand, a Big Dipper sword, stably sealing Zhu Qian's saber. At the same time, Yan Zhaoge released the flying thunder saber with his left hand, raising it upwards, flipping his wrist. A terrifying force that resembled the overturning heavens and earth descended towards Zhu Qian's head. Heavenly Broad Creed Palm. Zhu Qian raised his left hand, his entire body's aura chi surging as he blocked this terrifying palm. However, before he could regain his wits, Yan Zhaoge executed the Heavenly Broad Creed Palm with finger-flicking shocking thunder, immediately exerting force a second time. The terrifying force directly crushed Zhu Qian. Yan Zhaoge said mildly, "Did you think that the hurricane blocking my path just now was because I felt that I couldn't beat you?" Chapter 296. What did it feel like to be pressured by Mount Tai? Zhu Qian had never tried it before, but he felt like he was currently facing the pressure of Mount Tai. As Yan Zhaoge's terrifying palm pressed down, the bones of Zhu Qian's entire body emitted cracking sounds. From the pores of Zhu Qian's entire body, terrifying fine blood sweat seeped out, dyeing him completely red. Clenching his teeth, Zhu Qian stimulated his aura chi. Within his dantian, his aura chi that was filled with spirituality returned to its original simplicity, forming an existence like the great earth, resembling fertile soil, able to nurture even more miraculous power. What Zhu Qian had gained from cultivating in the martial Tao, along with the spirituality of the heavens and the earth, transformed into a spirit seed, being nourished within that spirit soil. Finally, the spirit seed gradually underwent a qualitative change, resembling a seed sprouting beginning to be reborn. A powerful force was born from this, forming the powerful foundation of a late spirit vessel martial grandmaster. A martial practitioner's true martial spirit was already gradually beginning to take an embryonic form. Zhu Qian stimulated his spirit seed, power surging madly as he wanted to prop up the sky overhead once more. However, Yan Zhaoge did not give him this chance, exerting force even faster than Zhu Qian. Pushed by finger-flicking shocking thunder, Yan Zhaoge's third strike of the heavenly broad creed palm mightily descended, first defeating the power that Zhu Qian had just unleashed, nipping it in the bud. A violent force that seemed like the heavens collapsing and the earth collapsing completely destroyed all of Zhu Qian's resistance and hope. Zhu Qian's arm was jolted away, Yan Zhaoge's palm descending, smashing his head into smithereens. As though he had done something insignificant, Yan Zhaoge ignored the collapsed Zhu Qian before him, instead stomping his foot forcefully. Accompanied by Yan Zhaoge stomping on the ground, the golden spirit patterns continued circulating. In the air above his head, complex, profound spirit patterns also appeared, resembling a greatly shrunken version of Broad Creed Mountain's Guardian Grand Formation. These spirit patterns merged with the spirit patterns beneath Yan Zhaoge's feet, before streams of qi expanded in all directions. The streams of qi extended far into the distance, soundlessly merging with the true clear qi Grand Formation. Standing on the golden spirit patterns, Yan Zhaoge could only feel his vision changing somewhat, as though he was looking down from the clouds. Human position established. Yan Zhaoge let out a long breath, not relaxing as he instead made use of his technique to link up with the clear qi Grand Formation, analyzing this massive formation a step further. Through his conscious and diligent tutoring, Yan Zhaoge's attainments in formations were rather outstanding. However, as one of the 6 great sacred grounds of the 8 extremities world, Broad Creed Mountain's Guardian Grand Formation naturally had its own extraordinary aspects. While it was powerful, its formation theory was also profound and profound. After Yan Di had taken over the Clear Qi Grand Formation from Yuan Zhengfeng, Yan Zhaoge also being his son. However, some rules could not be disregarded as he would not easily pass down the profundities of the Clear Qi Grand Formation to Yan Zhaoge. At the end of the day, Yan Zhaoge's understanding of the Clear Qi Grand Formation was limited. Now he had to make the best use of his time to extrapolate it. However, to Yan Zhaoge, this Clear Qi Grand Formation was also not completely untraceable. Its source still originates from the legacy of the Grand Clear lineage. Still, through the improvements made by generations of Broad Creed Mountain's experts, there are already many differences. Yan Zhaoge gradually understood, what an intricate formation. Having suffered 2 anti-suns that had the effect of breaking the formation earlier, the abnormalities in the formation were rather severe. However, it can still be put right. Yan Zhaoge gazed in the direction of Broad Creed Mountain, at the same time unceasingly deducing the changes in the formation. It would be rather difficult for Father to wrest back control of the formation. However, we can strip control of the formation from Xian Dongping's hands, shifting it to one of our heaven, earth and human positions. While Yan Zhaoge was deducing the formation, Ahu was also free. However, he did not go far, instead remaining where he was, guarding Yan Zhaoge as he remained vigilant against all disturbances in the surroundings. Hong Wen led a group of Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners, scattering in all directions to kill the decimating abyss martial practitioners who had entered the city alongside Zhu Qian. As Yan Zhaoge analyzed the formation, his heart suddenly jolted slightly. Standing on the human position, he could feel yet another force merging within the Clear Qi Grand Formation. That force originated from his own technique, the earth position of the heaven, earth and human positions. Yan Zhaoge closed his eyes, his mind sinking into the formation. Within the darkness of his consciousness, numerous spirit patterns that flickered with white light surfaced. A golden speck of light appeared beneath Yan Zhaoge's feet, located at the periphery of the white light formation, representing the human position that Yan Zhaoge was in. In the distance, at the other end of the white light formation, another golden speck of light lit up. Is it Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu or Elder Zhang? Yan Zhaoge felt relieved. His plan had already succeeded by 2/3. Opening his eyes, Yan Zhaoge felt that terrifying aura that originated from the 9 underworlds and confused one's mind seemed to be slowly weakening. Gazing into the distance in the direction of Broad Creed Mountain, Yan Zhaoge could vaguely see that the black devilish qi that shot into the skies and suffused Broad Creed Mountain had dimmed somewhat. Good. Yan Zhaoge nodded, letting out a long breath. From the looks of it, Junior Apprentice Sister Feng has also successfully passed on my technique of suppressing the devilish domain grand formation to Second Apprentice Aunt. With Second Apprentice Aunt's cultivation base as well as her own understanding of the decimating abyss and the 9 underworlds, there was immediately such an effect. The earlier disadvantageous situation was currently being successfully reversed bit by bit. Yan Zhaoge stood in the middle of the street, surrounding the massive rune, numerous spirit patterns extended outwards, connecting with Broad Creed Mountain's grand formation. Feeling the various changes in the circulation of the formation, Yan Zhaoge unceasingly calculated within his heart. The human position and position are already in place. As long as the heavenly position is in place as well, I will be able to reverse the situation in a single stroke. The human character beneath Yan Zhaoge's feet appeared a bright golden color, as though the wills of countless people had been gathered here. Under the combined effect of the clear Qi grand formation and the human character, the originally restless and uneasy hearts of this city had now gradually calmed down. While they still felt terrified, they would not continue to be influenced by the aura of the 9 underworlds, infinitely magnifying the negative thoughts in their hearts. Yan Zhaoge gazed in the direction of Broad Creed Mountain, then turned to the other side. There, in Yan Zhaoge's projection of the 3 talents technique, was where the heaven character should be set up, being handled by Shirtai and Su Fei. However, currently feeling the changes in the clear Qi grand formation, Yan Zhaoge saw that Shirtai and the others had still yet to successfully establish the heavenly position of the 3 talents positions. The 3 talents positions had to circulate simultaneously in order to be effective, wresting back their clan's guardian grand formation from Xan Dongping's hands in a single stroke. Comparatively speaking, Shirtai's path was the strongest and most stable path that he had predicted. However, with no signs of activity even after so long, Yan Zhaoge's heart gradually rose up. Before the 3 talents technique was fully activated, he could not leave the human position on his own. Now he could only wait where he was. Yan Zhaoge's brows were knit tightly as he gazed in the direction of the heavenly position, his expression solemn as never before. Chapter 297. In the sky, a stream of light streaked across. As Yan Zhaoge hurried over to the city where the human seat was located, Shirtai brought Su Fei along and hurrying over to where the heaven seat was located. Shirtai's eyes suddenly flashed as he looked into the distance. In that direction he sensed a powerful and ferocious aura flickering, not unfamiliar. It seemed to be the scaly dragon king, Sima Chui. The other party seemed to have noticed Shirtai's presence as well, but he seemed to be apprehensive and didn't come over. Xue Fei looked toward Shirtai, who retracted his gaze, saying calmly, "It was Sima Chui. Master." Xue Fei looked worriedly at the wound on Shirtai's chest. Shirtai shook his head. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Xue Fei did not say anything else, but the worry in his eyes did not decrease in the slightest. Shirtai continued flying with Xue Fei. After a while he looked down. There, a boy about 11 or 12 years old was fighting with an enemy. Even though he was still young, he was already a Zhongshe realm cultivator. His blood and qi were like dragons and elephants, and he was like a young dragon, slaughtering his opponents with ease. It was obviously Shirtai's new disciple in recent years, Ing Longtu. At this moment, Ing Longtu still looked a little dazed, but he was incomparably focused. His actions were not cruel and ruthless, but he still remembered the teachings of his seniors and senior brothers and sisters. Mercy to the enemy was cruelty to oneself. Ing Longtu sent an opponent flying with a single punch, attracting the attention of an opponent with a higher cultivation base. His opponent pounced at him, but just as he was halfway there, his entire body stiffened and he collapsed to the ground, dead. The other decimating abyss martial practitioners around them all suffered the same fate. Shirtai did not even need to make a move against these grandmaster-level martial artists. Just the aura of his fist intent could easily kill them on the spot. Ing Longtu sensed his master's aura and raised his head, revealing a joyful smile. "Let's go together." Shirtai did not waste any words, directly sweeping up Ing Longtu as well. His footsteps did not stop as he continued flying towards his destination. Ing Longtu stared blankly at Shirtai and Xue Fei. "Master, senior apprentice brother, there are many enemies attacking up the mountain," Su Fei said. "Don't worry, Han Longer. We are going to deal with them right now." Ing Longtu nodded vigorously. The master and disciples rushed all the way, very quickly arriving at their destination in the direction that Yan Zhaoge had told them about earlier. This was a mountain peak outside of Broad Creed Mountain, towering high amidst the surrounding continuous mountain ranges, seemingly about to pierce through the clouds. Shirtai landed on the top of the mountain and punched out. Rays of light appeared and gathered into a huge rune that landed on the top of the mountain. The light shot straight into the sky, forming a faint pillar of light in the sky. Shirtai raised his hand, and with him as the center, a tornado formed, enveloping this lonely peak. Under the envelopment of the tornado, streams of spiritual qi in the world were drawn over and gathered unceasingly in this place. The talisman patterns twisted and gradually expanded into a small and profound formation. The patterns of the formation flickered with a pure white luster. At the core of the formation runes, an ancient character appeared. Oh my God! The meaning of these ancient words was heaven. Seeing this, Xuefei knew that it was time for him to make a move. He immediately knelt on one knee and pressed his palms on the rock at the top of the mountain. The radiance of the heaven character became even brighter at this moment. Yinglongtu stood to the side in confusion, looking curiously at his master and senior brother's actions. As time passed, the flickering radiance of the spirit patterns gradually turned from pure white to golden. Shirtai and Xuefei both raised their spirits. According to Yan Zhaoge's words, this meant that they were about to succeed. Now, however, Shirtai said calmly, according to Zhaoge, the current situation is actually already on the right track. His gaze swept between Xuefei and Yinglongtu. While two people are still needed to maintain the technique, Xuefei and Longtu, the two of you can also do it, just that it will take a little longer. Hearing his words, Xuefei's pupils abruptly dilated. Enemies are attacking? Shirtai's face that was firm as a boulder did not change in the slightest. There are people approaching this place with ill intentions. 3 people, all late Essence Talisman Martial Grandmasters. Hearing his words, Xuefei's gaze was firm and heavy, but his expression also turned grave. Shirtai said, I will go block the enemies. Xuefei, make the best use of the time to tell Longtu the method. You will take over my position as the leader, with Longtu assisting you. He looked earnestly at Xuefei. The bigger picture is the most important. We must definitely wrest back the clear Qi Grand formation. Xuefei could not conceal the worry within his eyes, but he did not waste time on words, his expression incomparably grave as he exhaled. This disciple will do his best. Shirtai nodded, his figure leaping as he left the peak of the mountain. He flew at an extreme speed, doing his best to distance himself from the mountain peak where the heaven character was, taking the initiative to meet the invading enemies. After a short while, Shirtai halted, standing in midair as he gazed quietly into the distance. On the horizon, 3 streaks of light flickered, very quickly arriving before Shirtai. Shirtai's gaze swept across the 3 people before him, his expression devoid of sorrow or joy as it was calm as still water. The 3 of you, long time no see. He recognized all 3 of his opponents. One of them, a gray-bearded old man, was even incomparably familiar. It was precisely Elder Wang of Broad Creed Mountain, of the same generation as Yuan Jingfeng, Xan Dongping and the others, having entered the clan even earlier. Elder Wang had been the first to be exposed by the Heavenly Thunder Hall. His identity as a spy of the Decimating Abyss had been exposed, and he had also been the strongest Decimating Abyss martial practitioner of Broad Creed Mountain before Xan Dongping. Afterwards, this old man had been imprisoned in the Heaven-Sealing Gorge. Today, after Xan Dongping had heavily wounded the first seat Elder Gong of the Heaven-Sealing Gorge, he had released all the major criminals imprisoned within, with Elder Wang as their leader. Looking over, Shirtai couldn't help but feel desolate. He saw that Elder Wang's eyes were yellow, a blood-red light shooting out of them, shockingly having already completely fallen to the dark side. Beside Elder Wang was a black-robed old man, white hair and a youthful face, yet not having the air of a transcendent being at all, similarly having completely fallen to the dark side. Shirtai also recognized this person. He was a remnant elder of Black Nightmare Mountain, named Yang Nye. Currently, Black Nightmare Mountain had a total of 2 late Essence Talisman Martial Grandmasters, attacking Broad Creed Mountain together this time. One of them had already been killed by Broad Creed Mountain's Grand Elder, the Transcending Mortality Martial Grandmaster Jianghu, with a single heavenly Broad Creed palm. Yang Nye was the other, currently coming before Shirtai. The third person was the Scaly Dragon King, Sima Chue, who had previously clashed with Shirtai a few times. Elder Wang looked at Shirtai, his face indifferent, while Sima Chue's gaze fell on the wound on Shirtai's chest. Shirtai, even if your entire body is made of metal, how many nails can you still hit now? Yang Nye looked coldly at Shirtai. Broad Creed Mountain will definitely be destroyed today. No one will be able to stop it. The terrifying pressure of 3 late Essence Talisman Martial Grandmasters enveloped the heavens and covered the earth, virtually causing space itself to freeze. Against 3 alone, Shurtai's expression did not change as he calmly raised his arms, flashing his fists. A voice that was firm as iron resounded between the heavens and the earth. Dream on. Chapter 298. Suddenly, a dazzling light lit up between heaven and earth. Countless talismans flew about, colliding with each other, destroying large amounts of them. The remaining talismans were divided into 4 groups and gathered into a large number of talisman arrays. Then, as the talisman arrays intertwined, 4 huge talisman arrays appeared in the air. Shurtai's body was surrounded by a golden altar. The size of the altar continued to shrink, becoming more and more condensed. From it, an indestructible true intent of the martial Tao that could not be destroyed by 10,000 tribulations emanated. Opposite him, Elder Wang, Sima Chui and Yang Nye each erected their own heavenly altars. 3 altars, 1 white, 1 black and 1 purple, suppressed the 4 directions. A saber appeared in the hands of Black Nightmare Mountain's longtime elder, Yang Nye. No saber light could be seen, only boundless whirlwinds and pitch-black darkness. He was the first to attack Shurtai, the supreme technique of the Black Nightmare Mountain's direct lineage, the West Pole Purple Chi, activated to the extreme. The Purple Chi Sky Wave Saber, with the power to split the heavens and the endless Black Nightmare Storm, chopped down on Shurtai's head. The profound light divine armor on Shurtai's body lit up as he did not dodge or evade, meeting it with a punch, forcibly clashing with the extreme West Purple Chi that Yang Nye had activated with the high-grade spirit artifact, the Splendor Nightmare Saber. Both sides collided head-on. Boundless golden light and purple chi exploded and dispersed in the surroundings, sweeping up waves of violent gales that swept wildly in all directions. Above Shurtai, Elder Wang's figure appeared, a terrifying heavenly broad creed palm descending from the heavens. The sky seemed to have become shorter in an instant. Shurtai exhaled and shouted. His right fist exerted force, and as he pushed Yang Nye back, he raised his left hand. His left hand, bright as Vajra, blocked Elder Wang's heavenly broad creed palm with the momentum of supporting the heavens. As vast as the sky, the forceful and domineering palm energy pressed down continuously. However, Shurtai was like a pillar that supported the heavens, unmoving and unwavering. The 2 palms collided. Shurtai's eyes shone with a divine light, and with a low roar, his left hand continued to move upwards. He actually forcefully pushed up the lowered sky dome once more. When Elder Wang and Yang Nye saw this scene, they were also moved. One of Broad Creed Mountain's 3 supreme arts, the heavenly Broad Creed palm, was actually not a match for the Vajra body of the 8 extreme arts. It wasn't that the heavenly Broad Creed palm had been defeated by the Vajra body, but that Shurtai was stronger than Elder Wang. The sky was about to collapse, but when Shurtai exerted his strength, the falling sky was lifted up again. What was even more terrifying was that he did not just lift them up. As his strength continued to rise, the sky actually showed signs of overturning in another direction. It was not the terrifying power of the heavenly broad creed palm that overturned the heavens and the earth, but that Shurtai wanted to overturn this very sky. The white formation heavenly altar around Elder Wang's body suddenly started to tilt, about to be flipped over by Shurtai from below. Just at this moment, a black light flashed. Like a strange black dragon that had suddenly appeared, it stabbed towards Shurtai from a tricky angle. The power was condensed and completely focused on a single point, forming an incomparably terrifying destructive force. Its target was the old wound on Shurtai's chest. Shurtai's gaze was like lightning as he punched out with his right hand, once again deflecting Yang Nye's Huayan saber. Retracting his left hand that was suppressing Elder Wang, his movements seeming slow, but accurately punching out, deflecting Sima Chue's sneak attack. The strange black dragon was hit in the neck by the stone, and it let out a cry of pain as if its spine had been broken. After deflecting Sima Chue's spear with his left fist, Shurtai spread his fingers, the movements of his hand becoming light and slow as it slowly moved. A golden ring of light appeared, its entire body like Vajra, full and flawless, its center empty as if able to contain all things. Sima Chue wanted to retract his spear and change his stance, but discovered that the black dragon formed of his martial true intent and spirit artifact was trapped by that golden ring of light, actually unable to be retracted. Shurtai exerted force with his left hand, that black dragon howling mournfully, unable to break free as it was unceasingly devoured and absorbed by the golden ring of light. The massive force drew Sima Chue's body towards Shirtai involuntarily. Either he let go of his spirit artifact, or he was dragged over by Shirtai. Just as Sima Chue was unable to stabilize his body, Elder Wang and Yang Nye attacked once more, dealing a blow to Shirtai. As Yang Nye chopped out with his saber, the entire horizon turned purple, boundless strong gales surging together, enveloping the entire sky. As Yang Nye chopped out with his saber, the entire horizon turned purple, boundless strong gales surging together, covering the entire sky. As his saber descended, the purple sky seemed to transform into a saber light, chopping towards Shirtai. Numerous black nightmare storms swept within the purple sky, appearing brutal and terrifying. Shirtai instantly seemed to be situated within the Great Western Desert. On the other side, Elder Wang's palms descended once more. Shirtai's gaze was firm as a monolith, not wavering in the slightest. The golden heavenly altar merged completely with him, his entire person resembling a vajra, infinite light emanating from within his body. The profound light divine armor on his body flickered, forcibly resisting Yang Nye's purple chi heavenly wave saber, his left hand not ceasing as it supported Sima Chue forward, before his right fist mightily descended, striking Sima Chue right in the chest. The black heavenly altar mightily shattered, fresh blood spurting madly from Sima Chue's mouth. Circulating the stone metal vajra body to the maximum, forcibly resisting Yang Nye's saber, before his body tilted slightly, avoiding his vitals as he was struck by Elder Wang's palm once more. The heavenly broad creed palm's vigorous, tyrannical, boundless majestic force caused Shirtai's figure to shake, resembling a mountain collapsing. Blood leaked slightly from the corner of Shirtai's mouth. Yang Nye roared furiously, "The Iron Lion is going to become a dead lion today." As the purple chi of the extreme western desert surged madly, the light tiger saber within his hands completely transformed into a hurricane. Countless terrifying gales that seemed able to cleave the heavens and split the earth streaked through the horizon, madly hacking toward Shirtai, leaving behind numerous tragic wounds on the profound light divine armor and Shirtai himself. There was no fear within Shirtai's gaze, no wavering. However, there was something that had never appeared before. Berserk. Rampaging. Bloodthirsty. I'll bury all of you here. Even if I have to use my own flesh, blood and bones. A wild roar shook the 9 heavens, resembling an enraged lion madly roaring. Releasing Sima Chue's spear, Shirtai crossed his fists, repelling Yang Nye's saber light before his figure abruptly spun. Striding forward, resembling a descended divinity, he arrived before Elder Wang. The image of Vajra on Shirtai's body vanished, only his fists being incomparably bright. A fist descended, dispersing Elder Wang's heavenly broad creed palm. Another fist descended, directly shattering Elder Wang's heavenly altar of talismans. Elder Wang stared wide-eyed. He had never seen such a Vajra body before. This was completely abandoning his defense, abandoning the essence of the Vajra body's attack and defense as one, concentrating all of his power on his fists. The Vajra body of the past, indestructible. The Vajra body of the present, invincible. Shirtai completely disregarded himself, forcibly withstanding Yang Nye's full-powered saber with his profound light divine armor once more. The profound light divine armor was finally unable to bear the burden, shattering mightily. However, Shirtai's fist descended once more, mightily striking Elder Wang's chest, causing this former longtime elder of Plaza Mountain's chest to directly collapse inwards. Just as Shirtai was about to turn and deal with Yang Nye, a streak of dark light appeared once more. The strange black dragon roared madly, mightily striking the old wound on Shirtai's chest. Shirtai spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire body penetrated by the spear. The scaly dragon king, Sima Chue's eyes turned yellow, a blood-red light shooting out of them as he stared fixedly at Shirtai. Having always been plagued by devilish intent earlier, he had finally completely fallen to the dark side, making use of this to greatly alleviate the injuries that Shirtai had caused earlier, thus delivering this fatal blow. However, meeting Shirtai's gaze, he could not help but shudder. The wild lion roared once more, its destructive fists descending from above with the momentum of ripping the heavens apart, one left, one right, striking the chests of Sima Chue and Yang Nye. The 2 late essence talisman experts simultaneously spurted out blood, dyeing the sky red. Chapter 299. Shirtai punched out with both fists, heavily injuring Sima Chue, who had just recovered some of his vitality apart from Yang Ye. However, his three opponents had also become ruthless at this moment. With wild roars they once again attacked Shi Tai, fighting to the death. As Yang Ye coldly shouted, purple light surged from his body, turning into a purple gale that pounced towards Shi Tai. Sima Chue gripped his spear tightly, blocking Shi Tai's figure as he charged down towards the ground below. Elder Wang also struggled to charge forward. "We definitely won't let you destroy Broad Creed Mountain." As Shi Tai roared, he blocked Elder Wang's iron palm with his left hand and punched out, directly blasting the head of this martial uncle who had fallen to the 9 hells. However, his figure was entangled by Yang Ye's saber light. The sky above his head had completely turned purple. The earth beneath him was scorching hot, turning 1,000 miles of fertile soil into sand. Between the heavens and the earth, there was a violent black tornado, sweeping up Shi Tai's body and causing him to fall towards the ground that had already become a desert. Shi Tai suddenly reached out, grabbed Yang Ye's right hand that was holding the saber, and dragged him down. Yang Ye did not dodge. He pushed his strength to the limit, and beams of purple light shot into the desert below. As the mournful radiance flickered, it turned into a series of purple runes that formed a ruthless formation. Then, boundless purple light soared into the sky like countless sharp blades, piercing into Shi Tai's back. As if he could not feel the pain, Shi Tai raised his right fist and punched towards Yang Ye. Yang Ye was caught by Shi Tai's left hand and couldn't dodge. He could only watch as Shi Tai's right fist landed on his chest. The destructive power was completely condensed into a single point. Shi Tai's fist was like a peerless divine weapon as it punched through Yang Ye's body. Blood, flesh, organs, bones, everything was smashed to pieces. Yang Ye's eyes widened as he spat out a mouthful of blood, splattering all over Shi Tai's face. Black Nightmare Mountain's final 9th level Martial Grandmaster, a late Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster, had died with everlasting regret. After killing Yang Ye with a single punch, Shi Tai's figure was also struck by the spear in Sima Chue's hand, causing him to fall into the desert below. That long spear was like a nail, nailing Shi Tai to the ground. Even with Yang Ye's death, the purple light array still played its final role. Rays of purple light flew up, like purple chains, wrapping around Shi Tai's body and the long spear, imprisoning him in place. Of his three opponents, the only one still alive, Sima Chue, stood in midair, looking down at Shi Tai lying on the ground below. At this moment, Shi Tai's entire body was like a stone statue that was on the verge of shattering, dim, mottled, and dilapidated. Only his left fist was still flashing with a bright light. Sima Chue opened his mouth to speak, but first spat out a mouthful of blood. His injuries worsened and his situation was extremely bleak. Even though he's injured, he can still kill 2 of them despite fighting 1 against 3. Sima Chue coughed non-stop, his gaze fixed on Shi Tai. "The one surnamed Shi, you live up to the name of the Iron Lion King." Shi Tai's face was expressionless. He didn't say a word as he struggled to stand up. However, the chains of purple light bound him tightly. That black spear that had pierced through his body and nailed him to the ground, connected with the purple chains, erupted with even more ferocious power. It was fine if Shi Tai did not move, but as soon as he tried to move, his body instantly suffered a blow. Sima Chue's gaze fell on Shi Tai's left hand. "If I want to kill you now, it would be as easy as flipping my hand. However, I have to get close to you. However, if I get close to you, I know that you still have the strength for a final blow. If I want to kill you, I am destined to accompany you in death." Sima Chue's face was ashen as he shook his head, raising his head to look at the distant mountain peak that towered into the clouds. "Over there, what the hell are you all doing?" "I don't know, and am also not interested in knowing. However, I do know that what you all want to do, I'll make it impossible for you all to succeed." While coughing blood, Sima Chue laughed with difficulty. "If I kill you, you have the ability to drag me down with you. If I don't kill you, I won't die. While you won't die either, I can ruin your plans. It might not even be your personal matter, but that of your entire Broad Creed Mountain, ha." The light in Shi Tai's eyes surged madly as he grasped the black spear, but the black light and the purple light mightily struck his body, locking it in place, leaving him unable to move. Sima Chue laughed, slowly grinded out. "If you spend a bit more time, you can break the formation and pull out my dragon spear, but you might not be as fast as me." Laughing loudly, Sima Chue flew towards that lone peak. On the lone peak, Xue Fei stood at the center of the heaven character, his hands raised high towards the heavens, his palms flipped as if holding up the heavens. Beside him, Ing Longtu knelt on one knee, both hands pressing down on the heaven character. The golden hurricane surrounded the two, growing stronger and stronger, completely enveloping the entire lone peak, sweeping the surrounding spiritual chi of the heavens and earth within. As the two worked hard, the heaven-shocking, earth-shaking great battle in the distance took place. Xue Fei and Ying Longtu both gazed nervously in that direction. Suddenly, after an intense collision, the battle seemed to have calmed. Following that, a powerful aura approached Xue Fei and Ying Longtu. As it neared, Xue Fei's heart suddenly sunk to the very bottom, because he could tell that it was not the aura of his master Shi Tai's fist intent. Indeed, the figure of this scaly dragon king, Sima Chue, appeared before Xue Fei and Ying Longtu. Looking at the golden hurricane that enveloped the mountain peak, appraising it for a moment, Sima Chue chuckled. He did not have a spear in hand, but punching out, his true essence naturally transformed into a black scaly dragon, resembling an indestructible spear as it pierced towards the mountain peak. As the scaly dragon left the sea, black light flickered, the violent evil roar of a dragon intermingled with the sound of the hurricane. The black scaly dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws, madly tearing at the golden hurricane. Even though he was heavily injured, close to death, Sima Chue's strength was still far from what the likes of Zhu Qian could compare to. Beneath the attacks of the scaly dragon manifested from his true martial spirit, the golden hurricane instantly became in imminent danger. The establishment of the heaven character had also reached the final juncture at this moment. In the air above the lone peak, complex, profound spirit patterns appeared, looking like a greatly shrunken version of Broad Creed Mountain's Guardian Grand Formation. The spirit patterns and the heaven character merged, before streams of chi expanded outwards in all directions. Sima Chue gave a low roar, a violent force interfering with the golden hurricane, interfering with the heaven character, causing the circulation of the heaven character to slow. The two sides momentarily fell into a stalemate. Sima Chue laughed savagely, also beginning to exert his full strength, the golden hurricane gradually being ripped apart by his power. His fist began approaching the lone peak, but before it had even arrived, the mountain peak already began to shake intensely, as though it was about to collapse. With the collapse of the lone peak, the heaven character would similarly collapse. At the top of the mountain, Xue Fei and Ying Longtu desperately stabilized the heaven character, entangling with Sima Chue. In the distance, within the great desert, Shi Tai was expressionless as he gripped the black spear that had pierced through his body. Creak, creak, bit by bit, Shi Tai pulled that black spear that had pierced through his body outwards. Purple light and black light flickered as they intersected. Shi Tai's skin and flesh split open. The body of a man who had once been made of iron was currently trembling unceasingly. Only his hands were stable as a monolith. Chapter 300. Shi Tai's hands exerted strength as he slowly pulled out the high-grade spirit weapon, the Yin Dragon Spear, that was nailing him to the ground. Every time the Yin Dragon Spear was pulled out an inch, Shi Tai's body would have to endure tremendous pain. The spear connected with the array on the ground and fused into one, turning into the shackles of the lion. These shackles were embedded into his flesh, and every attempt to remove them would cause Shi Tai's own flesh to be mangled. Shi Tai's expression did not change in the slightest as he used all his strength to pull out the spear. However, just as Sima Chue had said, this was too slow. After breaking free, although Shi Tai still had the strength to fight again, Xue Fei, Ying Longtu, and the others could not wait any longer. Beneath the lone peak, Sima Chue's strength grew stronger and stronger, even beginning to penetrate through the golden hurricane, striking towards Xue Fei and Ying Longtu at the top of the mountain. Streaks of black dragon-like energy fiercely pounced towards the Tian Talisman and Xue Fei on the mountain top. The difference in their cultivation bases was too great. Even though Sima Chue was heavily injured, he was still not someone he could withstand. Xue Fei was well aware of this, but he showed no fear on his face as he resolutely shielded Ying Longtu behind him. The only thing that worried Xue Fei was that the mountain under his feet was shaking, and the Tian Talisman was in danger. With the heaven, earth and human tripartite laws hard to establish, he would be unable to wrest back control over the clear Qi Grand Formation from Xan Dongping's hands. In the outside world, powerful enemies like the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall were about to pounce over. Broad Creed Mountain was in danger. Ying Longtu asked blankly, "Senior apprentice brother, where's master?" Before he finished speaking, a majestic lion roar sounded in the distance. At the foot of the mountain, Sima Chue looked back in shock, his gaze piercing through space to land on that desert. Shi Tai, who had been nailed to the ground by the Yin Dragon Spear, gripped the shaft of the Yin Dragon Spear with his right hand and raised his left high up. Shi Tai's left hand clenched into a fist. Resplendent light condensed and illuminated the surroundings. In the next instant, Shi Tai's left fist stirred up a destructive power and smashed into the shaft of the Yin Dragon Spear. With a sound like muffled thunder, the high-grade spirit artifact, the Yin Dragon Spear, was forcefully broken by Shi Tai. The Yin Dragon Spear was broken, and the purple chains and black tornadoes around it were no longer able to bind Shi Tai's body. But at this moment, the berserk power also exploded and shook Shi Tai. Shi Tai remained silent, his body rising upwards. Creak, creak, an ear-piercing sound of friction came from the broken spear shaft and his body once again, causing one's heart to tremble. Sima Chue looked at Shi Tai in disbelief. "You're crazy. This way you're dead for sure." With Shi Tai as the center, the wind blew across the surrounding desert. Amidst the billowing dust, Shi Tai stood up once again. It was like a statue of a deity that would never fall. Even if it was broken, even if it was crooked, it would still stand tall in the end. Grasping the shaft of the Yin Dragon Spear, Shi Tai glared fiercely at Sima Chue. The upper half of the shaft of the Yin Dragon Spear transformed into a bolt of black lightning, shooting wildly towards Sima Chue. Sima Chue wanted to dodge, but discovered that even as he wrestled with the Tian character and the Golden Tornado, he was also sucked in by the Tian character and the Golden Tornado. Unable to move, Sima Chue's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He could only extend a hand in front of him to block the incoming black light. Boom! An astonishing brilliance erupted from the black light. It was as hard as diamond and as resplendent as a shooting star. Sima Chue's arm was directly shattered, followed by his body. Shattering, shattering, shattering again, mightily exploding. The last of the three late Essence Talisman martial grandmasters, the Scaly Dragon King Sima Chue, was slain on the spot by the Iron Lion King Shi Tai. Losing Sima Chue's restraint, the Golden Tornado mightily regained its normal form, its power unleashed to the maximum. The Tian character completely merged with the spirit patterns in the air above the lone peak, countless formless streams of qi extending outwards, merging with broad Creed Mountain's clear qi grand formation. Of the three positions of heaven, earth and human, the final heaven position was finally established. Seeing that the Tian character had finally been completely established, Xuefei had no time to think as he dashed down the mountain toward Shi Tai, Yinglongtu following closely behind him. In the distant desert, on the great earth, a figure stood erect, resembling a modeled statue. The statue's entire body was riddled with cracks, riddled with scars, mottled and dilapidated, as though it had experienced innumerable storms. However, it still stood there with an unyielding aura, resembling a pillar that held up the heavens. A sorrowful look appeared on Xuefei's face as he knelt before this figure, silent and speechless. Shi Tai opened his eyes, raising his head with difficulty to look towards the sky. Streak after streak of light shot behind him in the direction of Broad Creed Mountain. Shi Tai wanted to swivel his head to look in the direction of Broad Creed Mountain, but he was already unable to do so. However, a few scenes still surfaced before his eyes, scenes that existed in the depths of his memories, engraved into his soul, bringing him along through the long passage of time. His parents had died early and he had struggled to live on. One day, a middle-aged man had appeared before him, smiling as he asked if he was willing to learn martial arts from him. That was his master, who was currently in secluded cultivation at Broad Creed Mountain's back mountain, similarly doing his utmost for Broad Creed Mountain, Yuan Zhengfeng. At that time, his master had been in the prime of his life, not appearing old at all, just like him before. As the scenes changed, he had been focused on his martial arts. His master had brought a child back to the mountain, just like how he had brought him back that year. That child was still young, but his gaze was calm, mature like an adult's. That was his second junior apprentice brother Fang Juan, who was currently suppressing the devilish domain grand formation at the back mountain, preventing the 9 underworlds from descending into this world. After that, his master had continuously brought back some children, all of them becoming his junior apprentice brothers. Sometimes he would even have to pass on his skills on behalf of his master. Amongst them, there was a little girl, the daughter of a senior apprentice uncle who had been pampered to the point of being lawless and out of control, causing even his master to have a headache over her afterwards. Only when he had a stern expression on his face would the girl be afraid, sticking out her tongue, timidly quieting down. That was junior apprentice Sister Fu. Finally, when he had already come of age, his name having spread far and wide, his master, who had already appeared old, had brought back a youth, saying that this was his junior apprentice brother, his final disciple. At a young age, he had already shown off his abilities, a youth who was full of vigor and ambition. That was Yan Di, who was currently in a life-and-death battle with Yuan Tian and Xan Dongping within the Clear Qi Grand Formation. Other than that, there were also many of his fellow disciples, some still around, some already no longer around. While the elderly had passed away, new youths had entered the clan. Like his beloved disciples Xue Fei and Ying Longtu before him. Similarly, the future of Broad Creed Mountain, Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunxing, Xikong Qing and the others, the scenes changed unceasingly, finally coming to a halt. His wife had been injured during her pregnancy, persevering in giving birth to his child, but not long after she had passed away. The only thing that made him feel gratified was that his child had grown up day by day, from a lively boy to an intelligent youth, finally growing into a tall youth, becoming the pride of his life. Afterwards, his son had also married and had children. Before that, he had never thought that there would also be a time when he would play with his grandson, enjoying the happiness of a family, the happiest time of his life. His daughter-in-law Ying Yuzhen carried her grandson Shi Jun, snuggling up to Shi Songtao's side, the family of three smiling as they looked over. Little Shi Jun extended his chubby little hands towards him. The scenes within Shi Tai's mind finally came to a halt here. In the distance, on the lone mountain where the heaven character was, a golden hurricane gathered the spiritual qi of the surrounding area, connecting with the clear qi grand formation. Within the air, numerous spirit patterns lit up, the clear qi grand formation shaking once more. This meant that his position had already been established. The three intersected, the clear qi grand formation changing once more. Shi Tai smiled slightly, slowly closing his eyes. Chapter 301. Within the city where the human character was, Yan Zhaoge stood on the rune, his eyes closed. Within the darkness of space, within the white light formation, two specks of golden light already flickered together with Yan Zhaoge's current position. Only the light that represented the heavenly seat had yet to light up. Yan Zhaoge waited patiently, but now, his heart suddenly jolted. Opening his eyes, Yan Zhaoge lowered his head, seeing that on the back of his left hand, the devilish mark that had originally been about to completely dissipate had suddenly grown much heavier. Eldest apprentice uncle. Yan Zhaoge's heart thumped. The devilish mark growing heavier was not because of the 9 underworlds, but because something had happened to Shi Tai, who had sealed the 9 underworlds together with him. Now Yan Zhaoge felt the clear qi grand formation circulate mightily. Within his consciousness, within the white light formation, a third speck of light finally lit up. The heavenly seat had finally been established. Heaven, earth and human returned to their positions, working together on the clear qi grand formation. The clear qi grand formation shook intensely. With the sky above Broad Creed Mountain as their center, a great amount of spirit patterns flickered and lit up, extending and expanding unceasingly in all directions. The heavens and the earth seemed to turn illusory once more, resembling a painting as it distorted violently. Yan Zhaoge forcibly suppressed the worry in his heart, his palms coming together before abruptly separating, one upwards and one downwards, striking out simultaneously. One palm towards the heavens, one towards the earth, with Yan Zhaoge as the crux. The spiritual qi flow of the clear qi grand formation abruptly changed directions. Still battling with Yan Di in the foreign dimension above Broad Creed Mountain, Xan Dongping immediately felt that something was wrong. Within his eyes and the palms of his hands, a total of 4 runes shattered at the same time. However hard Xan Dongping tried, the control over the clear qi grand formation had left him at this moment. Within the city, Yan Zhaoge let out a long roar, his palms coming together once more after having been separated. Beneath the effects of the heaven, earth and human runes, the clear qi grand formation within the sky instantly grew calm, returning to normal. Yan Zhaoge immediately reinforced the power of the clear qi grand formation where the heaven character was, but was unable to succeed. In order to gather the power of the formation and control it, one either had to be proficient in the art of formations or have a high enough cultivation. Neither Xue Fei nor Ying Longtu fulfilled this condition. Where the heaven character was, only Shi Tai could bear it. But now he was unable to increase the power of the array. Yan Zhaoge pressed his lips tightly together. Something really happened to eldest apprentice uncle. Ahu was shocked when he heard this. Young master, you mean elder Shi? Yan Zhaoge closed his eyes, not speaking. His clasped palms separated once more, one hand clenching into a fist, the other extending his index finger, tapping towards his left pupil. Within his left eye, profound and complicated spirit patterns instantly surfaced, coming together to form a clear qi grand formation that seemed to have been shrunk countless times. Clenching his fist tightly, Yan Zhaoge punched forward, his fist intent surging. The clear qi grand formation within his eyes instantly transformed into light, completely entering the depths of his eyes. Yan Zhaoge closed his eyes once more. After standing silently for a moment, he opened them again, a dazzling white light erupting from his left eye. Within the white light, 3 golden specks of light shone brilliantly. Rise. Grabbing Hu, Yan Zhaoge strode forward. Within the sky, the spirit patterns of the clear qi grand formation lit up, resembling a great Tao that connected to the heavens, guiding Yan Zhaoge as he flew, his speed completely not inferior to peak martial grandmaster experts. Yan Zhaoge traversed the spirit patterns, resembling traversing space as he speedily streaked across the horizon, hurrying towards the lone peak where the heaven character was located. A mountain peak that towered into the clouds appeared within his field of vision. As his gaze swept over it, Yan Zhaoge discovered that in the distance, a vast desert had suddenly appeared on the great earth. In the center of the desert there was a figure standing upright. As Yan Zhaoge brought Hu along, he saw Su Fei and Ying Longtu both kneeling before that figure that resembled a bronze statue. Looking at that figure, Yan Zhaoge closed his eyes, raising his head, unable to speak. That resolute and unyielding, strict and impartial first seat of Broad Creed Mountain's disciplinary hall. The Iron Lion King who had no desire for power and authority and was brave enough to take the lead. That taciturn eldest apprentice uncle who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. For Broad Creed Mountain, he had battled to the very last moment, spilling his last drop of blood, leaving everyone behind. Let us quickly return to reinforce the clan. Su Fei stood up, the eyes of that resolute man reddening as his trembling voice gradually grew steady. The clear qi grand formation has finally been wrested back, but we still cannot relax. We must completely defeat the incoming enemy. Saying thus, Su Fei's gaze dimmed a little, a pity that master cannot personally see this scene. Yan Zhaoge opened his eyes. He can. He swiveled his head to look at Su Fei. Where is the shadow-shrinking pouch that eldest apprentice uncle obtained from senior apprentice brother Shi Songtao? Su Fei's gaze lit up, keeping Shi Tai's belongings as he took out the shadow-shrinking pouch. After opening it, there were 3 transparent ice coffins within, 2 of which contained the bodies of Ying Yuzhen and Shi Jun. Yan Zhaoge received the empty ice coffin from Su Fei's hands, opening its lid. Su Fei lifted Shi Tai's body that was on the verge of shattering, placing it within the ice coffin. Yan Zhaoge closed the coffin's lid, pursing his lips tightly as he looked at Shi Tai's corpse within the transparent ice coffin. Looking at his young master, Hu could only feel as though he was facing a volcano that might erupt at any moment. Yan Zhaoge raised his hand, shrugging as he placed the ice coffin on his shoulder. Let's return to Broad Creed Mountain, Yan Zhaoge said quietly. He punched forward, a spirit pattern descending from the clear qi grand formation, resembling a path. Carrying the ice coffin, Yan Zhaoge strode forward. The trio followed behind him, heading towards Broad Creed Mountain. At this moment, the great battle on Broad Creed Mountain had still yet to end, the 2 sides still locked in a fierce battle. The clear qi grand formation had changed once more, causing everyone to be a little confused as they appeared hesitant. But not long after, radiance flickered in the distant sky as a path extended from the horizon all the way to Broad Creed Mountain. Gazing over, a person strode forward, carrying a transparent ice coffin on his shoulder as he walked towards Broad Creed Mountain. The person carrying the coffin was the most outstanding genius of Broad Creed Mountain's younger generation, Yan Zhaoge. Within the ice coffin lay a person peacefully, the Iron Lion King Shi Tai. The spirit patterns of the clear qi grand formation flickered, a mournful wail seemingly resounding between the heavens and the earth. Now, a person on Broad Creed Mountain roared furiously, Shi Tai, Yan Zhaoge. It was Elder Lu who had previously schemed to direct the power of the devilish domain grand formation in the Sand region to the South Heaven region, allowing the 9 underworlds to descend. With the heaven ceiling gorge broken, he and Elder Wang had escaped together. Seeing Yan Zhaoge and Shi Tai at this moment, it was like seeing enemies, their eyes blazing with hatred. Shi Tai, you're dead? Good death. Looking at the ice coffin, Elder Lu laughed loudly. Carrying the ice coffin on his right shoulder, Yan Zhaoge raised his head towards the sky. Eldest apprentice uncle, look at us. Saying thus, he chopped out with his left palm. A boom resounded as the clear qi grand formation above his head circulated, its power merging with Yan Zhaoge's heavenly broad creed palm, transforming into a massive heaven-obscuring hand which descended. Elder Lu blocked with his palm, "Little thief." All his struggles were futile as the flying spirit talisman shattered. The sea of flames swept up by the Tishita palm instantly extinguished. Elder Lu was directly slammed into the ground by the heavenly broad creed palm of the clear qi grand formation. Not even his corpse remained. Yan Zhaoge gazed at all the demons and monsters of Broad Creed Mountain, his gaze like fire. "All of you become the paving of my eldest apprentice uncle's coffin." Chapter 302. Yan Zhaoge carried the ice coffin on his shoulder, advancing forward. Above his head, the clear qi grand formation circulated mightily, descending a boundless, mighty force which bolstered Yan Zhaoge's body. Yan Zhaoge brought his fingers together, forming a saber with his palm as he chopped forward. As the radiance flickered, numerous spirit talismans gathered to form a massive talisman formation, resembling a miniature clear qi grand formation. The grand array became a blade edge, sweeping forward, chopping large numbers of decimating abyss martial artists at the waist. A crack appeared in the foreign space above, and a terrifying torrent of destruction poured out from within. Raising his head to look towards the horizon, Yan Zhaoge raised his left hand, spreading his fingers, his palm facing the air above Broad Creed Mountain's peak. The next moment, Yan Zhaoge clenched his fingers into a fist. Accompanied by his action of clenching his fist, the clear qi grand formation in the sky rumbled as it circulated, numerous spirit patterns transforming into a mist of light, traversing through the horizon. Haze of light interweaved, forming a net, continuously covering that foreign space. The radiance gradually faded, but the foreign space also stabilized once more. The space that had been violently distorting and shaking gradually calmed down, becoming transparent and formless once more, making it difficult for others to detect. Yan Zhaoge lowered his head once more, looking coldly at the decimating abyss martial practitioners of Broad Creed Mountain. He raised his left hand and smashed it down heavily. As the clear qi grand formation in the air circulated, rays of white light descended one after another, streaking across the sky like lightning, yet also like heavenly punishment. One decimating abyss martial practitioner after another, under the terrifying and peerless bombardment of the clear qi grand formation, died without a place to be buried. Yan Zhaoge did not cease in his footsteps as he carried the ice coffin along with Su Fei and Ying Longtu, treading on the great path paved with spirit patterns as they arrived before the clan. The group of people supported the spirit and went to the main peak, Heaven Rising Peak. As Yan Zhaoge's palm descended, another 2 installation martial grandmasters were smashed into smithereens. Placing the ice coffin containing Shurtai's corpse on the ground of the mountain peak, Yan Zhaoge looked at Shurtai's face, sucking in a deep breath as he rose upwards. Bolstered by the power of the clear qi grand formation, Yan Zhaoge successfully broke through the obstruction of space, entering the foreign dimension. Within the foreign dimension, Yan Di, Yuan Tian and Xan Dongping had experienced a fierce battle, their expressions currently not looking too good, all 3 of them bearing injuries. Yan Zhaoge stared at that former senior of his clan, Xan level. Extending a hand forward, Yan Zhaoge's heavenly broad creed palm descended. A large number of flickering runes appeared on the ground around the foreign dimension, and then they also manifested into giant palms. The movements of this palm were completely synchronized with Yan Zhaoge's, the massive heaven-obscuring hand mightily pressing down towards Xan Dongping. At that moment, it was as if the world in this foreign dimension had truly been flipped upside down. As Yan Zhaoge's figure appeared within the foreign dimension, Xan Dongping instantly let out a long sigh towards the heavens. His gaze fell on Yan Zhaoge's left eye, as he saw that within Yan Zhaoge's left pupil was reflected white light, within which 3 spots of golden light flickered. Xan Dongping said, "It was this unique technique that allowed you to recapture the clear qi grand array?" He too raised his palm, similarly striking out with the heavenly broad creed palm. The 2 palms collided and the void trembled. The boundary between heaven and earth blurred as if it was constantly flipping. Even as Yan Zhaoge sent a palm towards Xan Dongping, he punched out with his other hand, his target being his father, Yan Di. Accompanied by this punch of Yan Zhaoge's, the clear qi grand array borrowed the boundless majestic power of the heavens and the earth, surging into Yan Di's body in great amounts. Yendi's gaze shot out with divine light, the aura of the clear qi robe on his body also surging. Streams of clear qi dispersed into the surroundings, gradually re-establishing their connection with the clear qi grand array within the foreign dimension. Yendi brandished his saber, an incomparably ferocious saber intent sweeping towards the devil Saint Yuan Tian. Father and son exerted force together. Staring at Xan Dongping, Yan Zhaoge let out an enraged roar, resembling the roar of a dragon and the roar of a tiger. A terrifying volcano at this moment completely erupted. Amidst Yan Zhaoge's long roar, the momentum of the heavenly broad creed palm abruptly changed. Exchanging blows with him, Xan Dongping felt it the most directly. That was no longer a power that overturned the heavens and the earth, but rather that the heavens and the earth no longer existed. The world seemed to have returned to before the heavens and the earth had opened, everything still in a state of chaos. No yin, no yang, no before, no after, no beginning, no end, no movement, no stability. The next moment the chaos mightily exploded. It was as if all things had been subsumed into chaos, then the chaos was extinguished, the universe opening once more. In an instant, a different change occurred in the entire clear qi grand array, as if it was reenacting the opening of the heavens and splitting the earth. This incomparably majestic force domineeringly broke through Xan Dongping's heavenly broad creed palm. Xan Dongping was taken aback, the sword light in his other hand flickering as a limitless heavenly sword pierced through the heavens and the earth, chopping towards Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge exhaled and roared, extending his hands before clapping together towards the center. Within the foreign dimension, countless flickering spirit patterns transformed into two massive palms, synchronizing with Yan Zhaoge's movements as they also clapped towards the center, instantly trapping Xan Dongping's sword light between the two palms. Yan Zhaoge looked coldly at Xan Dongping, that terrifying concept that resembled an explosion of chaos appearing once more. The violent, direct force shattered Xan Dongping's limitless heavenly sword once more. Xan Dongping's brows knit tightly as he retreated, no longer forcibly resisting Yan Zhaoge and the clear qi grand array, instead wanting to join up with the devil Saint Yuan Tian. There Yuan Tian was also currently being forced into retreat by Yendi's saber. Yan Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath, pushing forward with his palms horizontally. Infinite, frenzied tides, with a momentum that surged to the heavens, pressured down towards Xan Dongping and Yuan Tian. At the same time, Yendi's saber swept through the air, splitting the heavens and the earth, shattering space itself as it also attacked towards Xan Dongping and Yuan Tian. Palm intent and saber intent combined, frenzied tides that surged to the heavens directly drowned Xan Dongping and Yuan Tian. The majestic sword light and the ethereal qi of impermanence were extinguished and shattered on a large scale. Yan Zhaoge's palm descended, the clear qi grand array circulating unceasingly, the shocking explosive force of the great explosion of chaos domineeringly shattering one of Xan Dongping's arms. On the other side, Yendi's vicious saber shattered the spirit artifact whip in Yuan Tian's hands, a bloody wound also appearing between his chest and abdomen. If not for him retreating in time, his abdomen would have been directly split open. Xan Dongping and Yuan Tian hurriedly retreated. Yan Zhaoge's palm stance changed, his hands coming together, the entire foreign dimension pressuring towards the two. At this moment, the foreign dimension actually appeared to collapse, a boundless, majestic force also pressuring down on Xan Dongping and Yuan Tian even as it imprisoned them. Yendi raised his saber, the black and yellow specks of light on the clear qi robe attaching themselves to the heavenly dragon saber in large amounts, streams of clear qi enveloping the saber's body. A ferocious saber descended, pressuring Xan Dongping and Yuan Tian to the point that they were unable to move, only able to join hands to deal with it. The Xan Dongping with a weaker cultivation base was already beginning to be injured by the sharp saber intent. Yan Zhaoge's clasped hands abruptly came together. The clear qi grand array suddenly circulated in reverse. Amidst the rapid changes, a shocking force was born, distorting as though it could forcibly rip a corner of the eight extremities world apart. Xan Dongping and Yuan Tian both let out tragic groans. The wound on Yuan Tian's chest abruptly expanded in all directions, virtually wanting to tear him apart into pieces. The body of a martial saint, how sturdy, how powerful. However, at this moment, it was on the verge of shattering. On the other side, Xan Dongping was in an even worse state, the limitless heavenly avatar completely shattered, a rain of blood erupting from his entire body. His entire person seemed about to be crushed into a pile of meat paste. Resolute looks flashed within the gazes of Xan Dongping and Yuan Tian. Amidst low roars, a great amount of black devilish qi surged from within their bodies. Their pupils both began to turn dark yellow, a blood-red light simultaneously shooting out from within. Devil? Yan Zhaoge laughed savagely, his killing intent surging to the heavens. I'll let you be a good devil. Opening his shadow-shrinking pouch, a bow and 3 arrows fell into Yan Zhaoge's hands. Chapter 303. As I said before, fight to the last moment. A perfect end to the month of May. Thank you all. Compared to Xan Dongping, the devilish intent in Yuan Tian's heart was actually not as strong. However, at this moment, the threat of death had caused his desire to live to reach an extreme. The martial saint realm allowed him to move unhindered throughout his life. As long as he did not take the initiative to trample on the mountain gates of the Holy Land level sects, few people would be able to do anything to him. But now, this was the first time in Yuan Tian's life that he had ever set foot in a Holy Land level sect's mountain gate. This place could very well become his burial ground. At this moment, Yuan Tian clearly felt the threat of death looming over him. The situation forced him to make a choice. Falling to the dark side, obtaining the hope of rebirth, or dying in Broad Creed Mountain. Yuan Tian chose the former. Xan Dongping was also the same as him. The current Xan Dongping was abnormally calm, even vaguely having the feeling of a wanderer returning home, quietly welcoming this moment. Yan Zhaoge's voice was low. Father, eldest apprentice uncle has perished. Yendi's gaze emitted a cold light as the fingers of his right hand that held the heavenly dragon saber abruptly tightened. When Yuan Tian and Xan Dongping heard this, there was no joy on their faces. Instead, they became even more vigilant. Gazing at Yan Zhaoge, Xan Dongping slowly shook his head. There is no meaning in saying all this now. However, this old man's greatest mistake was not in underestimating your father Yendi, but in not taking care of you beforehand. Yan Zhaoge's gaze was cold as he met Xan Dongping's gaze, saying in an indifferent tone, "From how I see it, if I could have confirmed long ago that you were the decimating Abyss Lord, I would have long since killed you." Xan Dongping let out a long sigh. There's no point in saying more. He stared at Yan Zhaoge. I'm afraid that I won't be able to make it today. This old man's injuries are too severe, and falling to the dark side can only barely recover from them. There is no possibility of advancing any further. I've always hoped to take the step of falling to the dark side and successfully enter the Saint Realm, but I've always been a little short. Otherwise, if I could transcend mortality and enter sainthood today, I'd like to see if there's a chance to make up for my previous mistake. A longbow appeared in Yan Zhaoge's hands as well as 3 jet black arrows that flickered with a faint golden light. Old mongrel, just die quietly, Yan Zhaoge said coldly. As he said this, Yan Zhaoge had already raised the high-speed bow within his hands. With his current cultivation, he was still unable to fully activate the power within this mid-grade spirit artifact. But it was enough. Yan Zhaoge knocked 2 jet black arrows on the bowstring at the same time before pulling the bow back, resembling hugging the full moon. The bowstring sunk deep into the flesh of his fingers. The 2 arrowheads seemed to be aimed at the empty space around Xan Dongping and Yuan Tian. In this world, archery was also a type of martial Dao. The path of archery, like spear, sword, and saber, was unique. However, this Dao was even more difficult to cultivate. It was far more difficult to achieve anything than other martial Daos. At the same time, talent was even more important. Yan Zhaoge's archery was still SOSO, having only recently begun to train in it. However, on such an occasion, it would be difficult for him to miss. The clear Qi Grand formation circulated, forming a powerful restrictive force, trapping Xan Dongping and Yuan Tian where they were. Yendi's saber intent descended even more viciously as the 2 of them could only defend against it in a pathetic fashion, no longer having the leisure to pay attention to anything else. While they had fallen to the dark side with their earlier injuries being too severe, they were currently even more unable to stand against Yan Zhaoge and Yendi. However, after falling to the dark side, Xan Dongping's expression instead grew much calmer. Looking at Yan Zhaoge and Yendi, he said mildly, "This time, it was this old man's own mistake. On one hand, I did not get rid of you, Yan Zhaoge, on the other, I underestimated your father. Dying here today, next time will decide victory and defeat." Xan Dongping looked at Yan Zhaoge. "Young man, you seem to be very familiar with the 9 underworld's evil devils? This old man heard about the process of you interrogating junior apprentice brother Lu. You said that with his cultivation base, even if he fell to the dark side, he would still be unable to achieve the body of a true devil reborn. Since you understand it so well, you should also know that with this old man's cultivation base, while I have yet to enter the martial saint realm, I still have a chance. Xan Dongping swiveled his head to glance at Yuan Tian, and the devil saint will definitely be able to achieve the body of a true devil reborn. Yan Zhaoge pointed his arrows at the two of them, his gaze cold. Xan Dongping sighed emotionally. Even martial saints have a limit to their lifespan. When the time comes, no one can escape it. Eternal life, which countless people can only dream of but are unable to attain. To this old man, I actually did not feel that it was all that pressing in the past. This old man's lifelong wish is also not like that of senior apprentice brother Wang and junior apprentice brother Lu. Living an ignoble, mediocre life is also meaningless. Xan Dongping said, however, today I have experienced some of its benefits. This old man still has regrets, not wanting to die so early. If I can be reborn from the 9 underworlds, I will fight with Yuan Zhengfeng and you father and son once more. Yan Zhaoge was not in the mood to listen to Xan Dongping's words. Other than controlling the clear qi grand formation and trapping Xan Dongping and Yuan Tian where they were, his attention was currently focused on the bow and arrows in his hands. Under the combined attacks of Yan Zhaoge wielding the clear qi grand formation and Yandi's saber intent, the two were finally unable to hold on any longer. Xan Dongping's body was completely shattered by the clear qi grand formation. Yuan Tian was beheaded by Yandi with a single saber. While the two were dead, streams of black qi circulated, dissipating into the air. They did not remain within the air of the 8 extremities world, instead seeming to want to pass through the boundaries of dimensions, heading to an indescribable place. The black qi was illusory, unable to withstand force. Even Yandi's tyrannical saber intent and the power of the clear qi grand formation were unable to touch it. The two seemed to exist in 2 different worlds. The silhouettes of Xan Dongping and Yuan Tian appeared amidst the black qi, the former calm, the latter resentful and furious. Xan Dongping opened his mouth to speak, but no sound emanated from it. However, from the shape of his mouth, it could be roughly made out that what he was saying was, "Until we meet again." Seeing this scene, Yandi knit his brows tightly, anger appearing on his face. Xan Dongping, you transcending mortality, Yuan Tian entering sainthood, the two of you falling completely to the dark side. Whether or not you can be reborn from the 9 underworlds, I am clear on that. Yan Zhaoge finally shifted his gaze from the bow and arrows in his hands to Xan Dongping. His current expression resembled the descent of calamitous clouds, cold and gloomy. However, his eyes seemed to be blazing with great flames that surged to the heavens. However, you are not clear on what you are facing. Yan Zhaoge enunciated each word very clearly. Bao, named High Speed, a mid-grade spirit grade artifact. It is not important and can be ignored. Arrow, named Devil Shattering. Xan Dongping and Yuan Tian were stunned. Having said thus, Yan Zhaoge released his fingers. A golden light flickered, and the black arrow suddenly vanished. The previous moment on the bowstring of High Speed. The next moment, it struck that black qi struck Xan Dongping's and Yuan Tian's chests. Xan Dongping and Yuan Tian lowered their heads, looking blankly at the small hole that had broken through on their chests. Then the small hole expanded unceasingly, becoming a large hole. The large hole continued expanding. A hole appeared at the center of their bodies, the hole expanding unceasingly outwards, completely empty. The area of the hole grew larger and larger, but the bodies of the two gradually disappeared, as though they had been devoured from within by the hole in their bodies. At the end, their bodies were completely extinguished, turning into nothingness. Even the black qi that had enveloped them seemed to have been purified. You. Xan Dongping looked at Yan Zhaoge in disbelief. Meeting his gaze, Yan Zhaoge said indifferently, "You want eternal life? I will send you to eternal rest." Chapter 304. The decimating abyss was created by Xan Dongping in recent years. The demons of the netherworld had existed since ancient times. They had existed before the Great Calamity. In the era before the advent of the Great Calamity, humans had come into contact with the 9 underworld's evil devils. Some had fallen to the dark side, while others had been exterminated. Some of the techniques that had been born from this had mostly been lost in the current 8 extremities world after the Great Calamity, few people knowing about them. The devil-shattering arrow was one of them. Shatter Devil, as the name implied, was the life force of Shatter Devils. Demons could not be killed and could not be destroyed. After being destroyed, they would be reborn in the depths of the 9 underworlds. However, the demon-shattering arrow forcefully cut off this process and sent the demon into eternal slumber. 9 levels of the martial Grandmaster realm, late Essence Talisman stage experts who fell to the dark side, were still not true 9 underworld evil devils. It might be more appropriate to call it a human devil. On the other hand, a transcendent great Grandmaster could be reborn after death. There was a certain probability that they would turn into a real demon of the netherworld and enjoy the ability to be reborn after death. If a martial saint fell to the dark side, he would definitely be reborn in the 9 underworlds. Yan Zhaoge had prepared the devil-shattering arrow precisely for this moment. Xan Dongping looked at the constantly expanding hole in his chest, watching as this hole expanded outwards, swirling around his body, swallowing him from the inside out. He raised his head to look at Yan Zhaoge. "You?" Yan Zhaoge's expression was cold, his gaze like fire. "Do you think that fallen devils are omnipotent?" Xan Dongping let out a long sigh towards the heavens, not making any sound at all. One could only barely make out the contents of his words from the shape of his mouth. Indeed, not getting rid of you first was an even greater mistake than underestimating Yan Di. At the side, Yuan Tian's resentful expression gradually disappeared, and his face was filled with disappointment. He was not someone from the decimating abyss, and Xan Dongping had no way of controlling and ordering him around. But he was attracted by the 9 underworlds and had a request in his heart, so he hit it off well with Xan Dongping. He had originally thought that with Yuan Zhengfeng in secluded cultivation in his attempt to break through to the martial saint realm, with Xan Dongping acting as a spy to break the clear Qi Grand Formation, his only opponent would be the sacred artifact, the clear Qi robe. In the outside world, Jade Sea City and Turbid Wave Pavilion had to deal with the flame devils of the East Sea. The Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall would also most likely make use of this chance to make a move against Broad Creed Mountain, at the same time restricting Broad Creed Mountain's other ally, Infinite Boundless Mountain. He had the right time, the right place, and the right people. Even if something unexpected happened, he would not be able to succeed. As a martial saint, he would at least be able to retreat unscathed. If he succeeded, he would get what he wanted. If he failed, he wouldn't lose anything in the worst-case scenario. These were Yuan Tian's true thoughts. On one hand, it was out of consideration for the situation. On the other hand, it was also because of his self-confidence as a Saint Realm expert. Even when Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di had unexpectedly been directly shifted from the ancestral manor of the Yan family in Yunjin County to Broad Creed Mountain, trapped within the Clear Qi Grand Formation, Yuan Tian had still thought this way. But later he found that he was wrong. Broad Creed Mountain was his burial ground. The last martial saint to die here was the last mountain master of Black Nightmare Mountain. Now it was Yuan Tian's turn. Yuan Tian did not feel any intense regret. He had braved many storms and waves in his life and he had a firm will. Once he made a decision, he would not easily waver. However, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. He had underestimated the heroes of the world. The hole in Yuan Tian's chest grew larger and larger, devouring him from the inside out. Xan Dongping also suffered the same fate as him. The two, along with the black qi that enveloped them, were purified between the heavens and the earth, completely dissipating like the other fallen practitioners. Wielding high speed, Yan Zhaoge looked coldly at this scene, remaining silent for a long time. Xan Dongping, transcending mortality martial grandmaster, stably one of the top 3 martial grandmaster experts of the 8 extremities world. Yuan Tian, known as the Devil Saint, one of the 6 great martial saints of the 8 extremities world. Today all of them had perished at Broad Creed Mountain. Their deaths had been single-handedly caused by Yan Zhaoge. Garbed in the clear Qi robe, wielding the heavenly dragon saber, Yan Di came to Yan Zhaoge's side, asking in a heavy tone, "Where's eldest apprentice brother?" Yan Zhaoge narrated to Yan Di what had happened, as well as what he had heard from Su Fei and Ying Longtu. After hearing it, Yan Di did not speak. Eldest apprentice uncle's corpse is currently placed in an ice coffin, on the heaven-rising peak, Yan Zhaoge said softly. Yan Di nodded, exiting the foreign dimension along with Yan Zhaoge, landing on the top of Broad Creed Mountain's main peak, the heaven-rising peak. At this moment, the great battle on Broad Creed Mountain had already gradually calmed, the decimating abyss martial practitioners virtually all having been slain. It was just that after a great battle, the formerly elegant Green Mountain now had a feeling of devastation as far as the eye could see. especially in the direction of the back mountain's Water Ridge Peak, where the devilish domain Grand Formation was weakening unceasingly, but had still not completely vanished. Yan Zhaoge turned and said to Yan Di, "I'll go assist second apprentice uncle in completely suppressing the devilish domain Grand Formation." Standing in front of the ice coffin containing Shi Tai's corpse, Yan Di nodded slightly, not speaking. Yan Zhaoge descended the heaven-rising peak, hurrying over to Water Ridge Peak. On the heaven-rising peak, Hu, Su Fei and Han Long no longer had to guard the coffin as they followed Yan Zhaoge down the mountain, exterminating the remaining enemies. "Young master, after you entered the foreign dimension, I tried to contact the other Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners on the mountain," Hu said as he left. Yan Zhaoge let out a long breath. "How is the situation on the mountain now?" Hu answered, "Elder, he is guarding the old chief's secluded cultivation grounds. It is safe and sound there, having not been disturbed. Elder Zhang was heavily injured by Xan Dongping earlier, his injuries rather severe. However, his life is not in danger. The first seat of the heaven-sealing gorge, Elder Gong, was also heavily injured, though his condition is a little better than Elder Zhang's." Yan Zhaoge nodded. Of the peak experts who had previously been stationed at Broad Creed Mountain, other than the old chief Yuan Zhengfeng and his father Yan Di who had just stepped into the transcending mortality stage, there had been a total of 3 people. They were Xan Dongping and the 2 Grand Elders Zhang Kuan and He Ning. Xan Dongping had betrayed and been slain, Elder Zhang had been heavily injured, and Elder He had been guarding Yuan Zhengfeng, unable to leave. The late Essence Talisman experts of the 9th level of the Martial Grandmaster realm consisted of his eldest apprentice uncle Shi Tai, second apprentice uncle Fang Zhuan, the first seat of the Heaven-Sealing Gorge Elder Gong, as well as the former Elder Wang. Now, Elder Wang had betrayed and been personally slain by his eldest apprentice uncle Shi Tai sacrificing himself for justice. Elder Gong had been heavily injured, and it would probably not be easy for Fang Zhuan to suppress the devilish domain Grand Formation. Beneath the late Essence Talisman stage, there were also many other Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners who had perished. This great tribulation had not been easy for Broad Creed Mountain. Meanwhile, the decimating abyss on the other side had virtually been completely wiped out. The Abyss Lord, the Transcending Mortality Martial Grandmaster Xan Dongping, the Devil Saint Yuan Tian, as well as Sima Chue Elder Wang and the 2 longtime elders of Black Nightmare Mountain, at least 4 late Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster experts had all been slain. The other decimating Abyss martial practitioners who had invaded Broad Creed Mountain had all perished. However, Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain still could not completely relax. Yan Zhaoge swiveled his head to look towards the south, where the fire domain was located. He swiveled his head to look towards the east, where the earth domain was located. It was from there that the people of the Heavenly Thunder Hall had shot the anti-sun, interfering with the clear Qi Grand Formation. Yan Zhaoge's gaze was cold as he weighed the 2 shadow shrinking pouches in his hands. While Xan Dongping and Yuan Tian's corpses would not be left behind after having fallen to the dark side, their belongings would still have been preserved. "Old man Xan, let me see just what it is that you are relying on to attract a martial saint to take such a risk." Chapter 305. Yan Zhaoge opened the shadow shrinking pouches of Xan Dongping and Yuan Tian respectively. As the top experts in the world, the private properties of these 2 big shots were naturally quite rich. However, Yan Zhaoge's eyes only swept past most of them. It was not that there were no good things, rare things, precious things, but they could all be slowly sorted out later on. What Yan Zhaoge was currently inspecting were the things that could possibly be traded between Xan Dongping and Yuan Tian. It was most likely a treasure related to the 9 hells and hell. Yuan Tian traveled alone. As a martial saint, he had a rich family fortune. He traveled all over the world, ventured into the depths of the earth, and collected many precious treasures and resources. However, comparatively speaking, no matter how deep his foundation was, it would still be unable to compare to sacred ground-level powers like Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun Clan. But even so, Yuan Tian's net worth was richer than Xan Dongping's. While Xan Dongping was one of Broad Creed Mountain's few longtime elders, there was also a limit to how much of Broad Creed Mountain's resources he could use. While Broad Creed Mountain had many resources, they were not Xan Dongping's private property. Broad Creed Mountain's wealth and Xan Dongping's personal wealth were 2 different things. Of course, the prerequisite for this comparison was that it only counted the resources that Xan Dongping could draw from within Broad Creed Mountain. And Xan Dongping had another identity, the master of the decimating abyss. In the current Eight Extremities world, he was very likely the person closest to the Nine Underworlds. What exactly did Xan Dongping reap from the Nine Underworlds and Hell? This was very hard to say. If he had a bargaining chip to attract the devil Saint Yuan Tian, Yan Zhaoge believed that it originated from here. Heavenly Lake Jade, it shouldn't be, the tranquil reversal divine medicine? I don't think so. The ghost body congealed paste shouldn't be either. Carefully inspecting, Yan Zhaoge's gaze came to rest on something within Xan Dongping's shadow shrinking pouch. After a moment, Nine Underworlds dark soil. After pondering for a moment, Yan Zhaoge checked Yuan Tian's shadow shrinking pouch once more, very quickly discovering his target this time. Within his palm were a few black spheres the size of pearls. After appraising them for a moment, Yan Zhaoge took out one of them and infused his aura qi within. Yan Zhaoge closed his eyes, calming his mind as numerous streams of qi vaguely circulated before him, formless and formless. Carefully savoring it, it actually seemed to contain some profound profundities of the impermanence of all the elements. However, this logic seemed to have been twisted, revealing a sense of lawlessness. Although it was distorted, it had its own unique and profound concept. Yan Zhaoge opened his eyes, staring at the small black ball within his palm. Or it would be more appropriate to call them tree seeds. It is indeed the seed of the impermanent devil tree. Yan Zhaoge looked at that Nine Underworld's dark soil once more. It was said to be soil, but it was more like a cloud and mist, and the aura of the Nine Underworlds was faintly emitted from it. It was breathtaking. Once the Nine Underworld soil left the Nine Underworlds, it would undergo a change. There would no longer be 100% confidence in nurturing the Anika demon seed and growing it into an Anika demon tree. Before the Great Calamity, the Impermanent Devil sect had possessed a unique treasure known as the Impermanent Devil Pool, which could allow the dark soil of the Nine Underworlds to not undergo any changes after leaving the Nine Underworlds, maintaining its original effects for a long period of time. That was how they were able to nurture the Impermanent Devil tree without relying on the Nine Underworlds. However, following the Great Calamity, the Impermanent Demonic Pool had long since turned into nothingness, and the Impermanent Demonic Tree had also gone extinct in the human world. Yan Zhaoge looked at the Impermanent Devil Seed, then at that Nine Underworlds dark soil which had already somewhat mutated, concentrating on his thoughts. While the Earth domain has mutated, becoming a death ground, hell, it is at the end of the day not the true Nine Underworlds. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. The Nine Underworlds have not truly descended into the Eight Extremities world. Where did this Xan Dongping get the Nine Underworlds dark soil from? As he walked towards Water Ridge Peak, the pondering Yan Zhaoge suddenly halted. Following behind him, who looked stunned at his young master. Yan Zhaoge's gaze flickered as he raised his head to look at the sky, where the clear Qi Grand Formation had already gradually concealed itself within space once more. There was only the Water Ridge Peak of the back mountain where, under Yan Zhaoge's control, the power of the formation descended unceasingly, helping Fang Zhuan to suppress the Devilish Domain Grand Formation. The Black Devilish Domain Grand Formation gradually withered. The black devilish qi that surged to the heavens earlier had enveloped the entire Water Ridge Peak, even expanding towards the surrounding areas. Now it had already been retracted to the base of the Water Ridge Peak. Water Ridge Peak saw the light of day once more, the dense devilish qi only making its final struggle in the region of the heaven-sealing gorge. Yan Zhaoge raised his head to look at the empty sky, radiance flickering within his left eye. Guided by his power, numerous majestic, dazzling spirit patterns appeared within the sky once more. Yan Zhaoge's gaze shifted between the clear Qi Grand Formation above his head and the domain of devilish Qi beneath the Water Ridge Peak before him, finally falling on the devilish mark on the back of his left hand. After a while, Yan Zhaoge retracted his thoughts, striding forward once more, continuing towards Water Ridge Peak. Having arrived at the heaven-sealing gorge, entering the domain of devilish Qi, arriving at its central region, he saw a tall golden pagoda, currently already not even 5 meters tall. At the top of the pagoda, Fang Zhuan sat in the meditative position, his face slightly pale, but his expression was calm and peaceful, no different from usual. Below the tall golden pagoda, Feng Yunxing held her black saber as she stood there. Seeing Yan Zhaoge appear, an expression of relief appeared on her face. Yan Zhaoge nodded towards her and she nodded in return. Zhaoge, since you have appeared here, that means that the situation outside has already been settled? A hint of a smile appeared on Fang Zhuan's thin face. Yan Zhaoge bowed towards him. Yes, second apprentice uncle. Xan Dongping and the devil Saint Yuan Tian have already been slain. The decimating abyss martial practitioners who invaded our clan, including a few late Essence Talisman martial grandmasters, have all been exterminated. Now we are in the midst of the final cleanup. Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge paused for a moment before continuing, second apprentice uncle, eldest apprentice uncle, he has perished. Hearing his words, the always calm and composed Fang Zhuan abruptly stared wide-eyed. Yan Zhaoge swore that this was the first time ever since he had known Fang Zhuan that he had seen this first seat of Broad Creed Mountains assignment hall lose his composure like this. Fang Zhuan lowered his head. When he raised it again, his face was even gloomier, but his expression had already returned to normal. Contact our fellow disciples guarding outside in case the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall make use of this chance to invade. Yan Zhaoge nodded. I think so too. I just happen to have an idea that I would like to discuss with second apprentice uncle, related to this devilish domain grand formation before us. Oh? Fang Zhuan asked curiously, could it be that you want to preserve this formation? By the side, Ah Hu and Feng Yunxing also looked curiously at Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge said solemnly, while it is preserving it, it is not preserving this devilish domain grand formation. Instead, it is being modified, thus serving some other purpose. I still haven't had the time to tell my father and the other elders about it. Having hurried over here, I would like to ask second apprentice uncle to bear with it for a period of time. If the Sacred Sun Clan and the others don't come, we will put an end to it. If they really invade, our clan will also have to make some preparations. After all, it is still uncertain when Grand Master will be able to leave seclusion. Fang Zhuan met Yan Zhaoge's gaze silently, saying after a while, all right, I will temporarily maintain this place as it is. You invite junior apprentice brother Yan and the others over to peruse your plan together. Yan Zhaoge said, that is precisely my intention. I will have to trouble second apprentice uncle. Chapter 306. Because there are no more manuscripts, I am sending them out as I write now, updating as much as I write. But don't worry everyone. It will be recorded in the accounts, definitely not owing anything. Please don't stop your monthly votes. Thank you all. Fire Domain, Sacred Sun Clan, World Illuminating Peak. Currently it was night, silent and silent. However, at the top of the World Illuminating Peak, led by the current chief of the Sacred Sun Clan Huang Su, a group of Sacred Sun Clan experts stood silently. The World Illuminating Young Master Huang Jie stood silently behind Huang Su, resembling a shadow. While he was known as the World Illuminating Peak, such a tranquil, deep night seemed to suit Huang Jie even more. He resembled the sun of the night, perfectly merging into the night. Everyone stood silently, already having been there for who knew how long. However, no impatience or anxiety could be seen on their faces. Some of them even had an excited glow in their gazes, as if they were eagerly anticipating something. Suddenly, the pitch-black night sky brightened, resembling the sun rising from the east. The dawn sun illuminated the great earth, bringing light to the world once more. However, at this moment it was actually not yet dawn. However, the heavens and the earth suddenly turned bright, resembling daytime. It was just that this sunlight did not rise from the horizon, but from the World Illuminating Peak. Those waiting at the top of the mountain with the current chief at their head, Huang Su, all bowed. Huang Su was the first to say, "Welcome, Father, out of seclusion." Behind him, Huang Jie continued, "Welcome, Grandfather, out of seclusion." The others bowed deeply as well. "Welcome, Elder Huang, out of seclusion. The sun rises from the east." At the top of the World Illuminating Peak, resembling the rising sun, amidst the radiance that illuminated the heavens and the earth, a figure slowly strode out from within. A total of 9 suns gathered into a ring, hovering behind this figure. There was no feeling of extreme heat all over the World Illuminating Peak, as the heat that resembled a real sun was completely retracted, only infinite light remaining. The light illuminated every corner of the World Illuminating Peak, not letting go of a single bit as it expanded outwards. Over 10,000 li of land, the dark night dissipated completely, the great earth entering daylight ahead of time. Not much of a terrifying aura was emitted, but everyone present felt as if there was a pair of eyes looking into the depths of their hearts. Before him, even in the face of death, they dared not resist, only able to silently bear it, as if the true God of the great sun that hung high up in the sky descended his judgment. The sound of footsteps resounded, mild and yet real. Following the sound of footsteps, a white-robed old man appeared before Huang Su, Huang Jie, and the others. This old man had a medium build, and his appearance was similar to Huang Su and Huang Jie. On his forehead, there was a golden rune that resembled a blazing sun. This old man was precisely the Sacred Sun clan's previous chief, one of the current era's 6 great martial saints, the East-coming martial saint, the sun comes east, Huang Guanglia. In the current 8 extremities world, under normal circumstances Huang Guanglia had always been tacitly acknowledged as the current #1 expert. Other than the Sacred Sun clan's Sacred Sun saint whose whereabouts were unknown, the Purple Sun martial saint Zhang Chao, who was also Huang Guanglia's master and of the same generation as the exalted Heaven Shaker and the Heaven Diviner that year. Apart from the mysterious painting Saint Old Man Mo, who had shown his prowess in front of the world before. It was publicly acknowledged in the current 8 extremities world that Huang Guanglia was superior to the devil Saint Yuan Tian, the lord of the heavenly thunder Hall Shunli and the other 4 martial saints. And that was before Huang Guanglia went into seclusion. Now that he had come out of seclusion, who knew what realm he had reached? Huang Guanglia looked at Huang Su and said, "Tell me what happened after I went into seclusion." Huang Su nodded, narrating one matter after another in an orderly manner. His narration had the feeling of covering everything in great detail. Other than the important matters, some trivial matters were also mentioned. Whether it was Huang Guanglia who was listening to Huang Su's narration or Huang Jie and the others in the surroundings, none of them showed any signs of impatience as they just stood there quietly. After Huang Su had finally finished narrating Broad Creed Mountain's current situation, he finally fell silent. Huang Guanglia looked towards the north, in the direction of the heaven domain. Yuan Zhengfeng finally dares to enter seclusion and attempt to take that step? Sadly he is too slow. Huang Guanglia strode forward, heading north. Broad Creed Mountain has made use of these few years of this old man's seclusion to stir up quite a bit of activity. Since that is so, after this old man leaves seclusion, I will first go to their place to exercise my muscles a little. At the same time, radiance surged before Huang Su, a long golden ruler appearing. Then, light erupted, as if a world of white light had been created where the world illuminating peak had been. The long golden ruler flew up, landing in Huang Guanglia's hands. Huang Guanglia strode out, instantly leaving far away. Immeasurable light headed north, illuminating the heavens and the earth. Accompanied by Huang Guanglia's departure, night gradually returned to the world illuminating peak. Huang Su and Huang Jie did not move, the 2 remaining on guard over the world illuminating peak. The other Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners were all extremely excited. Did you feel it? The old chief has successfully left seclusion, truly having advanced a step further. He is now truly invincible in the 8 extremities world. Broad Creed Mountain is finished. With Yuan Zhengfeng's old injuries forcibly breaking through into the martial saint realm, his chances of death are at least 50%. Even if he does not die, it will definitely not be easy. Without entering the martial saint realm, even with the support of the clear chi robe and the guardian grand formation, he will still be unable to stop the old chief, not to mention that the old chief has also brought along the great sun heaven measuring ruler. The expressions of Huang Su and Huang Jie were comparatively calm. Exchanging glances, Huang Jie nodded. Grandfather has successfully left seclusion, his cultivation base having risen to a whole new level. The general trend is already set. History is always so similar. Broad Creed Mountain's Zhandonga rose to a higher level in the past, exterminating Black Nightmare Mountain after leaving seclusion. The 8 extremities world's 7 great sacred grounds became 6. Huang Su gazed towards the north. Now that father has successfully left seclusion, the 6 great sacred grounds will become 5. On Broad Creed Mountain, Yen Zhaoge was currently instructing Ah Hu, bury this thing in the 9 locations that I have designated. Saying thus, Yen Zhaoge handed a jar to Ah Hu. Glancing downwards at the jar, Ah Hu saw that it was all bright red within. Young master, what is this thing? Raising his head to look at the dark night sky, feeling the circulation of the clear chi grand formation, Yen Zhaoge casually answered, the 9 underworld's dark soil obtained from Xn Dongping. Ah Hu blinked. Young master, when you took it out earlier, wasn't it an illusory image that resembled clouds and mist? Why has it become like red soil now? I took care of it myself. As Yen Zhaoge said this, he swiveled his head to look at Water Ridge Peak. The black devilish chi beneath Water Ridge Peak had already vanished, only some red light vaguely emanating from it. Yen Zhaoge said to Ah Hu, after burying the 9 underworld's dark soil in different locations, Make a trip to the heaven-sealing gorge. Use the method that I told you to conceal some of that red light. Ahu answered, "No problem, young master. I'll go right now." The place where Yin Zhaoge was currently standing was not on the main peak, the heaven-rising peak, but on the thunder-shocking peak below it. Beneath his feet, a few marks had been carved out on the soil, crisscrossing as they appeared completely ordinary and unremarkable. Yin Zhaoge looked at the devilish mark on the back of his hand as he extended his foot and carved out another mark on the ground. The eastern sky gradually turned white, dawn about to arrive. Yin Zhaoge squinted as he gazed over. But very quickly Yin Zhaoge raised his brows, swiveling his head to look towards the south. The horizon over there suddenly turned white, as though a sun was about to rise. Chapter 307. Gazing towards the south, Yin Zhaoge saw immeasurable light shooting into the skies. Originally, at daybreak, the sunlight had still been extremely dim, but now the region of Broad Creed Mountain had instantly turned from night to day. Boundless, majestic power that far surpassed that of the Devil Saint Yuan Tian swept its way from south to north. If one were to say that facing the Devil Saint Yuan Tian, he could still think of resisting at this moment, despair and helplessness vaguely arose within his heart. In the air above Broad Creed Mountain, the vast clear Qi Grand Formation shook mightily at this moment. The Grand Formation seemed to have a life of its own. Startled, the spirit patterns that had originally been concealed amidst space lit up immediately, their power circulating to the maximum as traces of their existence were revealed. However, faced with that infinitely approaching light, the clear Qi Grand Formation trembled more and more intensely. Looking expressionlessly at this scene, Yin Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath. Without having to guess, he knew that of the Sacred Sun clan, there was only one existence who possessed such power. That was the former chief of the Sacred Sun clan, the East-coming Martial Saint Huang Guanglia, the current #1 expert of the Sacred Sun clan. Having been in secluded cultivation for so many years, having emerged now, this old man had immediately rushed over to Broad Creed Mountain. And from the looks of it, he had clearly left seclusion successfully, his cultivation base having advanced a step further. Facing the Devil Saint Yuan Tian, a transcending mortality martial grandmaster with a sacred artifact in hand would still have the power to battle, bolstered by the sacred artifact and the clear Qi Grand Formation. However, even with the clear Qi robe bolstered by the power of the clear Qi Grand Formation, the current Huang Guanglia might not be able to be beaten into retreat. Moreover, Yuan Tian's weapon was a high-grade spirit artifact. This time, Huang Guanglia had very likely brought along the Sacred Sun clan's sacred artifact, the Great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler. A martial saint, and a martial saint like Huang Guanglia at that, with a sacred artifact in hand, his power was even more shocking. Huang Guanglia's speed was too fast, too hasty. While the disturbances caused by him or the Great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler leaving the world illuminating peak were great, it would be very hard for Broad Creed Mountain to receive the news in time. The only thing worth rejoicing over was that the martial practitioners of Broad Creed Mountain who had been stationed outside had all retreated back to the clan beforehand, not having been casually swept through by Huang Guanglia. With the eruption of the chaos of the decimating abyss, with the Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall sending their troops over, Broad Creed Mountain could already deduce that the day Huang Guanglia emerged from seclusion was definitely approaching. The decimating abyss had made use of the Sacred Sun clan to exert pressure on Broad Creed Mountain, but wasn't the Sacred Sun clan similarly making use of the decimating abyss as a blade? After stabilizing their footing, Broad Creed Mountain began notifying the experts who had been deployed outside to return. Yin Zhaoge looked at that white light that enveloped the heavens and the earth. At this time, Ahu climbed up the thunder-shaking peak and shouted, "Young master, is that Huang Guanglia? He really came out of seclusion in these few days." Yin Zhaoge nodded. It was precisely during this time that Xan Dongping made his move. If he succeeded, the 9 underworlds descended. If he failed, the Sacred Sun clan came to deal with us. Ahu's face was illuminated by the distant radiance. "Young master, do you think he brought the Great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler?" "He came too quickly, our clan couldn't receive the news in time," Yin Zhaoge said. "However, he most likely brought it with him. If the Sacred Sun clan has already gotten rid of the decimating abyss spy planted there, they would have nothing to worry about now. With the East Sea Flame Devils causing trouble, Jade Sea City and Turbid Wave Pavilion would be dealing with it. Infinite Boundless Mountain had the Heavenly Thunder Hall watching over them. While the Heavenly Thunder Hall might also have their own plans, they would more or less still restrict Infinite Boundless Mountain. The painting saint, Old Man Mo, did not participate in the internal conflicts of the human race. The Sacred Sun clan indeed had nothing to worry about. While Huang Guanglia was currently at the peak of his success, he was also a veteran of the martial world for many years, also having to deal with Broad Creed Mountain that had always been a thorn in his side. This time he would definitely seek to suppress them from above, killing them in a single blow, completely removing Broad Creed Mountain from the sacred ground. The Great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler would most likely be brought along with him. In the hands of Huang Guanglia, this sacred artifact was completely different from in the hands of his son, the late Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster Huang Su, its power incomparable. Yan Zhaoge swiveled his head and asked Ah Hu, "The matter we talked about just now, has it all been arranged?" Ah Hu hurriedly answered, "Yes, young master." Over at the Heaven Sealing Gorge, Elder Fang is making preparations, guaranteeing that not a single bit of its aura will leak out. Those 9 underworld's dark soil, I have also buried them in those 9 places as per your instructions. Yin Zhaoge nodded, "That's good then." Next, not saying anything more, Yin Zhaoge lowered his head to look at the numerous marks that were currently being drawn beneath his feet, gradually forming a simple, yet seemingly containing a unique profundity within. Atop the heaven-rising peak, garbed in the clear chi robe, Yen Di sat in the meditative position, the heavenly dragon saber placed horizontally across his knees. Beside him, Elder Zhang and Elder Gong looked as per normal, but their complexions were slightly dispirited, having yet to recover from their heavy injuries. Pressured by that infinite light, the clear chi grand formation began shrinking unceasingly, becoming more and more condensed, becoming smaller and smaller, gradually shrinking to less than an acre in size, transforming into a massive spirit pattern that hovered above the heaven-rising peak, putting up its final resistance. Within that infinite light, a white-clothed old man strode out neither quickly nor slowly. It was precisely Huang Guanglia. His hands behind his back, he gazed down at the heaven-rising peak. His gaze was completely not on Elder Zhang and Elder Gong, instead falling on Yen Di, appraising him with a single glance before saying mildly, "It really is a pity that you have entered Broad Creed Mountain." Yen Di answered calmly, "It is my honor. A long time ago this old man once asked you whether you were willing to join my Sacred Sun clan, but you refused." Huang Guanglia said, "This old man has never given people second chances, but for you, this old man is willing to make an exception. This is the second time I'm asking you, are you willing to join my Sacred Sun clan?" Yen Di smiled, not answering, raising the heavenly dragon saber before his chest with his right hand, lightly flicking the blade of the saber with a finger of his left hand. Seeing this, Huang Guanglia said indifferently, "The second time I'm asking you is also the last time. Since you are so stubborn, there is no need to say anything more." Saying thus, Huang Guanglia's gaze swept across Broad Creed Mountain asking, "I heard that his son is also rather extraordinary?" Behind him, the world-illuminating Lord appeared, answering slowly, "He cannot be judged by common sense, cannot be treated lightly." A cold snort resounded, Pan Buatai's figure also appearing behind Huang Guanglia. Huang Guanglia said, "Su Er's evaluation of him is also rather high. This has really piqued this old man's curiosity. Come out, let this old man take a look." His voice rolled down, resembling the waves of the sea that shook the entire Broad Creed Mountain. Some Broad Creed Mountain disciples with lower cultivation bases could only feel as though their souls were about to be shaken out of their bodies. The expressions of Elder Zhang and Elder Gong both changed. Huang Guanglia's stance seemed to be saying that if they didn't do as he said, he would shake everyone of Broad Creed Mountain to death. Huang Guanglia's expression was mild. "You've killed many of my Sacred Sun clan's people, spoiled many of my Sacred Sun clan's matters, disrespecting my Sacred Sun clan time and time again. Come out, let this old man see what kind of young hero you are." Chapter 308. Huang Guanglia's aura surged to the heavens, enveloping the entire Broad Creed Mountain. On thunder-shocking peak, Yen Zhaoge was no exception. He raised his head and looked calmly at Huang Guanglia, who was in the clouds. He could see his opponent's appearance clearly, but in his perception, there was only a vast expanse of whiteness. That feeling was even more worrying than looking directly at the sun. In that instant, Yen Zhaoge felt as though he no longer existed in this world, as though he had been purified by that infinite radiance. Within the sky, Huang Guanglia sensed something, feeling Yan Zhaoge's gaze on him. His gaze also immediately turned towards the thunder-shocking peak, looking at Yan Zhaoge at its peak. Accompanied by Huang Guanglia's gaze, that power that had originally enveloped Broad Creed Mountain instantly converged towards Yan Zhaoge. The endless power of sunlight condensed into a single point, piercing through the void, burning the void and piercing through the void. Atop heaven-rising peak, Yan Di stood up, brandishing the heavenly dragon saber within his hand as the clear chi robe's wide sleeves resembled the heavens as they drifted outwards. The saber intent that could split the heavens and the earth rose up, splitting the sunlight. Behind Yan Di, the faces of Elder Zhang and Elder Gong were not relaxed. Huang Guanglia had yet to make his move. On the thunder-shocking peak, Yan Zhaoge's expression was calm as he looked at Huang Guanglia, cupping his hands. Before the east-coming martial saint, Broad Creed Mountain disciple Yan Zhaoge greets you. Appraising Yan Zhaoge with a glance, Huang Guanglia said casually after a while, purely in terms of martial cultivation and strength, whether or not you can compare to your father Yan Di in the future, at the same cultivation level at the same age, you have caused an even greater disturbance than Yan Di. A pity this old man has already decided to exterminate Broad Creed Mountain today and kill Yan Di. As for you, I won't stay either. Huang Guanglia stretched out one of his hands, and a vast expanse of whiteness shone from his palm. The sacred Sun clan's direct lineage, the head of the 7 great Sun arts. The light shines and the world becomes white. The ultimate skill that had once been displayed in the hands of Pan Buotai, in Huang Guanglia's hands, was a completely different sight. In a trance, there was no longer white light flashing in front of everyone's eyes. Instead, it was pitch black. The light was so bright that everyone felt like they were going blind. Under the power of Huang Guanglia's palm, it was as if he was the only truth in the world, the only ruler, the only light, and everything else was reduced to darkness and silence. The sun rose in the east, and at daybreak the real sun had already risen above the horizon. However, at this moment, it was as though night had descended upon Broad Creed Mountain once more. Above the heaven-rising peak, the radiance of the clear chi grand formation that had always guarded Broad Creed Mountain dimmed at this moment, resembling the light of a candle about to be extinguished. At the top of the mountain, specks of light lit up on the clear chi robe that Yan Di was wearing, some black, some yellow, vast and vigorous. But under Huang Guanglia's palm force, these lights lit up and extinguished bit by bit. The terrifying light swept through the world, seemingly wanting to wipe Broad Creed Mountain off the face of the earth. Yan Di's gaze was unwavering as he faced the powerful Huang Guanglia fearlessly. He took a deep breath and raised the heavenly dragon saber, which was glowing with a dim purple light. As Yan Di raised his saber, the purple radiance on its blade flickered once more. The clear chi robe fluttered unceasingly, numerous streams of clear chi emanating outwards as the 8 peaks of Broad Creed Mountain shook together. Without the envelopment of the devilish domain grand formation, Water Ridge Peak resonated with the other 8 peaks as it was enveloped by the numerous streams of clear chi of the clear chi robe. Above the heaven-rising peak, the massive rune formed of the clear chi grand formation began shrinking a step further. The heavenly dragon saber in Yan Di's hand shot a streak of purple light into the horizon, connecting with the center of the rune formed of the clear chi grand formation. The roar of a dragon resounded as the purple light expanded unceasingly, finally resembling a heavenly pillar. The streams of clear chi emitted by the clear chi robe enveloped the purple pillar of light, combining with the clear chi grand formation. Yan Di exhaled and roared, chopping down with his saber. Like the heavenly pillar collapsing, the heavens overturning, the infinite sky transforming together into a purple saber. On the blade of the saber that could not be seen in the distance, a pattern was inlaid, precisely condensed of the clear chi grand formation. As the streams of clear chi surged, black or yellow radiance also circulated on the blade of the saber. The majestic power of the clear chi grand formation and the clear chi robe was currently all bolstered on Yan Di's body without reservation, aiding him in executing this supreme saber. As the purple light flickered, it was finally no longer dominated by the white light. The darkness retreated, light returning to Broad Creed Mountain once more. The majestic, tyrannical purple saber light mightily broke through that infinite white light. Seeing this scene, the experts of the Sacred Sun clan all had looks of admiration on their faces. However, they were not worried. Amongst martial grandmasters, you can indeed be said to be invincible, Huang Guanglia nodded. However, that is only amongst martial grandmasters. The current you is still inexperienced. Saying thus, Huang Guanglia extended his palm forward, retracting his index finger and thumb, only 3 fingers remaining as he pointed towards Broad Creed Mountain and Yendi from afar. The tips of his middle finger, ring finger and little finger all lit up with a golden radiance. While it was only a faint golden light, it seemed to contain infinite destructive power. It was even more powerful than light illumination, great white under the heavens. Beneath the 3 specks of golden light, the toughest of the sun, indestructible. Yendi's saber light instantly shook. Pan Buotai laughed coldly, "You have the immeasurable heavenly saber, while my sacred Sun clan has the extreme Yang fist, 3 suns opening heaven." Huang Guanglia executed the sacred Sun clan's supreme martial art, the killing move of the extreme Yang fist, 3 suns opening heaven. Incomparably ferocious power mightily struck towards Broad Creed Mountain and Yendi. 3 specks of golden light pierced through the heavens and the earth. Yendi let out a long breath, the massive heaven-splitting saber chopping out horizontally, intercepting the 3 specks of golden light. Amidst the rumbling, the purple saber light shook unceasingly. In the process of clashing with the purple saber light, the 3 specks of golden light merged, gradually converging into a single point, their power rising yet another level. Yendi's expression was calm as he held his saber horizontally before his chest, finally adopting a defensive stance. The purple saber light resembled a heavenly screen, splitting the heavens and the earth into 2 worlds. On one side was Broad Creed Mountain, on the other was that terrifying golden light. The purple light and the golden light were locked in a stalemate. Bolstered by the clear chi robe and the clear chi grand formation, Yendi resembled a pillar that supported the heavens, standing erect between the heavens and the earth, not letting Huang Guanglia advance lightly. In the current 8 extremities world, Huang Guanglia could virtually already be called the #1 expert. As a martial grandmaster, with the help of the clear chi robe and the clear chi grand formation, Yendi successfully blocked him. He also guarded Broad Creed Mountain, not letting the aftershocks of the clash of the 2 powers affect the others of Broad Creed Mountain. If he did not care about the safety of his fellow disciples, Yendi would have the power to counterattack, not needing to adopt a defensive stance. The attacking Yendi was the strongest Yendi. However, no one forgot that the current Huang Guanglia was unarmed. The sacred Sun clan's sacred artifact, the great Sun heaven measuring ruler, had yet to make an appearance. On the thunder-shocking peak, Yan Zhaoga and Ah who watched this scene, the latter swallowing his saliva, after Huang Guanglia successfully advanced a step further, he is truly terrifying. No wonder the old chief wanted to enter secluded cultivation to attempt to break through into the martial saint realm no matter what. Within the sky, Huang Guanglia swiveled his head to say to the world-illuminating Lord, Pan Buotai and the others, "Yendi is a rare talent. In the final battle of his life, this old man will give him a chance to display it. As for Broad Creed Mountain, I'll leave it to you." The world-illuminating Lord and the others nodded in unison. Then a great sun rose within the sky, rapidly descending towards Broad Creed Mountain. Chapter 309. Pan Buotai, the world-illuminating Lord and the others descended towards Broad Creed Mountain together. Elder Zhang, Elder Gong and the others looked at each other solemnly. Pan Buotai's gaze directly fell on Yan Zhaoga on the thunder-shocking peak. "Child of the Yan family, you killed this old man's grandson. Today shall be the day you pay with your life." The world-illuminating Lord appraised the 8 peaks of Broad Creed Mountain. Earlier, in the great battle between Broad Creed Mountain and the decimating abyss, the traces of destruction caused by it had already been mostly removed. However, that fire-leaving peak that had its peak shaved off and sharpened once more still displayed to the world what kind of great tribulation Broad Creed Mountain had previously encountered. And now, an even greater tribulation had descended, not giving those of Broad Creed Mountain any chance to catch their breath. The world-illuminating Lord said mildly, "As one of the 6 great sacred grounds of the 8 extremities world, Broad Creed Mountain is actually a place that harbors evil, secretly communicating with the 9 underworlds and establishing the decimating abyss, intending to guide the 9 underworlds to descend into our 8 extremities world, causing the evil devils to wreak havoc and plunge all living beings into misery and suffering. Your Broad Creed Mountain has brought calamity to the common people, and everyone has the right to punish you." Hearing his words, the faces of Elder Zhang and the other Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners all changed, greatly enraged. A female's voice resounded, "The Sacred Sun clan is indeed still this shameless." The one who had spoken was Fu Enshu, her brows arching upwards. Battle Flame Devils, your Sacred Sun clan has only been working without putting in any effort, intent on preserving your strength. Now that our clan has consecutively obstructed the descent of the 9 underworlds, even battling the decimating abyss in a bloody battle, exterminating them, you have instead come to take advantage of us. I've never seen the glory of your so-called number 1 holy land in external battles. Only the internal battles between the holy lands of the human race have come to show off. Fu Enshu shouted angrily, now you still dare to come and smear our sect, you are truly shameless. The World Illuminating Lord said in an indifferent tone, isn't my Sacred Sun clan currently purging the spies of the 8 extremities world, returning peace to this world and severing the possibility of the 9 underworlds descending? He appraised Broad Creed Mountain with his gaze, you are currently planning for the descent of the 9 underworlds, and my Sacred Sun clan has specially come to stop you. That is all. The World Illuminating Lord shook his head. Before this, I really had not thought that the lofty sacred ground, Broad Creed Mountain, would actually be willing to be the dogs of the 9 underworlds. Elder Zhang's expression was ugly, and Elder Gong's temper was also explosive as he said furiously, your Sacred Sun clan will only face internal enemies, not external enemies. As this old man sees it, you are the true spies of the Flame Devils and the 9 underworlds. The World Illuminating Lord said coldly, the source of the decimating abyss, the creator of the decimating abyss, the Lord of the decimating abyss, is the number 2 figure of your Broad Creed Mountain, second only to Yuan Zhengfeng, Xian Dongping. This matter has already spread throughout the entire world, and it is not something that you can conceal with just a few words of quibbling. Elder Zhang said in a deep voice, Xian Dongping has already been purged by our clan, and even Devil Saint Yuan Tian has been executed as well. Decimating Abyss attacked our clan, and has also been destroyed. We do not tolerate your slander. A voice rang out from afar, it's just a ploy by you guys to abandon the Rook to protect the king, a ploy to deliberately numb the world. Following the voice, several figures appeared in the sky. They were led by a middle-aged man and a white-haired old man. The middle-aged man held a bow that flickered with purple light in his hands. It was precisely the first seat elder of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Lin Tianfeng. The old man beside him had an even higher cultivation base, being a Grand Elder of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, a peak martial grandmaster who had stepped into the transcending mortality stage many years ago. He had always remained secluded within the Heavenly Thunder Hall for many years, rarely making an appearance this year. Behind the two of them were also numerous Heavenly Thunder Hall experts. Their arrival caused all of Broad Creed Mountain to feel a suffocating feeling of black clouds pressuring over the city, threatening to overwhelm it. The one who had just spoken was precisely Lin Tianfeng. Standing within the air, he said, believing you today we will retreat here and now, not letting our guard down. Tomorrow will be the day when the 9 underworlds descend upon the 8 extremities world. Pan Buotai said coldly from the side, what's the point in talking so much with them? Whatever the reason, Broad Creed Mountain is destined to be destroyed today. Pan Buotai stared coldly at all of Broad Creed Mountain, staring coldly at Yan Zhaoga. That day in the Eastern Tang, you joined hands with Jade Sea City to force my Sacred Sun clan into retreat. Today the tides of fortune have turned. The humiliation we suffered back then, my Sacred Sun clan will return it all to you. Today the 6 great sacred grounds of the 8 extremities world, Broad Creed Mountain. Facing powerful enemies, while Broad Creed Mountain felt immense pressure from Elder Zhang, Elder Gong, Fu Enshu and the other bigwigs up to the other martial practitioners of the clan, they were all on high alert. On the thunder-shocking peak, Yan Zhaoga crossed his arms before his chest, his gaze shifting between Pan Buotai, the world-illuminating Lord Lin Tianfeng and the others, as well as that lofty Huang Guanglia high up above. Facing the death threat of a transcending mortality martial grandmaster like Pan Buotai, Yan Zhaoga's face showed no fear. Currently he was only analyzing the situation very seriously. The situation before him required him to make arrangements for himself, to choose a suitable target. Or rather, to choose a target. Swiveling his head to look in the direction of the back mountains converting Lake Peak, Yan Zhaoga thought, I wonder if Grandmaster will be able to make it in time. According to his original estimation, it should only be these 2 days. While their thoughts might not be the same as Yan Zhaoga's with powerful enemies bearing down on them at this moment, there were also other martial practitioners of Broad Creed Mountain who unconsciously looked in the direction of the back mountains converting Lake Peak. There, an old man who had always protected Broad Creed Mountain for many years, was taking a risk for Broad Creed Mountain. But very quickly the expressions of these Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners all dimmed. First, not speaking of the fact that this old man was risking his life, either succeeding or dying. Even if he succeeded, it wouldn't be within such a short period of time. Huang Guanglia's voice resounded from within the air. Yendi, I'll tell you plainly, this old man has brought the great sun heaven measuring ruler along with me. The reason why I'm not using it is because you are a rare talent. In the final battle of your life, this old man will let your brilliance blossom before the eyes of the world. But if you place your hopes on Yuan Zhengfeng, then you'd better give up early. Yuan Zhengfeng, he's not just a step slower than this old man. With his old injuries, even if he can successfully step into the martial saint realm, he would still need at least a year's time. This old man knows that he has only been in seclusion for a few months. Do you think that this old man will need more than half a year to break through to your Broad Creed Mountain? First try and see if you can block this old man for a quarter of an hour. Huang Guanglia's voice reverberated between the heavens and the earth, reverberating throughout the entire Central Heaven region. Moreover, this old man has emerged from seclusion successfully this time. With the great sun heaven measuring ruler in hand, even if Yuan Zhengfeng has also become a martial saint, this old man will definitely trample over this Broad Creed Mountain today. Now, the back mountain of Broad Creed Mountain abruptly shook intensely, a boundlessly majestic will that seemed to be as high as the heavens emanating from within. Unreasonable old Huang, the wind is too strong, it'll cut your tongue. A massive pillar of light rose from converting Lake Peak, shooting straight into the horizon, a figure indistinctly visible within. Beneath converting Lake Peak, Elder He who had always been guarding over Yendi had no time to rejoice. His hands changed as a rune arose, landing on the back of that person within the pillar of light. That person raised his palm towards the heavens, the runes of the clear Qi Grand Formation on Yendi's saber light instantly flying out, landing on that person's palm. Having lost the help of the clear Qi Grand Formation, Huang Guanglia's terrifying power instantly pressured over with the momentum of toppling mountains and overturning seas. However, that figure in the air above converting Lake Peak strode forward, already arriving before Yendi, raising a palm. Under the violent clash of forces, the massive heaven-obscuring hand directly shattered the golden light condensed of Huang Guanglia's three suns opening heaven. Huang Guanglia's explosive roar resounded between the heavens and the earth. Yuan Zhengfeng. Chapter 310. A figure appeared before him. He did not look tall, merely being an old man with a medium build. However, as this old man stood there, his body seemed as tall as the heavens. It was precisely Broad Creed Mountain's old chief, Yuan Zhengfeng. Within the sky, Huang Guanglia looked down on Yuan Zhengfeng. You actually left seclusion so quickly, even successfully transcending tribulation and entering sainthood? Before you entered seclusion, your old injuries had already recovered? Huang Guanglia quickly understood. How did you do it? If your injuries had long since healed, why didn't you enter seclusion earlier? Could it be that you were waiting to play a trick on me? Yuan Zhengfeng smiled. It's not as senseless as you think. It was just that you were unlucky and I was lucky. Looking at the old chief on the heaven-rising peak, the Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners all let out cheers. Meanwhile, the expressions of the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners of the world-illuminating Lord, Pan Buotai and Lin Tianfeng were no longer relaxed. Not only had Yuan Zhengfeng successfully stepped into the martial saint realm, he had also left seclusion much earlier than everyone had expected. This truly caught them unprepared. At the end of the day, this was where Broad Creed Mountain was located. Yuan Zhengfeng held the home ground advantage here, bolstered by the clear Qi Grand Formation. Even if Huang Guanglia successfully ascended to a higher level in the martial saint realm, it was still unknown whether he would be able to defeat Yuan Zhengfeng here at Broad Creed Mountain. Looking at Yuan Zhengfeng, Huang Guanglia said slowly, even if you have transcended mortality and entered sainthood, even if you have left seclusion, so what? To this old man there isn't much of a difference. Saying thus, Huang Guanglia raised his hands together, then pushed out horizontally with his palms. Majestic golden light congregated between his hands. All the other light between the heavens and the earth dimmed, seemingly all congregated within Huang Guanglia's hands. As the golden light flickered, resembling the true sun in the sky, it descended to less than 100,000 feet above the ground, infinite heat and destructive explosive power all concentrated here. Extreme Yang Fist, sun comes east. The title of the East Rising Martial Saint Huang Guanglia was derived from this. The violent power, with a destructive momentum, caused the heavens and earth around Broad Creed Mountain to completely turn into a furnace, turning into a world of golden light. However, in this world, a huge palm suddenly stretched out, as if it was pulling the surrounding world into its palm. Yuan Jingfeng looked at Huang Guanglia. "Old rude Huang, it's my fault. I've been stuck in the Great Grandmaster realm for too long, causing you to forget that when we were in the same realm, you were always defeated by me." As the huge palm flipped, heaven and earth spun. That blazing sun seemed to be caught in Yuan Jingfeng's hand. "A true man does not boast about his past achievements. You are still one step ahead of me now. I also admit that your current cultivation and strength are still a level higher than mine. However, although we are both martial sages, the gap between us is much smaller than the gap between martial sages and great grandmaster level martial sages." Yuan Jingfeng's heavenly broad creed palm mightily descended, directly extinguishing that terrifying sun. "And now the place where we are fighting is my Broad Creed Mountain. Under normal circumstances, in order to trample on someone else's mountain gate, the top experts of both sides had to be at least one realm higher than the opponent. This was under the precondition that the two sides were evenly matched at the same cultivation level. As the great golden sun was extinguished, all-encompassing flowing fire scattered, transforming into a dense golden rain of fire that descended. The light of the fire was bright. However, it illuminated the faces of the world-illuminating Lord and the others. In the distance, two extremely powerful auras rapidly neared. One was ferocious and violent, the other vigorous and heavy. The two clashed and tangled with each other while simultaneously shooting in the direction of Broad Creed Mountain. Yuan Jingfeng and Huang Guanglia did not look sideways. They were all clear on who the newcomers were. One was one of the current peak experts of the Eight Extremities world, the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, the Green Thunder Martial Saint, thunder moving all directions Shunli. The other was one of the few sacred artifacts of the Eight Extremities world, the heaven-cleaving axe that belonged to Infinite Boundless Mountain. As they neared Broad Creed Mountain, these two powerful auras gradually slowed, continuing to clash with each other, yet no longer nearing Broad Creed Mountain. Huang Guanglia ignored the newcomers as he opened his palm, a long golden ruler suddenly appearing within it. The sacred artifact of the Sacred Sun Clan, the Great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler. With the sacred artifact in hand, Huang Guanglia's aura skyrocketed once more, before he wielded the Great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler, striking towards Broad Creed Mountain and Yuan Jingfeng. It was like the great sun streaking through the air, measuring the horizon, its majestic power unstoppable. In the hands of a martial saint, the power unleashed by a sacred artifact was terrifying, far surpassing what a martial grandmaster like Huang Su could hope to achieve. However, on Broad Creed Mountain, Yan Di had already taken off the clear chi robe. Yuan Jingfeng spread his arms to the sides, bolstered by the clear chi robe, his majestic power skyrocketing once more, comparable to the heavens. He mightily struck out with the heavenly broad creed palm once more, forcibly meeting Huang Guanglia and the great sun heaven measuring ruler head-on. As the violent forces collided, the entire heavens and earth shook slightly. Cracks even vaguely appeared within the air, the very fabric of space breaking apart. On Broad Creed Mountain, after having taken off the clear chi robe, Yan Di did not remain idle as he brandished the heavenly dragon saber, pointing it straight towards Pan Buotai, the world-illuminating lord and the others. The roar of a dragon resounded as a shocking saber intent shot into the skies. While Elder Zhang, Elder Gong and the others were heavily injured, beneath converting Lake Peak, Elder He could finally break free of her shackles, no longer having to stand her ground. Spreading her palms wide, she also attacked towards the enemies attacking the mountain. The momentum of Yan Di's saber resembled the heavens, as beneath that saber, the heavens seemed to be collapsing as a terrifying power enveloped the world-illuminating Lord, Pan Buotai, Lin Tianfeng and the transcending mortality martial grandmasters of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. What shocked Pan Buotai and the others was that even with so many of them facing Yan Di, they actually felt that they were unable to withstand him. The four all retreated in defeat. Gazing at Pan Buotai, Yan Di said coldly, "Just now, who did you say you wanted to pay with your life?" Amidst Pan Buotai's furious roar, he raised his high-grade spirit artifact saber, chopping towards Yan Di with a west-tilting heaven-incinerating saber. Beneath Yan Di's saber, Pan Buotai's weapon flew out of his hands. The true martial avatar he had attained after entering transcending mortality, the west-tilting heaven-incinerating avatar, was directly hacked into two by Yen Di. Pan Butai was both shocked and enraged, only to see Yen Di retract his weapon. If not for you disrupting the clear Qi Grand Formation, our clan would not have had to expend so much effort in suppressing the decimating abyss. My eldest apprentice brother would not have needed to sacrifice himself for a noble cause, and my broad Creed Mountain would also not have suffered such great casualties as it has now. A cold light flickered within his tiger-like eyes as Yen Di abruptly raised his hand into a fist, his fist bright as Vajra. The head of the 8 extreme arts, the martial art that the Iron Lion King Shirtai had been proficient in, Vajra body. Yen Di mightily punched forward. Like a kite whose string had been cut, Pan Butai was sent flying. Seeing this, the faces of the world-illuminating Lord Lin Tianfeng and the others all changed as they began retreating. While Huang Guanglie and the great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler were strong, at the gates of Broad Creed Mountain, they were unable to do anything to Yuan Zhengfeng and the Clear Qi robe bolstered by the Clear Qi Grand Formation. At this point in the battle, destroying Broad Creed Mountain was already impossible. The world-illuminating Lord Lin Tianfeng and the others all swore viciously within their hearts. Let's see if you can hide within Broad Creed Mountain forever. Now, on the thunder-shocking peak, Yen Zhaoge, who had gradually been ignored by the bigwigs here, gazed straight at the world-illuminating Lord and the others within the air. With Grand Master not leaving seclusion, I need to consider whether I have a greater chance of success in dealing with Huang Guanglie or keeping the rest of you here. Now, I feel that I don't have to choose and can fight for both at the same time. Yen Zhaoge's gaze was cold as he stamped his foot. On the thunder-shocking peak, spirit patterns lit up. Chapter 311. At the top of the thunder-shaking peak, lines and lines interweaved. They looked very ordinary, as if a child was scribbling on the ground with a wooden stick. However, accompanied by Yen Zhaoge's stomp, the ordinary-looking pattern which had still seemed completely ordinary a moment ago lit up with a blurry radiance the next moment. Yen Zhaoge slowly inhaled, slowly exhaled before raising his palm. He suddenly knelt down on one knee and slammed his palm on the center of the formation pattern on the peak of thunder-shaking peak. The glowing formation quickly began to operate. Between the numerous peaks of Broad Creed Mountain, streams of strange qi suddenly surged into the skies. There were a total of 9 streams of air, and within each stream of air, there was a dark red light flashing, which was strange and unpredictable. The eyes of Yuan Zhengfeng, who was currently clashing with Huang Guanglie, flashed as the spirit patterns of the clear qi grand formation surfaced within his pupils. Then, the runes in his left pupil gradually dissipated. Behind him, there was also a rune shining. It was the one that Elder He had left on him when he had just come out of seclusion. At the same time, Elder He sent a voice transmission to Yuan Zhengfeng to explain the situation to him as quickly as possible. Yuan Zhengfeng currently did not feel surprised in the slightest as he circulated the power of the clear qi robe, resisting Huang Guanglie with all his might. Huang Guanglie only felt that the pressure that Yuan Zhengfeng was exerting on him had suddenly decreased. The experienced East-coming martial saint did not feel happy because of this. He knew very well whether Yuan Zhengfeng was a spent force or not. Just like him, Yuan Zhengfeng had come out of seclusion perfectly. His body was in peak condition and there was no problem at all. His strength had weakened merely because the power of the clear qi grand formation was no longer fully supporting him. Then, where had the other portion of the clear qi grand formation's power gone to now? On the thunder-shocking peak, white light suddenly flickered within Yen Zhaoge's left pupil, 3 specks of golden light flickering within. The next moment, the spirit patterns of the clear qi grand formation appeared within Yen Zhaoge's left pupil. Yen Zhaoge pressed his right palm on the ground of the mountain peak, his left hand extending towards the bald sky. Accompanied by Yen Zhaoge's outstretched hand, the spirit patterns of the clear qi grand formation surfaced within the sky, merging with the numerous strange red streams of qi that shot into the skies above Broad Creed Mountain range. The runes of the clear qi grand formation which had originally flickered with white light were gradually dyed with a layer of strange red at this moment. At the same time, at the foot of the Water Ridge Peak in the heaven-sealing gorge, here a tall tower stood tall. The shape of the pagoda was exactly the same as the golden pagoda at the core of the demonic domain grand formation that guided the descent of the 9 underworlds. However, this tower was not golden, and there were no chain-like black runes winding around it. There was also no strange red door of light at the top of the tower. The entire tower was emitting a dark red light. It was just that following Yan Zhaoge's special manipulation techniques, these lights did not radiate outwards as they were concealed within the darkness of the heaven-sealing gorge. This dark red pagoda was like the spirit patterns that Yan Zhaoge had inscribed at the top of the thunder-shocking peak earlier. No aura of power leaked out from it. A figure sat on the tall red tower. It was precisely Fang Zhuan. He had been waiting quietly and did not make a move. Even when the enemy attacked the mountain at its most critical moment, he still did not make any move. Now, feeling the changes in Broad Creed Mountain and the clear Qi Grand Formation, a bright light flashed within Fang Zhuan's eyes. He made a simple action, which was to get up and leave the dark red tower. Accompanied by Fang Zhuan's departure, the dark red tower, which had been completely silent earlier, instantly lit up. The 9 strange dark red streams of qi between Broad Creed Mountain range floated upwards into the sky, merging with the spirit patterns of the clear qi Grand Formation in the sky, while descending downwards, congregating within the heaven-sealing gorge. 9 thick chains appeared out of thin air. They were all dark red in color and they wrapped around the tower. The tall red tower rumbled, not growing in size, instead beginning to gradually shrink. On the thunder-shocking peak, Yan Zhaoge looked up into the sky, overseeing the overall situation. There, the spirit patterns of the clear qi Grand Formation had already turned completely dark red. Yan Zhaoge clenched his left hand into a fist, punching outwards. On the back of his left hand, a sigil suddenly lit up. That was the devilish mark that had sealed the great 9 underworlds door in the sand region. The spirit patterns of the clear qi Grand Formation in the sky shook mightily, before a pillar of light descended, enveloping Yan Zhaoge. With Yan Zhaoge as their center, numerous spirit patterns extended outwards, one spirit pattern after another. Yet another miniature spirit pattern of the clear qi Grand Formation appeared at the top of the thunder-shocking peak. The 2 formations, one large, one small, formed 2 massive rings of light, encircling the mountain peak. The 2 rings of light, one internal, one external, one clockwise, one anti-clockwise, all circulated simultaneously. In the outside world, Broad Creed Mountain range shook simultaneously at this moment. The tall red tower within the heaven-sealing gorge rapidly shrunk, while the clear qi Grand Formation in the sky circulated to the maximum at this moment. When the tall red tower completely disappeared, a tiny black dot shockingly appeared at the center of the dark red clear qi Grand Formation. This black dot grew larger unceasingly, finally transforming into an existence that resembled a black hole. It seemed to lead to a boundless, unknown land, but a shocking aura emanated from within. In the surroundings of Broad Creed Mountain, the world-illuminating Lord Lin Tianfeng and the others all looked shocked at this scene. Feeling that something was wrong, they wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. The dark red clear qi Grand Formation collapsed mightily, transforming into all-encompassing strange red light, enveloping the enemies attacking Broad Creed Mountain. One by one, starting from the world-illuminating Lord Lin Tianfeng and the others, all the martial practitioners of the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall who had arrived were enveloped by the red light, their bodies then involuntarily flying towards that black hole. The world-illuminating Lord roared anxiously, immeasurable radiance radiating from his palm as the heavenly altar erected, 8 suns appearing as he executed the supreme martial art of light illuminating all, great white beneath the heavens. Lin Tianfeng roared furiously, his entire body flickering with the light of thunder as the heavenly altar of purplish-green lightning condensed as he executed the supreme martial art of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, the 9 rotating Thunder King saber, all-encompassing thunderbolts rampaging throughout the sky. Pan Butai, who had been heavily injured by Yan Di, now also struggled to circulate his strength, wanting to resist the pull of the strange formation before him. That transcending mortality martial grandmaster of the Heavenly Thunder Hall who was battling Elder, he also used his full strength, his true martial avatar rising, shaking the heavens and shaking the earth. Enveloped within the red light, Yan Di, Elder He and the other Broad Creed Mountain experts were not affected in the slightest as they now launched their attacks, killing or crippling their opponents one by one. The world-illuminating Lord Lin Tianfeng and the others had originally been resisting the red light with all their might. Now, being attacked once more, they were instantly powerless to resist as they were dragged towards the black hole at lightning speed. Feeling the terrifying aura within, everyone cried out in shock. 9 underworlds? That red light shot towards Huang Guanglia in midair. Huang Guanglia snorted coldly, wanting to repel the red light. However, as Yuan Zhengfeng struck out with a palm, Huang Guanglia was momentarily distracted as he was instantly dragged along by the red light. Wanting to break free, Yuan Zhengfeng's attacks that seemed to be able to topple the heavens and overturn the seas pressured down from the side, causing him to be completely unable to focus on dealing with the variant clear qi grand formation that Yan Zhaoge controlled. As an exalted martial saint with a sacred artifact in hand, Huang Guanglie could only helplessly be pulled along. In the blink of an eye, the black hole was right before him. Flames that surged to the heavens flashed within Huang Guanglie's eyes. Feeling the terrifying aura within that black hole, he clenched his teeth, glancing at the great sun-heaven measuring ruler within his hands. With a wild howl that shook the heavens, Huang Guanglie dropped his great sun-heaven measuring ruler. As violent golden light flickered, the red light that enveloped Huang Guanglie as well as the attacking Yuan Zhengfeng were both jolted into retreat. Huang Guanglie transformed into a golden light, instantly leaving far away. His eyes bloodshot, looking back he saw the ancestral treasure of the sacred Sun clan, one of the few sacred artifacts of the Eight Extremities world, the great sun-heaven measuring ruler, shuddering as it was still sucked into that black hole, sent to the legendary 9 underworlds. In the air above Broad Creed Mountain, the strange dark red grand formation circulated, seeming to have transformed into a bloody slaughterhouse at this moment. The black hole within the sky resembled a meat grinder, resembled a millstone, resembled the open mouth of a massive beast that devoured the heavens. The world-illuminating Lord Pan Buotai Lin Tianfeng, one martial practitioner after another of the sacred Sun clan and the heavenly Thunder Hall was buried here. Chapter 312. The violent black hole in the sky not only led to the terrifying 9 underworlds, but the distorted space also formed a huge destructive force. Many of the martial artists who were sucked into it had their bodies torn apart by the ruptured space when they approached the black hole. The already heavily injured Grand Elder of the Sacred Sun clan, Pan Buotai, let out a furious roar that shocked the heavens. Yan Zhaoge. Yendi. With a furious roar, half of his body was swallowed by the black hole, but the space around him was distorted. The heavily injured Pan Buotai was powerless to resist, as his body was directly chopped in half by the terrifying void energy. Pan Buotai, a transcendent martial grandmaster of the same generation as Huang Guanglie, Yuan Zhengfeng and the others, who had dominated the world for many years, had perished in the void. The head of the Sacred Sun clan's world-illuminating lord of this generation's 7 reigning sons, Lin Tianfeng of the Heavenly Thunder Hall as well as a Grand Elder of the Heavenly Thunder Hall were swept within the black hole together. The terrifying dark red grand formation within the sky and that black hole wreaked havoc at this moment, wreaking havoc on the souls of all who had invaded Broad Creed Mountain. Within the black hole, a speck of golden light floated up and down, struggling unceasingly. It was the saint weapon, the great sun-heaven measuring ruler. But now that the great sun-heaven measuring ruler had lost its master, although it was strong, it was gradually swept away by the black hole and disappeared without a trace. Huang Guanglie broke free from the dark red light of the formation and flew far away. Looking back, he saw that his holy weapon had finally been swallowed by the black hole. At this moment, the East Emergence martial saint was so enraged that he almost vomited blood. The great sun-heaven measuring ruler, the supreme treasure of the Sacred Sun clan, having been passed down for many years, it had always been the symbol of the clan, as well as the important thing that allowed the Sacred Sun clan to stand tall in this world. When the clan did not have a martial saint, or when he, Huang Guanglie, had been in secluded cultivation, it had been the great sun-heaven measuring ruler that had supported the Sacred Sun clan from falling, maintaining its mighty name as it contended with the other sacred grounds. Even if the sect was weak for a while, it still had enough resources to make others not dare to offend it. Like Broad Creed Mountain's clear chi robe and infinite boundless mountain's heaven-cleaving axe. Meanwhile, the reason why the Sacred Sun clan had been able to sit stably on the throne of the #1 sacred ground of the Eight Extremities world in recent years was because of Huang Guanglie's status as a martial saint, existing alongside the sacred artifact, the great sun-heaven measuring ruler, being the only one of its kind in the Eight Extremities world, able to suppress the other sacred grounds. Huang Guanglie had painstakingly been in secluded cultivation for many years. During the War of the Eastern Tang, when Broad Creed Mountain had counterattacked the Fire Domain, he had forcibly endured and not emerged from seclusion. Having broken out of seclusion this time, his cultivation base had advanced a step further. His momentum had truly shocked the heavens as he had drawn the attention of the entire Eight Extremities world. Even their original ally, the Heavenly Thunder Hall, was beginning to feel uneasy. The reason why Huang Guanglia did not use the Great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler when he attacked the mountain was because he had misjudged the time Yuan Zhengfeng would come out of seclusion, and he had absolute confidence in himself. On the other hand, it was to intimidate the Heavenly Thunder Hall and Infinite Boundless Mountain. This time, Huang Guanglia brought the Great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler to the Heaven region in the north. He was like the great sun in the sky, like a tiger that was going to sweep the world. The Sacred Sun clan, which had originally been the #1 sacred ground of the current Eight Extremities world, whether it was in terms of strength or reputation, had both skyrocketed here. Their first target was yet another death-secluded cultivation of their chief, Broad Creed Mountain, who had just suffered a great tribulation at the same time. The battle hadn't even begun, but the outcome seemed to have been decided. Huang Guanglia was full of confidence when Yuan Zhengfeng successfully broke out of seclusion and displayed his shocking strength. At most, he only felt a little regretful that their advantage was no longer so obvious. However, even if they were unable to take down Broad Creed Mountain, he and his subordinates of the Sacred Sun clan would still be able to retreat unscathed, suppressing Yuan Zhengfeng and the others from outside Broad Creed Mountain, not daring to leave the Clear Qi Grand Formation. This way, other than the Central Heaven region, the other 4 regions of the Heaven Domain as well as the lands of the Wind Domain would all be taken in by the Sacred Sun clan, allowing them to rampage as they pleased. However, Huang Guanglia would never have thought that a life-seizing formation would suddenly appear within the sky. If not for him having reacted in time and cut his losses, even he himself might have been sucked in by that black hole. Now, while he had managed to escape, the Sacred Sun clan experts who had come to Broad Creed Mountain this time had all been wiped out. They had even lost their clan's supreme treasure, the Great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler. At this moment, Huang Guanglia even felt that he didn't know how he should account for this to the past ancestors of the Sacred Sun clan. From a certain perspective, Huang Guanglia had made the same mistake as Yuan Tian, who had come to trample on Broad Creed Mountain previously, resulting in his defeat and death. As peak existences of the current Eight Extremities world, the 2 martial saints were also veterans of the Jianghu. Before they had acted, they would have held back a trump card to guard against any unexpected Misha. However, the mishaps they had faced had truly surpassed their imaginations, being hard to predict beforehand. Therefore, tragedy had befallen both of them. While Huang Guanglia had fallen with the Great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler, having barely managed to break free, Yuan Zhengfeng had not let him off. A heavenly Broad Creed palm mightily struck over. Huang Guanglia still had not stabilized his footing as he could only barely withstand it. However, after Yuan Zhengfeng's palm, he immediately followed up with a saber. Closely following the heavenly Broad Creed palm was the immeasurable heavenly saber. Huang Guanglia roared furiously, stumbling in retreat as he fled far away, no longer remaining. The east-coming martial saint who had left seclusion, wanting to sweep through all beneath the heavens in his first battle, had been badly battered and bloodied at the foot of Broad Creed Mountain. Yuan Zhengfeng was not in a hurry to give chase. Stepping between the heavens and the earth, he gazed in another direction. The 2 of you, what do you say? Their 2 extremely powerful auras existed. Originally, they had been in a stalemate, their attention now focused on that terrifying black hole in the sky above Broad Creed Mountain. After burying the people of the Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall, that terrifying black hole finally began to slowly vanish. Yuan Zhengfeng. A voice that was low like rolling thunder resounded. This move of your Broad Creed Mountains was really played beautifully. Yuan Zhengfeng gazed silently in the direction of the voice. Xunli, wanting to take advantage of my Broad Creed Mountain, your Heavenly Thunder Hall should have anticipated the outcome of your failure. The aura of the Green Thunder Martial Saint Xunli surged, shaking the surrounding heavens and earth as unsuppressible flames of fury were contained within. That black hole is a dimensional passageway in reverse. It leads to the 9 underworlds, right? Your Broad Creed Mountain is indeed in cahoots with the decimating abyss 9 underworlds. Turbid Wave Pavilion cannot tolerate you, and the painting Saint Old Man Mo will also not sit by and watch. Now that you, Yuan Zhengfeng, have become a martial saint, will you be able to stand against everyone under the heavens? Xunli said in a heavy tone. Chu Yin, what does your Infinite Boundless Mountain say? The current chief of Infinite Boundless Mountain who wielded the heaven-cleaving axe, the northern peak towering sky Chu Yin, was silent. The vigorous aura of the heaven-cleaving axe shook slightly, but it did not show any enmity towards Broad Creed Mountain, just seeming to be very wary of the great 9 underworlds door that had just appeared in the sky in reverse. Yuan Zhengfeng chuckled. Xunli, after mixing around with old unreasonable Huang for so long, you have also fallen for that bad habit of him of slandering others. Xunli said coldly, the circulation of your broad Creed Mountain's guardian grand formation actually opened a passageway to the 9 underworlds. This is indisputable. On the thunder-shocking peak, Yan Zhaoge raised his eyes to look at the sky, looking at the clear Qi grand formation that had turned from dark red to white once more as he said slowly, Hall Lord Shen misunderstands. In addition to exterminating the decimating abyss, in order to prevent the descent of the 9 underworlds, our clan went all out, finally relying on our guardian grand formation to seal the door to the descent of the 9 underworlds. It is just that this placed a great burden on our clan's guardian grand formation. If we were attacked by external enemies again, it would inevitably be unable to bear the burden, resulting in the abnormality just now occurring. We were also very surprised by such a result. Fortunately, the passageway was in reverse. Our clan really made a great sacrifice, bearing a great risk for the safety of the 8 Extremities world. For the 8 Extremities world, for the human realm, my broad Creed Mountain is duty-bound to do so, also not expecting any repayment. We just hope that our fellow Taoists can understand a little. At the very least, don't come touching our clan's clear Qi grand formation. Otherwise, no one can guarantee what else might happen. It can also be considered that everyone is of one mind, resisting the calamity of the 9 underworlds together. Chapter 313. Yan Zhaoge spoke slowly, but the meaning behind his words was not all that polite. It was not just the Sacred Sun clan. During the chaos of the decimating abyss earlier, other than the Sacred Sun clan, the Heavenly Thunder Hall had similarly been involved in launching the Anti-Sun Grand Formation to disrupt it. If not for guarding against Infinite Boundless Mountain's heaven-cleaving axe, this Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Xunli, would probably have come to Broad Creed Mountain as well. While Lin Tianfeng and the others had died, the fury of all of Broad Creed Mountain towards the Heavenly Thunder Hall was not much less than that of the Sacred Sun clan. Bald Shin, from what you have said, in my opinion, your Heavenly Thunder Hall and the Sacred Sun clan are the traitors of the 9 underworlds. Garbed in the clear Qi robe, Yuan Zhengfeng strode over in the direction of Xunli. My clan fought a bloody battle with the decimating abyss, finally exterminating them and even successfully preventing the 9 underworlds from descending within my broad Creed Mountain and the 8 Extremities world. In the course of the great battle, your Heavenly Thunder Hall and the Sacred Sun clan disrupted our clan's clear Qi grand formation together. Afterwards, you joined hands to attack us. What, do you want to take revenge for decimating abyss? To continue their unfinished business and let the 9 underworlds descend? Xunli gave a cold snort and his aura instantly went far away. A Grand Elder and a First-Seat Elder of their clan, 2 heavyweights, along with a great number of other experts, had perished at Broad Creed Mountain. Not only would he be unable to take revenge, he would also have to flee. It was easy to imagine how depressed this Saiyan Thunder Martial Saint was feeling. But at this moment he had no choice but to retreat. Not to mention that Xunli was well aware of some matters and had never forgotten them. Even if he had momentarily forgotten them, the battle between Yuan Zhengfeng and Huang Guanglia earlier would allow him to immediately recall them. Once upon a time, Heaven's equal Yuan Zhengfeng was the strongest existence among his peers. While he was not renowned for being invincible like his disciple Yan Di, suppressing his generation and looking down on all lifetimes, Yuan Zhengfeng had also created a legend of his own that year. Yuan Zhengfeng had stepped into the peak of the martial grandmaster stage, the transcending mortality stage, much earlier than his peers Huang Guanglia, Xunli, Yuan Tian and Xan Dongping, not to mention the slightly younger Song Wuliang and Qinglin. Back then, when everyone was still young and had just started to rise to fame, Yuan Zhengfeng was the most outstanding one. He was also the one who was looked upon as the most likely to become a martial sage in the shortest time among those of the same generation. It was only because of his old injuries that Yuan Zhengfeng had remained in the transcendental realm all this time, which was why Huang Guanglia, Xunli and the others had managed to catch up to him. Yuan Zhengfeng, who had wasted many years, had finally crossed that threshold and transcended mortality and entered sainthood. This immediately awakened many people's dusty memories. Of the previous 6 martial sages, aside from Old Man Mo, who was older and rarely fought, making it hard to determine his strength, the others were not a match for Yuan Zhengfeng at the same cultivation realm. The awe-inspiring Huang Guanglia had been fighting Yuan Zhengfeng for many years. When he was in the Grandmaster realm and Martial Grandmaster realm, he had never won. The number of times he had lost to Yuan Zhengfeng could not be counted on one hand. When the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Shen Li, had clashed with Yuan Zhengfeng back then at the Martial Grandmaster realm, he had also suffered a crushing defeat. Today, even though Yuan Zhengfeng had just stepped into the Saint realm, it was still difficult for Shen Li to face him head-on. Moreover, Yuan Zhengfeng still had the sacred artifact, the clear chi robe, accompanying him. If it was said that after leaving Broad Creed Mountain, even without the great Sun Heaven measuring ruler, Huang Guanglia would still dare to battle Yuan Zhengfeng, without a sacred artifact in hand, Shen Li could only turn and flee. While Shen Li retreated, Yuan Zhengfeng did not let him have it easy, directly pressuring over with a heavenly Broad Creed palm. In the distance, in the direction where Shen Li was, the sky seemed to have collapsed and the horizon seemed to have distorted. A muffled groan came from afar. Shen Li did not accept the battle at all. His body transformed into a bolt of lightning, forcefully enduring his injuries as he swiftly retreated. Shen Li flew all the way, passing through the territory of the East Heaven region where Broad Creed Mountain's martial practitioners had already shrunk earlier. After exiting the Earth domain, the Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners had galloped here. Lin Tianfeng and the others had gone to Broad Creed Mountain in the Central Heaven region, and there were others who had established a base of operations here. But at this moment, these people watched in astonishment as their hall master flew past them. Rumbling thunder light wrapped around all of them. He didn't stop and continued flying in the direction of the Earth domain, passing through it and returning to the Thunder Dominion. Lin Zhou was amongst them, and when he saw there was only Shen Li by himself, he couldn't help but be astounded. Grand Master, my father and martial ancestral uncle Yu. Shen Li's face was livid and he did not say a word. Lin Zhou's face instantly turned deathly pale. He composed himself, sucking in a deep breath, wanting to ask further. However, looking at that terrifying expression on Shen Li's face, Lin Zhou opened his mouth, yet was unable to utter a sound. Grand Master should have just suffered a small loss and is in a bad mood, thus looking like this. Lin Zhou thought to himself, nothing will happen to father and the others. Fighting Broad Creed Mountain, not having taken it down in the end, losing face? Lin Zhou gritted his teeth, but the Sacred Sun Clan's Huang Guanglia has already left seclusion. With the great Sun Heaven measuring ruler in hand and Grand Master also restraining infinite boundless mountains heaven-cleaving axe, how could they not be able to take down Broad Creed Mountain who had just been heavily injured by the decimating abyss? Jade Sea City and Turbid Wave Pavilion have also been restrained by the Flame Devils on the East Sea. It would be impossible for them to traverse the Earth domain to help. Lin Zhou thought, perhaps it is because the Sacred Sun Clan obtained the clear chi robe that Grand Master is so flustered and exasperated. This is the most likely scenario. If Broad Creed Mountain was destroyed with even their sacred artifact, the clear chi robe, also falling into the hands of the Sacred Sun Clan, the Sacred Sun Clan's momentum would truly be hard to resist, showing signs of sweeping through the entire world. At that time, the Heavenly Thunder Hall might have to make peace with Infinite Boundless Mountain, joining hands with Jade Sea City. It was to the extent that even Turbid Wave Pavilion would find it hard to continue remaining neutral, having no choice but to give up on its neutral stance. Otherwise they too would have to look up to the Sacred Sun Clan. Lin Zhou kept comforting himself. However, after having returned to the Heavenly Thunder Hall and having calmed down, Shen Li held an urgent discussion with the other longtime elders who had stayed behind. News from the outside world had also broken Lin Zhou's hopes. This thunder-rumbling young master who was already gradually revealing his flair as the number one of the Heavenly Thunder Hall's younger generation shut himself in a room by himself. Anyone who passed by the door of his room could feel the oppressive and violent feeling, as if a thunderstorm was brewing. Even Yen Shan, who had always been at odds with Lin Zhou, did not dare to approach Lin Zhou at this moment. After learning of this, the bigwigs of the Heavenly Thunder Hall all sighed. One day the door suddenly opened and Lin Zhou walked out. Dark clouds covered his face, his gaze even colder and gloomier. I have carefully managed and painstakingly schemed precisely to defy the heavens and change my fate, but in the end father still left me. Lin Zhou's expression was wooden as he gazed towards the southwest horizon, in the direction of the Heaven Domain and Broad Creed Mountain. Working hard for so long, still futile at the end of the day. What's the use of my efforts then? I might as well just go with the flow. Flames of fury suddenly surged within Lin Zhou's gaze, otherwise I might as well overturn the heavens and overturn the earth. If I don't destroy your Broad Creed Mountain, I am not human. Chapter 314. Led by Yuan Zhengfeng, Broad Creed Mountain launched an all-out counterattack, regaining their lost territory. Making use of Huang Guanglia's loss of the Great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler and his own injuries, Broad Creed Mountain was unforgiving as they invaded the fire domain once more. The Sacred Sun Clan martial practitioners felt that this development was rather familiar. Back in the War of the Eastern Tang, it seemed to have been like this, first winning, then losing. Not only had they lost all that they had won previously, they had even lost all that they had won previously. A familiar process, a familiar posture all over again. Therefore, even that feeling of vexation to the point of wanting to vomit blood was exactly the same, perhaps even surpassing it. Knowing that their sacred artifact, the Great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler, had actually been lost in this battle, the entire Sacred Sun Clan was rendered speechless for a time. On the world-illuminating peak, sunlight no longer shone brilliantly, instead appearing rather gloomy and gloomy. The Grand Elder Pan Buotai and the head of the 7 reigning suns, the world-illuminating Lord, had both perished at the foot of Broad Creed Mountain. Seated in the Great Hall, the Sunset Lord's expression was incomparably ugly. He had also gone to the Heaven Domain, having remained in the South Heaven region to suppress it, not following Broad Creed Mountain any further. Otherwise, it would be very hard to imagine that with everyone else other than Huang Guanglia having been wiped out, he had still managed to survive. However, even as the Sunset Lord felt slightly fortunate, he also felt indescribably ashamed and embarrassed. The Sacred Sun Clan's conquest of the Heaven Domain's Plaza Mountain this time could no longer be described as having come in high spirits and returned in low spirits. They had basically smashed their heads and bled, nearly dying at the foot of Broad Creed Mountain. Their high spirits and satisfaction before setting off now seemed to have completely become a joke. The current chief Huang Su's face was sunken as water as he gazed at the room before him. After returning to the mountain, Huang Guanglia had entered the room to recuperate, recovering from the injuries Yuan Zhengfeng had inflicted on him. After recovering from his injuries, if he met Yuan Zhengfeng and the clear Qi robe outside of Broad Creed Mountain, Huang Guanglia would still have the strength to battle them. If Yuan Zhengfeng rushed over to trample the world-illuminating peak, the situation would be completely reversed. Even injured, Huang Guanglia would not fear him. It was just that even so, the momentum he had felt when he had first emerged from seclusion, wanting to sweep through the entire world, came to an abrupt halt, broken at the middle. Losing the Great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler was an unbearable pain. After looking at the room for a while, Huang Su retracted his gaze, swiveling his head, his gaze sweeping past the higher echelons of the Sacred Sun Clan before him. His voice was low and deep. Defend and wait for reinforcements. Step by step. After my father recovers, the fire field will still belong to the Holy Clan. The boundary between the two sides will still be the boundary between the Heaven Field and the Fire Field. The bigwigs of the Sacred Sun Clan all nodded. Huang Guanglia's grandson and Huang Su's son, Huang Jia, stood at the back of the crowd without any sense of presence. Huang Jia was calm and collected about this, but his face revealed an expression of deep thought. Huang Su glanced at Huang Jia. At this moment, Huang Jia had completely returned to normal. When Huang Guanglia had just returned to the mountain and received the exact news, Huang Jia's shocked expression was still fresh in his memory. Even his father, Huang Su, rarely saw Huang Jia like this. To be exact, he hadn't seen him like this for a very long time. Even when the Sacred Sun Clan had suffered a great loss in the Battle of the Eastern Tang back then, after Huang Jia had learnt of it, he had only mildly commented, "Not being secretive in our actions, the other side saw through us and backstabbed us instead." As the others dispersed, Huang Su's gaze fell on Huang Jia. Huang Jia stopped pondering, raising his head and saying, "Yuan Zhengfeng leaving seclusion early is actually not much. While we don't know how exactly he managed to recover from his injuries, this is still within the plan." Huang Su nodded. In their original projections, the worst-case scenario had been for Yuan Zhengfeng to leave seclusion earlier than Huang Guanglia. In that case, the Sacred Sun Clan would have to defend the world-illuminating peak to the death. With the Great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler still present, it would not be so easy for Broad Creed Mountain and the other powers to trample on the Sacred Sun Clan. In the end, Huang Guanglia had left seclusion a step earlier. Even if Yuan Zhengfeng had managed to catch up and left seclusion earlier than under normal circumstances, it would not have mattered. At the very most, they would not have been able to completely destroy Broad Creed Mountain. However, under the pressure of Huang Guanglie and the Great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler, they would have been able to suppress Yuan Zhengfeng and the Clear Qi Robe to the point that they were unable to leave the Clear Qi Grand Formation. This way, the Sacred Sun clan would have been able to easily devour the Heaven Domain, strengthening themselves further. As the strong grew stronger, victory would ultimately belong to the Sacred Sun clan. This was the immense, tangible advantage brought about by Huang Guanglie having left seclusion successfully, his strength having improved a step further. Using an upright force to suppress others was bullying them for not being able to defeat them in a head-on clash. Huang Jie said, "The greatest surprise was Broad Creed Mountain's Clear Qi Grand Formation. That sudden and unexpected change almost made me suspect that Broad Creed Mountain and the 9 underworlds had really joined hands. While in order to have a good reason to attack, they had pinned a huge blame on Broad Creed Mountain, Huang Su and Huang Jie naturally knew what was going on. Of the 6 great sacred grounds, the one that hated the decimating abyss the most would probably be Broad Creed Mountain." Hearing his words, Huang Su's face instantly darkened. "The Great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler," Huang Jie said, "the current situation is roughly equivalent to when grandfather had not entered seclusion and Yuan Zhengfeng had not become a martial saint. It is slightly worse than it was then. Our Sacred Sun clan no longer has the advantage over Broad Creed Mountain, both sides returning to an equilibrium of power. And looking at the course of the Battle of Broad Creed Mountain this time, we might still be at a slight disadvantage. However, as compared to the other 4 sacred grounds, the advantage our 2 clans have is even greater." Huang Jie said, "What comes next is a crucial period for our Sacred Sun clan. We need to look at the overall situation." He paused for a moment before saying, "Our previous understanding of Broad Creed Mountain still seems insufficient now." Huang Jie lowered his head, looking at the ground. "The Broad Creed young master Yan Zhaoge deserves further attention, greater effort, more detailed observation. Before, I always felt that I had already taken him sufficiently seriously, but now, I feel that I have still underestimated him a little. In this great tribulation of Broad Creed Mountain this time, the various unexpected changes, I always feel that the shadow of this person is behind us. This person's personality has many flaws, and there are many areas that we can make use of, but he always has shocking methods that are beyond our expectations." Huang Su said, "You were not able to leave behind anything to commemorate your 2nd natal year. Ah." Hearing his words, Huang Jie raised his head, a rare smile appearing on his face. "On the contrary, the first miscalculation in my life leaves an extremely deep impression on me." Swiveling his head to look in the direction of the northern heaven domain, he muttered to himself, "At the same time, it is also the first time I have felt such an intense desire to kill someone and someone of the same age at that." In the central heaven region of the heaven domain, on Broad Creed Mountain, Yan Zhaoge looked at the silently circulating Clear Qi Grand Formation above his head, his expression calm. After a while, he gazed towards the south, then the northeast. "The enemy's desire to kill me has not died. Ah." With just the slightest hint of movement, they pounce over like sharks that have seen blood. Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes into slits. There has always been the principle of catching a thief for 1,000 days, but never the principle of guarding against a thief for 1,000 days. Sacred Sun Clan Heavenly Thunder Hall, it can't be that you think that we will just let this go like this, right? Chapter 315. Sacred Sun Clan Heavenly Thunder Hall, we have only just begun. Yan Zhaoge gazed at the Clear Qi Grand Formation within the sky. At this time, the shining formation patterns had already begun to disappear into the void again. Yan Zhaoge lowered his head to look at the numerous peaks of Broad Creed Mountain before him. The streams of dark red qi that had arisen earlier had already vanished. The specially processed 9 underworlds dark soil, combined with the modified Devilish Domain Grand Formation and Broad Creed Mountain's own Clear Qi Grand Formation, displayed shocking power. However, following the disappearance of the devilish mark on Yan Zhaoge's hand, wanting to open up a passageway to the 9 underworlds again would not be easy. But even so, Broad Creed Mountain's Clear Qi Grand Formation had also improved from its original foundation. The current Clear Qi Grand Formation was a peak existence amongst the various grand formations of the entire 8 extremities world. Xan Dongping and the decimating abyss had caused massive destruction, but the spoils of war that they had obtained from them were also extremely abundant, having many unexpected, wondrous uses that could greatly increase Broad Creed Mountain's strength. Currently, within Yin Zhaoge's palm was a dim blue jade that flickered with a faint blue light. The luster was dim and almost undetectable, but the color was extremely pure. This jade's name was Blue Devil Jade, and it was produced in the Earth domain. However, it was extremely rare and it was almost impossible to find. In the shadow-shrinking pouch that Xian Dongping carried with him, there was a large amount of Blue Devil Jade. Not only were there many of them, their quality was also extremely good. Yin Zhaoge toyed with a piece of Blue Devil Jade, stroking its surface as he pondered in silence. Apart from the Blue Devil Jade, Xian Dongping, Yuan Tian and the others also had his Heavenly Lake Jade, Ghost Body Congealed Ointment and many other high-grade treasures, causing one to feel overwhelmed. This time, in counterattacking the fire domain that the Sacred Sun clan had occupied once more, Broad Creed Mountain would also have many gains. Yin Zhaoge had already asked people to pay special attention to a few treasures, including things like the fire pattern jade and the underground fire pith which they had plundered previously and which they had already used up. It was foreseeable that this would be another great harvest. At the same time, news also came from the wind domain to the west that Broad Creed Mountain's powerful counterattack had already descended south from the Gan region, attacking the Qin region that the Sacred Sun clan had occupied. They followed up their victory and did not show any mercy. With Huang Guanglia injured and the Great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler lost, the Sacred Sun clan could only grit their teeth and swallow this bitter pill once more. When Huang Guanglia had finally recovered from his injuries and was preparing to counterattack, Broad Creed Mountain released something else. In Xian Dongping's hands was the complete list of Decimating Abyss members. There was no lack of people from the other 5 sacred lands. The authenticity of this name list naturally had to be carefully examined. It wasn't that there wasn't the possibility of Xian Dongping purposefully making false accusations, causing the people of the 8 Extremities world to panic. However, its value was also self-evident. Broad Creed Mountain's momentum was established, pressuring the Sacred Sun clan to the point where they couldn't even raise their heads. At the same time, the mountain domain's sacred ground, Infinite Boundless Mountain, was also unceasingly exerting pressure on the Heavenly Thunder Hall. What caused Yin Zhaoge to feel emotional was that while Infinite Boundless Mountain had stood on Broad Creed Mountain's side from the beginning to the end, in the Great Battle of Broad Creed Mountain had even restrained the Heavenly Thunder Hall. But if Huang Guanglia were to die at the foot of Broad Creed Mountain, Infinite Boundless Mountain's stance would be hard to predict, with even Jade Sea City having other thoughts. The game between the top forces would always change due to the changes in the situation. When Yuan Jingfeng and the others returned to Broad Creed Mountain, it was already many days later. Through the concerted efforts of all of Broad Creed Mountain, their clan finally regained its former appearance. The only special thing was that the fire-leaving peak's peak had been sharpened. The clan's experts had flattened it once more, just that the height of the peak had been slightly shorter than before. Not long after Yuan Jingfeng's return, Broad Creed Mountain announced to the world, selectively announcing the entire story of the Decimating Abyss, as well as the news of the deaths of the Devil Saint Yuan Tian and Xian Dongping. Broad Creed Mountain didn't hide Xian Dongping's true identity, instead announcing to the world that they were cleaning up after themselves. While there had long been rumors, when Broad Creed Mountain itself announced it, it still shook the world. Other than the problem of the Decimating Abyss, Broad Creed Mountain naturally didn't have the intention of letting the attacks of the Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall off lightly. Both sides had their own arguments, some wrangling was unavoidable. It was just that the momentum of the Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall seemed a little weak no matter how one looked at it. And not long after that, Broad Creed Mountain announced to the world once more that the old chief, Yuan Jingfeng, had officially abdicated his position, no longer holding the position of Broad Creed Mountain's chief, instead becoming a grand elder, devoting himself to cultivation. Broad Creed Mountain's new chief was Yen Di, who had previously assumed the role of chief. Yin Zhaoge's father, Yen Di, officially became Broad Creed Mountain's new chief. Broad Creed Mountain's legacy continued once more. Whether it was the battle with the Decimating Abyss earlier or the battle with the Sacred Sun clan afterwards, many details were revealed, with the name of Yen Wudi officially resounding once more in the great lands of the 8 Extremities world. After dominating the martial scholar realm, Yen Di once again overlooked all the martial grandmasters of the entire 8 Extremities world. Infinite Boundless Mountain's chief, the northern peak towering sky Chu Yen, sent people to congratulate him, congratulating Yen Di on becoming Broad Creed Mountain's new chief on one hand, and also congratulating Yuan Zhengfeng on transcending mortality and entering sainthood, stepping into the martial saint realm. In the congratulatory note sent to Yuan Zhengfeng, Chu Yin changed the way he addressed Yuan Zhengfeng from heaven equaling hand to heaven equaling saint. Seeing this, a hint of a smile appeared at the corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth. Broad Creed Mountain's tradition was that the successive clan leaders were all addressed with heaven, starting from their founder, the heaven-establishing old man Qiu Yuan, all the way until now. His Grand Master had been no exception when he had assumed the position of clan leader that year. The title he had prepared at that time had actually been heaven equaling saint. It was just that Yuan Zhengfeng, considering that he had not transcended mortality and entered sainthood, had changed it to heaven equaling hand. Now the title of heaven equaling saint was finally well deserved. Not waiting for Broad Creed Mountain to inform them, Infinite Boundless Mountain's chief Chu Yin having taken the initiative to change the title, undoubtedly also expressing his sincerity in continuing their alliance. As for what Infinite Boundless Mountain was planning in private, that was another matter altogether. After all, it was not just the Sacred Sun clan now. Even Broad Creed Mountain had risen once more, clearly being stronger than the other four sacred grounds. Yan Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at his father. Yan Di, the chaos of the flame devils on the East Sea has still not been quelled, and Jade Sea City and Turbid Wave Pavilion are still entangled with them. However, after receiving the news, they have also sent people to congratulate us, who will be arriving very soon. After Grand Master, you will also be taking over the position of clan leader. How should I address you? Actually, I still feel that Yan Wudi suits you the best. Yan Di said, I have never cared about such things, Master can just decide. After nodding, Yan Zhaoge said, after this matter, I have to make some preparations. When the time comes, I might need the clan to help me gather some resources. Right outside of the heaven domain, I will need to negotiate with the other sacred grounds. Yan Di gazed over, extremely solemn, regarding eldest apprentice brother's daughter-in-law, Ying Yuzhen and little Juner. Yan Zhaoge's expression was serious. I have some ideas. While I do not have sufficient confidence, I will definitely do my best. Chapter 316. When Shirtai's grandson Songtao's son Shijun had been born that year, Yan Di had been present as well, watching the little fella grow from an infant in swaddling clothes to learning to walk on his own. The little fellow's name was given by Yuan Zhengfeng. All of Broad Creed Mountain paid close attention to the sole descendant left behind by Shirtai. Yan Di looked at Yan Zhaoge. What do you have in mind? What do you need? Yan Zhaoge answered earnestly, my thoughts are still not mature yet. I intend to make a trip to the extreme northern lands, only coming to a conclusion after I have gone there and investigated the area. However, I can't rush it for the time being. The northernmost land is currently in the freezing period. It's useless even if I go there. I can take advantage of this period of time to carefully make some preparations. At the same time, I can ponder over my own method. There are some things that I need you and the sect to help me gather. It involves negotiations with other holy lands outside of the heaven domain. I will give you a list later. While Yan Zhaoge had the authority to make use of the clan's resources, it would be better for Yan Di and the others to appear when it came to foreign matters. Now that Yan Zhaoge's name could also be considered to have spread far and wide, it would be very easy for others to notice him if he were to look for some things with his personal identity. Yan Di nodded, pass the list to me directly after it has been compiled. Heading to the extreme northern lands this time, I also intend to go to the North Sea to take a look, Yan Zhaoge said. Yan Di thought of something as his gaze flickered. You want to find the legacy left behind by the glacial dragon martial saint? Yan Zhaoge nodded. I've already made some headway on the clues that I've grasped earlier. In the following days I might be able to gain something from them. If I can obtain even more clues from this, it should be something worth looking forward to. Now the expressions of Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di both dimmed somewhat. Back then, Shirtai had obtained the small metal plate from Yi Jing's hands because he had gone to the northern sea to search for clues left behind by the glacial dragon martial saint. After Shirtai returned, he brought back some things regarding the Earth domain and the 9 underworlds, as well as some clues regarding the glacial dragon martial saint's remains. As Yan Zhaoge analyzed the decimating abyss's devilish domain grand formation, other than clashing with it time and time again, the things that Shirtai had brought back had also played a considerable role. However, the master of the decimating abyss, Xian Dongping, who had yet to be exposed at that time, naturally also benefited from it. Yan Di said, "The glacial dragon martial saint has fallen far too long ago. While the whereabouts of his accompanying sacred artifact are unknown, no one can be certain that it truly exists in this world. If you wish to search for it, I will not object. Still, do not lose your bearings." Yen Zhaoge said, "Rest easy, father. I understand." Pausing for a moment, Yen Zhaoge said softly, "The legacy of the glacial dragon martial saint is indeed something that cannot be confirmed. Therefore I did not place all my bets on it. To be precise, this is just incidental or even a cover-up." Yen Di raised his brows slightly. "Oh?" Yen Zhaoge said, "Having been attacked by the Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall this time, all face can be considered to have been completely torn apart. Now that the situation has calmed down, it is merely because the two sides have regained their equilibrium and strength. The other party is powerful and will definitely make things difficult for our sect again. Ever since Huang Guanglia's master, the Purple Sun Marshal Saint Zhang Chao, and the final chief of Black Nightmare Mountain had attempted to invade Broad Creed Mountain while the exalted Heaven Shaker Zhandonga was in secluded cultivation, enmity had already been formed between the two sides. Afterwards, due to Zhandonga's death in the great battle with the Flame Devils, Broad Creed Mountain suffered a great blow to its vitality. As the Sacred Sun clan gradually grew in power, Broad Creed Mountain's days had not been that easy. Fortunately, the Heaven Diviner Zhan Shilo had led Broad Creed Mountain in concealing their strength and biding their time, passing through that darkest period of time. However, after Zhan Shilo's death, Broad Creed Mountain no longer had a martial saint, their days becoming difficult once more. While the whereabouts of the Sacred Sun clan's Purple Sun Marshal Saint Zhang Chao were also unknown, Huang Guanglia having transcended mortality and entered sainthood, with the great Sun Heaven measuring ruler in hand, his sharpness was just too great. While Yuan Zhengfeng was strong and Broad Creed Mountain still had the clear Qi robe to hold down its foundation, they could only rely on the clear Qi Grand Formation, having no worries in defending, unable to advance as the Sacred Sun clan could call on the wind and summon the rain, devouring and infiltrating step by step. At that time, Jade Sea City had been pincered by the Heavenly Thunder Hall and the Flame Devils of the East Sea, with Infinite Boundless Mountain having remained on the sidelines. Broad Creed Mountain had been under immense pressure. Otherwise, Fang Zhuan would not have set his sights on the Earth domain. In the end, Fang Zhuan managed to rein in the horse at the brink of the precipice, allowing Xian Dongping to continue walking down that path. Huang Guanglia, intent on completely stabilizing the Eight Extremities world, had therefore entered secluded cultivation in search of another breakthrough. Only then had Broad Creed Mountain gained a greater amount of space to move about. However, they had never once relaxed their hearts. If Huang Guanglia successfully emerged from seclusion, their momentum would definitely be even greater, and the Sacred Sun clan would also become even more powerful. However, the situation was completely different now. Yuan Zhengfeng had transcended mortality and entered sainthood. While Huang Guanglia had also improved, he had lost the great Sun Heaven measuring ruler. Currently, with Yuan Zhengfeng and the clear Qi robe watching over Broad Creed Mountain, Huang Guanglia would definitely not dare to trample on them again. If Huang Guanglia was alive, wanting to take down the world-illuminating peak would also be impossible. If the two sides met elsewhere, Yuan Zhengfeng with the clear Qi robe would still hold an advantage. The two sides were allies, Jade Sea City and Infinite Boundless Mountain, 2 against 1 with the Heavenly Thunder Hall sandwiched between them. Now it was Broad Creed Mountain's turn to oppress the Sacred Sun clan, settling old scores. It was just that following Yuan Zhengfeng transcending mortality and entering sainthood, Broad Creed Mountain's strength skyrocketing. Faced with this ally who was clearly a level higher than them, while Jade Sea City and Infinite Boundless Mountain had to rely on Yuan Zhengfeng to keep Huang Guanglia in check, it was also unknown what exactly they were thinking. The Sacred Sun clan's foundation was similarly deep, its strength vigorous. For Broad Creed Mountain to completely crush them and take revenge for their previous attack, it would still not be easy. The situation in the Eight Extremities world had fallen into a dangerous yet fragile equilibrium. Yen Zhaoge said, "In order to obtain victory in a competition, there are only 2 directions we can work towards, either strengthening ourselves or weakening our enemies. If there is a major discovery of the Glacial Dragon Martial Saint's legacy, being able to bring about a great increase in our clan's strength, that would naturally be good. However, this matter still cannot be confirmed at the end of the day. A cold light flickered within Yan Zhaoge's eyes. It is impolite not to reciprocate. I will send the Sacred Sun clan a gift in return. Yan Di said calmly, dealing with Huang Guanglia is not easy, even if he no longer has the great Sun Heaven measuring ruler. Huang Guanglia was unquestionably the current pillar of the Sacred Sun clan. With him injured, the Sacred Sun clan's strength would immediately fall. However, at the same time, even having been badly battered and bloodied at Broad Creed Mountain just now, Huang Guanglia's strength was still indisputable. In terms of personal strength, having successfully advanced a step further in seclusion this time, Huang Guanglia could basically already be considered the current #1 expert of the Eight Extremities world. Yuan Zhengfeng, without the clear qi robe, was also inferior in comparison. In the Battle of Broad Creed Mountain, it was also because of Yuan Zhengfeng that Yan Zhaoge's killing formation had been effective, causing Huang Guanglia to lose the great Sun Heaven measuring ruler. Yan Di asked, "You want to target their maiden of extreme Yin?" Yan Zhaoge shook his head. Huang Guanglia himself as well as Meng Wan are their strongest points. While Meng Wan's cultivation base is low, her advantage in the extreme Yin bout is too great. They will now value her even more, focusing on protecting her, even planning to assassinate our junior apprentice sister Feng. This is currently where their greatest concentration of strength lies. Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes slightly into slits. I want to strike where they are weak, where they cannot anticipate. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.